Okay, Manny wants to join us. Manny says good morning. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Zero echoes in 210 hours. That's crazy, actually. Do you have a basic loot filter that can be used everywhere? Just sort trash. Yeah, in all of my Maxwell guides there is a loot filter. And you can adjust that a little bit. There's like almost everything is like generic, and then there's a few like class specific uniques and, you know, some biz stats and stuff like that. So you can just check those. Where's my headphones? Okay. You get the Eldraine Mythic, and it has 5 GA. Yo, Betty. We have so much in common, actually. Look at that. Nice. Okay. So I'm gonna try the Trace of Echoes on Heartseeker now, I guess. Yeah, we had a prime earlier from Momu Sapien. Thank you, by the way. We have some other subs, Abyss Walker, Quantum Loop, Raider. Thanks, guys. Ding X Games Raiders a little while ago. Hello, guys. Okay, we have Eldraine here, so it's not really great for Trace of Echoes, but I'm not gonna like change my setup now or something, so screw it. Or maybe when we add it. Quick recording, actually. For the achievement. Hi, YouTube, yes. So I did this achievement last time. I just wanted to like put out a little video about it. Actually, do we have this here? Challenges, most recently completed. There's like an achievement for it. Dude, I actually got so few achievements lately. Look at this. The last one was 2 days ago. Kill 5,000 merfolk. Is it a feat of strength? Oh look, we're very far here with the goblins only. Ah, there it is actually. Okay. The Howling Mouth of Madness. Where's the crab from? Because this is the portal. And then I also got the crab, but I'm not sure from what. Does it say that? No. Doing wave 60 plus. Ah, okay. So you can just get it. Okay. Yeah, good to include, I guess. And you can do both in a party, right? Okay, man wants to go down again. Goodbye. Did you get my gladiator suffix? I'm doing a run on this on hardcore. Yeah, I've done this like many times on hardcore already. Okay, did both in a party, got both rewards. Okay, good. Hi everyone! There's a secret portal achievement that you can earn with a really cool looking like portal skin, as you can see here right now. This is like this gray echoing nightmare portal that existed back in Diablo 3. And you get this from the Trace of Echoes. There is like a secret sequence of like things you have to do, which we have here. So you have to click some of these portals in the right, sorry, you have to click some of the shrines in the right order, and then you get this portal skin. Looks very amazing, I think. So in order to do this, you have to go to Decider's Eye, do the Trace of Echoes. This is a very rare drop. However, this can be shared in party. So if anyone finds this on your friends, or people might share this in trade chat or something like that, then you can go in there. You don't have to find it yourself. And then you have these 4 shrines in here. You see there's a Channeling Shrine, there is an Artillery Shrine, there is a Lethal Shrine, and a Protection Shrine. And you have to click them in the right order at certain waves, and then you will get this portal skin. In addition to that, you also have this little crab friend here. It's going to show this off real quick. There's like this little crab with a knife, very cute pet. So this one you can also get from the Echoing Hatred by completing at least wave 60. But yeah, we're kind of starting this right now. And the order of the portals is 1 to 9 protection. So you see here those 4 shrines. You just kind of click this in wave 1 to 9. And then complete this, and then you kind of keep going until wave 10. And then at 10 to 14, you want to do Artillery Shrine. So you want to try to find that one, take that, and then once you have done all of those 4 shrines in order, you will get the portal at the end of the run. There's like a boss that will appear at some point, and that is kind of the trigger to complete the achievement. And then you got the skin, basically. So here we wave 10, we can click this now. Normally, you want to use these shrines a little bit later to actually try to boost it further, but it doesn't really matter to like miss them like once or something. You know, it can boost you like a few more waves or something for a bit more rewards, but it's not that crazy. Okay, 15 to 19, we press Lethal, and now at 20, you're going to press the last one here. And that was it. That is the achievement. Very simple and very cool looking skin, so I guess you're going to see more and more people kind of running around with that. Just kind of want to show this off here real quick. Besides that, I do have a guide on the Echoing Hatred. If you are interested in how to, like, you know, min-max this, or, you know, if you're curious about hardcore, how to, you know, not die here and stuff like that, there's an entire video for that I made like a week ago, so you can go check that out. But this is just the secret portal achievement that kind of came up a few days ago, so I wanted to show this off. Hope this helps you. Wish you good luck in the rest of the season, and see you guys next time. Okay. You outro. The crab is very nice, man. I love the crab, actually. Okay. Pardon. And Echoing Hatred is such a good time to like upload my footage for the editor, and just kind of drink, add coffee, read chat, because I was doing like nothing for 15 minutes here. Oh. Morning, Jason. Oh.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Morning, Obsidian. I'm trying to figure out how to best combine the different damage multis with each other for a build. This is actually a video I want to make today. So generally, you try to go for your biggest multi as much as you can, which is usually dot or crit, depending on what kind of archetype you're playing. However, not every build is necessarily a crit build. Or dot, like you can have builds that are none, basically, like just hit builds with no crit, I guess, that's the thing. And in that case you have like one less multi to kind of scale from, it's a bit sad. Is Oradin still a thing this update? I might try a bit of Oradin action, but paladins in general are not that powerful, so it's kind of tough to really scale them that high, so we'll see. Any advice where the farm for these trades are echoing? Undercity is where I got most of them. I think like half of my trades are from Undercity runs, and the rest just kind of random drops. You have a loot filter for the barrage rogue? I think it's in the planner, yeah. If you look at the planner from the link. What's the highest pit I run with this build? I haven't done any pushing, but I will do a little bit of pushing actually. And see. I'd have to like tweak the setup a little bit because I have Eldrin here and stuff like that. But yeah, we can do a push and see what happens. I think it should be like 130 or so territory. They need to disable this in the resolve aspect again. Yeah, I wonder if they will do something. It's kind of dangerous because, you know, it kind of sets a precedent, right? And now, you know, everyone is like so used to this being immortal and all that, and, you know, next season everything's gonna get nerfed and people are gonna cry. But this is a cycle of life, I guess. How's this build in speed and farm? Insane. Is Heartseeker better than Poison build or just easier to play? Neither, actually. But it's kind of like up there with the other rogue builds, basically. It's just like an alternative, and I wanted to play it a bit and try it. It's pretty good. Heartseeker is a good build. I think it's like an A or so tier. What is more powerful, Poison Rush or this Heartseeker? I think Poison Barrage might be slightly better, but it's pretty close between them. Poison Barrage is definitely a bit comfier, I would say. Okay, I need to finally check to where the shrines are. Oh wait, I clicked them all. Oops. Okay, so we have no shrines. We have to do it the hard way. Also make a smoke grenade build. Ah, forget it. Is this weaker or same compared to PenShot? Yeah, PenShot is the strongest on Rogue right now. That definitely melts. But yeah, I mean, I do everything in T12 easy peasy. I do lab bosses in like 5 seconds. So, it's fine. These cracking things, man. They hurt. It'd be really nice to have some shrines now. Can I get a goblin? Almost. Okay, oh, it's 22. With no shrines. Oh look, there's an epic. So little items actually. Let's show up on my filter here. No, the 4 dash boots, man. I would be proud. Holy. And they didn't patch anything about Resolve. So last time I checked. It's Sunday right now. If I'm a big streamer, I do not feel it's pointless grinding unless they add SF. What does it have to do with being a streamer? Yeah, I get exactly an inventory of charms. Interesting. For you, the grind sucks. Well, I think that might be because you're comparing yourself to others that are not playing SSF, and you should just not do that. You know, I'm not comparing myself to Rob, for example. You know, he's just playing a completely different game from me. And that's how it is, you know? I'm just enjoying the game my way. And he's doing it his way, so there you go. Wait, I got low-level sets here. What? Look. I would grind so much more if SF was in the game. Another good news for you. Soon, TM. Start playing hardcore, enjoy the game more. Yeah, so if you're like an SSF enjoyer, just play hardcore, and that's basically how it works, yeah. Because hardcore is very clean of like, you know, RMT and, you know, crazy exploits and, you know, there was no one that's group play there. So it is basically the SSF experience. And I enjoy hard. That's one of the reasons, at least, why I enjoy hardcore so much. But in general, it's just like a very cool environment, I think. Look, there's one guy on the Rogue Leaderboard who did the exploit. And like 4, 5, 6, I guess 7 Warlocks. So yeah. Yeah, okay, maybe one of these could be like legit clears, I don't know. Looks sus though. Way too sus, okay. Hi, New Frontier. Hope you too. Okay, someone asked for push stuff. Let's see how we do this. Quick damage and Vuln. It's kind of good. We have Vuln attack speed. Okay. A lot of Etnas. Let's see if we can do anything with those. I have like no healing. That's a bit rough. Just get good, I guess. Plan B. Honestly, maybe it's like this one. It says kudos. That was nice. Another one. Ah, well. God damn it. Okay. Oh my god, man. Are you fucking serious? Okay. I'm not sure what's exactly in the pool when you do the entropic. But yeah, I can't risk these uniques, right? Like, I'm never gonna get a better ring like this. This is insane already. So, well, fuck it. Okay, keep the Q. I think that's gonna be useful for pushing anyway. CRC is fine. Okay, okay, okay. We have a bit of life on hit now. Should be okay. We are relatively tanky. What are our runes? Plus 124, 125. Okay. So we can start with 125, see what happens, I guess. Oh wait, I need to do some screenshots real quick. Whenever you see 1 or 2 quality, slightly funny, they might adjust the minimum amount. Nah, I mean, you wouldn't be as happy about the good results if we didn't get 2 quality sometimes, right? So that's kind of the point. And I mean, at the very least, it makes us chuckle, right? So, I think mission accomplished. Oh, I'm in the pit. Okay, let's do pit actually, not tower. Okay. I want to little my just a little bit and stuff. Oh boy, so much density here, man. Kind of crazy. Indestructible is a good one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you know, they are very tame in DF4, right? Like, normally, in other games, like, your item is completely unusable, or it gets even destroyed, or something like that, right? When you hit the brick. But here, the worst that can happen is one affix is replaced, and that might even be an upgrade anyway. I was running a ring where I replaced the stats, and it was still better than before, so that happens as well, I guess. So... like, they're very tame, right? And the chances of breaking item are extremely low in the 4 compared to other games as well, right? If you compare this to corruption in PoE, like you never corrupt your gear in PoE normally, because the chance of breaking it is very high. and the you know, benefits are generally kind of low. And here it's like the opposite. The chances of bricking are very low, and the benefits are, well, most of the time at least decent, right? So it's like completely the opposite. Like in PoE, I never corrupt my gear almost. In PoE 2, a bit more. In PoE 2, they made it a bit more reasonable to corrupt your gear and stuff. But in PoE 1, like, I almost never corrupt anything. Unless it's like some super cheap unique that you can just print, you know, non-stop, or just buy new copies or something. Or like some super high-end gear, right? Like there you also corrupt your gear. But yeah, for like the mid-tier gear, like the stuff that I'm wearing, you never corrupt your stuff really. In PoE. But yeah, I like it, you know, you just make the item and you send it, and you know, on average, Transfiguration is quite an upgrade, right? You can easily get like, I don't know, 20% toughness, 20% DPS, and you know, with some lucky upgrades even more. Like Transfiguration, if you had elemental damage on every single slot, like there's like now 10% like shadow damage or 10% cold damage or something, like I think that can roll on every slot. Just that, on every slot, it gives you like triple damage. It's kind of wild, actually. I mean, it's very hard to do that, because it's actually kind of rare outcome. But, yeah. If you send enough items, you'll get it eventually, I guess. Or even if you get it on a few slots, you know, on like 2-3 slots, plus a bit of dex, plus a bit of all-stats here and there, plus some random life roll or something. Yeah, suddenly you're tankier, you do like 50% extra damage. Double damage, like something like that is quite realistic with Transfigurations. And it doesn't really require like too much effort. And this doesn't even count the gem strength stuff, right? So gem strength is like completely insane. Oh, these guys are lifelink. You're killing lifelink pack on 125, so that's a good sign, I guess. Oh shit, I forgot to change my bow, actually. I need to change my bow. I think for pushing, we're gonna go with the Frozen Memories bow instead of the high velocity. We also have gem strength on that one, we're gonna be really powerful. The worst archive is when it rolls over one FHAs and replaces it. Yeah, typically I never use an item that has a replace stat, no matter what it replaced, right? Because if I make an item, it has exactly the 4 things I want, and then I send it, and if it doesn't have the 4 things I want anymore, then I don't want the item anymore, right? So it is effectively dead at that point. But yeah, it doesn't happen too often, right? I'm not sure what's the chance, like 10% chance to replace an affix or something, it's not that bad. So if you take an entire gear and you transfigure it, and on average like one item will get a replaced stat, you make a new item, and there you go, right? The only problem is if that happens on an item that you just cannot replace easily, right? If you have like this is why I did like the entropic transfiguration on my signet, like if I replace a stat on this thing is dead, and getting a ring like that, you know, that took me 100 fucking hours, right? It's just that hard, and I have been farming these rings, right? I have a lot of these things, and they just roll, you know, really bad all the time. So some items are just so hard to get that you don't really want to risk it. So you do entropic. You know, I've been farming Nightmare Dungeons with the Beast in the Ice loot. This is a Beast in the Ice item, right? And Beast in the Ice loot, I get like 10 of these rings every Nightmare Dungeon. And this is the one I got now, right? After all this time. So if that one breaks, it's gonna be sad, yeah. But if like one of the legendary items breaks, like a random 1GA legendary item, like who cares? You just craft a new one and you go, right? Mythics can't even break, like you can't replace a stat on a mythic. So you never have to use entropic there, you just send it. Let the RNG gods do what they will. I like that. Yeah, I also transfigure a lot of stuff. At least once after the initial like kind of like build exploration phase, and you know I kind of know what I want, kind of deal, right? And most of the items are in a good spot, and I have a bit of like backup materials to craft something if I need to. Then I start transfiguring everything. But yeah, sometimes I don't Transfigure because, you know, I'm not really sure if I want to have this aspect in that slot. Or maybe I don't even have a high roll aspect, right? That's another problem on legendaries. Like, you don't really want to Transfigure them too early. If you have like a shitty aspect, then you have to wait, and so on. But I mean, if it's like a temporary item anyway, then you can just send it, right? Like if you're progressing, you're like in Torment 9, you have like some random 0 GA yellow item, I mean, just send it, right? You're gonna replace it anyway. I wonder if the Signal of Pelgrim will work now. On a boss. Like when I tried on my Warlock, the Signal of Pelgrim was not working on a boss, but I heard from other people that it was working for them. And apparently it has to do with like how you trigger the freeze. So it might be the wolves fucking with it. But yeah. Anyone else tried this ring? Dude, how many of these Orpheus are there? That's crazy. He's gone. This build is sick. It's pretty good. I mean, you see, 125 is like no problem right now. I have a relatively decent character, but this can definitely be more min-maxed. Like 130 something is doable for sure if you try, I think. And the boss should melt relatively well. After like 2-3 staggers, the boss should kind of melt. If we get the Signal of Pelgrim to work. So I'm trying that now. Yeah. We have like a lot of damage ramping on the boss. And after like a few staggers he should die. But I tried this ring once on a Warlock and it just didn't work, so let's see. I Val everything. Val or no balls, yeah. And in PvE2 I like Valing my stuff too. Because it's a little bit more realistic to get a good outcome. Like, you know, even stuff like an extra socket is pretty good. And this kind of stuff that you get in PvE2. And the chance to break is not that high. Ah, it's the goat. Huge boss damage. So I want to clean this stuff up here a little bit. Interesting how he never spawns the void zones. Okay, we can see him melt faster now. So it seems like Signet is working. There we go. This boss is buggy. You see how many overlapping AoE zones there are right under him? These are like 10 zones or something. They insta-kill you if you stand there. If you're playing hardcore, you always have to be careful with this goat and wait for the AoE zones to spawn. Because they will insta-kill you. Okay, I think Signet is working, but I think the stagger is buggy. So, oh man. He's barely getting staggered. So after a stagger, there's 20 seconds of 90% resistance to stagger. And then you can just like stagger him very fast again. So basically every 30 seconds or so you get a stagger easily. But he has... I think 20 seconds have passed now, and he's like very slowly building up. Yeah. So I think that part is now buggy. You see how slow it is still? You see that's like the full resistance basically, and I have to like just build up through that. Actually, I'm not sure if Signet is working. He was staggered like 3 or 4 times now. So I should do like quadruple or quintuple damage against him. It doesn't actually look like it. The Pit Whisper. Where's the stone? Can't walk in there. Okay. Can he? So devious. So this. So this. Okay. I see the pedestal. Wait, where's the stone? Does the stone just despawn if you leave it on the ground? What the fuck? It's gone. Rip. Okay, that's definitely seemed a bit sus here. Let me check this. So the boss fight was... We spawned him at 5 minutes. You see how fast he's getting staggered here? It takes me like 5 seconds to stagger him. So normally, after the stagger, after 20 seconds, all the resistance is gone. And then I could stagger him in like 3 seconds again. But he saw this was not happening, right? He saw how long it took. Yeah, look at this. So here's the stagger is over. Now it's 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40, 50, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that checks out, right? This is 90% resistance all the way. If it took me like 5 seconds at the start, now it took me 50 seconds. So... it's fucked. And now how much damage do I do? This is like a 4th stagger or something, right? So let's see. This is 3 seconds, 6 seconds. It's like 5% or something in that stagger. Or 8% maybe, or something. Let's compare this to the start. Okay, it's a bit fucked here because there's a lot of stuff. But let's see. 3 seconds, 6 seconds. Okay, I did absolutely nothing to it. We should maybe see the next stagger where I cleaned up a little bit more. Okay, let's see. 3 seconds, 6 seconds. Okay, I am definitely doing quite a little damage to him, so maybe Signet was working. I was doing very little damage to the boss at the start. Let's see, am I shooting at him? Okay, we are full shooting at him. So I guess that was the burst. Let's see the next one. 1, 2. And here, okay, we see quite a lot of damage, but he's alone. So this is kind of comparable to the stagger at the end, right? It's like maybe 8% or something like that. Okay, here's another one. This is like the third stagger or something, right? So I think a stagger is 6 seconds. So this means after 3 staggers, we should have 360% extra damage. And we are doing definitely more than at the start, but at the start it was kind of messy because of the monsters there. But look at this here, this is... I'm not doing that much in this stagger. I'm doing very little. Okay, I had Cold Immune was down at the start for like 2 seconds. So that matters, I guess, a little bit. And I did a Shadow Step as well. But then even here when I burst, like for 2/3 of the stagger I'm bursting and... Okay, HP bar is moving. But at this point I have like plus 400 or plus 500% damage from the Signet. I should have at least. And it doesn't feel that way. I feel like I should be melting him like 20% at a time in a stagger, right? And I'm definitely not doing that. And I actually just murdered him at the end without a stagger. Oof. So I did hear that the chance to daze, etc. bugs out the stagger. So maybe I'm gonna try to move all of these if I can. And see if I have alternatives. I might not actually have any. Let's see, here's one. I kind of deleted most of these, so oof. I guess we can try to craft some. I think the nerf or patch up is all stacking. I think it's unlikely they will do it in this season. But yeah, next season is definitely gone. Or at least they will fix it. It's mostly the tempo buggy. If the tempo wasn't buggy, it would still be good, but not like insane. But yeah, who knows. Dude, I have 600 primary dust, holy. How's my raisin? 5k, uh-oh. Auto trap, oof. So let's save at least one usable one per piece. So this is Nor, Linta, Barrow, Foba, missing Fair. So this is technically usable. Core, Days, Marksman. Shadow immobilize. A lot of these, so just take something like that. Okay. Let's do this. Lore. Missing Fair and Linta, so we have... Need one with a proc for the Etnas, so we have this or this. Okay. So ideally I want to hit one with Marksman or Core on Fair. Let's see, do we have one more that we can remove here? Days, stun, days. Okay, let's just take that one. Core and slow. Shit, it's actually the right one as well. But I want to not go with the lucky hit right now. Damn it. 11 crafting material of red. Kinda huge. Although I'm not really sure how good it is, but it will be very interesting to try, but it's kinda too late for this rogue. We're not gonna farm much more anymore. Oh. Okay. So I removed every single chance to proc CC thing. Because I heard that this bugs out the stagger. So let's put it to the test, guys. And I wonder if that also bugs out the Signet. Because I'm not really sure if the Signet was working. And maybe the wolves also fuck with it. So maybe I'm gonna try one without the wolves. But that will be a bit tough. I'm not sure what it will do without the wolves. You have to find some other solution for triggering the ping gorgers. I guess I could do some, I don't know, Caltrops or some shit. I mean, Maya Sharpshooter, or even like the Poison Trap, yeah, maybe something like that. We don't really need to dash here, I guess. We'll see. I was just running this with the same setup, right? So we could probably do something like this, but let's see. Yo, cons game. Not saving it for a Death Trap build. Dude, my Death Trap charms are insane, actually. Dude, my Subterfuge charms, look at this. Double GA with physical res. 4. Oh my god, man. Here, 4, 4, 4. Oh my god, man. I need to do a Poison Trap build, dude. Look at that shit. But yeah. There's Marksman, Subterfuge. Dude, he's another one with 4 with Subterfuge. Crazy, man. Try Smoke Grenade. How about no, actually. Okay. Gonna do the same thing again. So I removed every single CC proc here. We still have the holy damage there to trigger the Etnas. Okay. Go again. Does it matter which charm you reroll to target affix? No, I mean, you just... that's blasting. Oh my god, you get a clerics here. It's like really bad. Okay, wait. Another round. What about Poison Trap? Yeah, Poison Trap is really good. There's a nice Poison Trap build. The one that we already used to have before the expansion. It's still a thing. A good melee option for Rogue. That's a nice, depending on how you see it, it's relatively melee. Twisted Blades is okay, Flurry is also okay. Yeah, melee rogues are a bit behind the ranged rogues, but you can play them. Okay, I'm actually running the wrong bow still. But I guess let's just see if anything changes on the boss. Like first I wanna figure this out with this setup and then we'll see. Shielding pack, I don't think so. What's the difference between weapon types? Usually the speed, yeah. So sometimes you want a faster or a slower weapon. I think most often you want a faster weapon, so swords are faster than like axes, for example. Two-handed at least. Daggers are faster than swords and one-handed and so on. But yeah, besides that, weapons have very little texture in this game, unfortunately, so I hope they're gonna fix that at some point. It would be nice if there were like more interesting like choices in especially weapon types, I think. I would like to see something like what the Barb expertise does, but you know, it's just as an implicit on weapons. That would be cool. Okay, elemental resistance pack. The wolves are not actually applying Pangos to everything in the large pack like this, but most of it at least. Actually, with Signal of Pelgrim, you kind of want to like just like pull stuff together and freeze it for a while, and then eventually nuke it, right? Let him go unstoppable, stack up the Signet, go again. Kind of like that actually. I should kind of like pull stuff a little bit more along. It's kind of the way to do it, I guess, because you just ramp it up like crazy. Dude, fucking gold, man. I don't see anything. That's a lot of progress globes, yeah. And now these guys are melting. They have elemental resistance and I'm still melting them. Look at that. So Signet is doing work here. These are knight dudes as well. I have unhindered? I have unhindered. I guess it's from concealment. I kinda need to get that stone back before I kill this pack. Okay. Oh my god. Yo, these guys are melting now, look at this. It's kinda crazy, and you just pull them together and then stack out the signet. That's insane. This item is so good for pushing. It's actually kinda cool because it does give you kind of like a little thing that was missing in this game, I feel, which is like, you know, making a pull and kind of like the damage ramp that he had from Bane of the Stricken, and now it's there. You just need to figure out how to not bug it out. Because it's just fucking buggy as well. At least on the bosses it seems like it's not working correctly sometimes. But it does feel good, actually, how they're melting at the end. It also allows you kind of like break through the wall a little bit of like a next tier and stuff. It seems like you're spawning the boss slightly faster than last run. Last time we had 5 minutes, I think. Like 1.5 minutes faster or so, kinda good. I wonder if like when monsters reset, if like the signet buff drops. But in tower usually they don't reset, and pit it can reset, I guess, if you go too far. But here there's like 2 packs that's trying to freeze them back and forth. And then we blast them down. Snack. Okay, let's see. 620. Okay, we do very little damage at the start. So I think Signet may have been working last run. Looking at this here, I was doing no damage here. So maybe it was fine. And see also how the stagger will go. I wonder if my arrows are disappearing into the wall, actually. Let's move there a little bit. If this guy ever moves. Move! Dude, bosses just do not move, man. It's crazy. So he's just standing there. You can't move them anywhere. That's crazy. Oh. Okay, then I guess we're gonna do it from here. Yeah, okay, we see the damage ramping. I think Signet is working. I was doing very little at the start. Let's see it again. Oh no. Now she moved to the door, man. Thank you very much. I got a pack now. Unlucky. You see how the stagger is working now? Consistently after 20 seconds, boom, next stagger. So this is the charms apparently that bug it out. Okay, ramp is working. Yeah. How to fix the stagger bug. Okay. So you have to not run any charms with lucky hit CC. You see, I removed all of them. I had like one with daze, one with stun, one with slow, and so on. And you have to remove them all. And then the stagger doesn't bug out. Great. But that's how it works. Well, boss in 5 minutes. Now I really wonder how 125 would go with changing my aspect here. Those are memories. Okay, it's not just the aspect, but also I have the gem strength on this thing. Big bow, guys. Bit less dex, bit less crit damage. More life. No cold, but then big gems. Well, big gems, I have grants. But let's do that. Most of the damage is in a stagger anyway, yeah. Yo, Keljilu. Thank you. Lol, not indestructible. Yep. So let's check this out real quick here. Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay, so this was a bit fucked because I had to move the boss around or whatever, right? But let's look at the staggers, right? Okay, so here's a start. 620. When was the boss dead? Oh, I was already done here. So look at this. This is the last minute of the fight. This is 1 minute. 55% to 0. Let's look at the previous one. This is the last minute. I had 1 stagger there, and then there's no stagger again. And this is like from, I don't know, 35, 38 to 0. You see how slow the stagger is? And look at this stagger. And I just removed like 4 separate CC procs from my charms. You can also like see all the staggers, I guess, right? I see all the staggers in the fight. Also, how long is the fight actually? This was like 3 minutes with a bit of kiting. And the previous boss, I mean, they might not have exactly the same HP and stuff, right? And there were like a few ads running around and whatever, but let's see. So this one spawned at 5. Interestingly, I killed him at kind of the same time, actually, 3:20 or something. So I think this was also because this boss was like close to the wall, and I think my arrows despawn in the wall. Like a few of them. Because they turn around and hit the wall or something. I think this was really scuffed, yeah. But let's see the staggers. So here's a stagger. The stagger is over. Okay, this is 10, 20. I'm already in the next stagger. 10, 20. Okay, here's the next stagger because I'm running around. You see this? Look at the stagger. Boom. Okay. Now the stagger's over. 10, 20. I'm already in the next stagger. 10, 20. I'm in the next stagger. 10, 20. I'm the next stagger. You see this? Consistently, it's like less than 20 seconds per stagger. I think the Apocalypse build needs to be updated. I don't think so. But I wanted to do some tour for my planners later. Oh look! Heartseeker pants! Now I get those. Quite a toughness loss, but let's see, we can try. The barrier generation actually is sort of hidden toughness here because I have the bulwark actually. It's not terrible to have the barrier gen. Missing life though. Let's see. Minus 8.3% toughness. That's actually kind of okay. 28. I can do better. 30. Okay. Let's see if it gets anything. $10 res. So it's 4 Heartseeker ranks versus 200 decks, I guess. Is that worth it? Let's see, wait. I guess you can check the tooltip for that. 398. $415. Okay, actually it seems like a 4% improvement. 4 ranks should be around 10%, I guess. And the 210 decks, let's see, we have 243. 271. Yeah, that checks out, I guess. It should be like around 3% more damage or 4% more damage. And with the Transfigure, we probably have similar toughness as well. 235. Uh-oh. Really? How is it so much less toughness? Plus 7% despite the 10 auras. Okay, but they have 15 barrier gen, which means our bulwark goes from, I think it's 45 to like 50 something, so it's a bit more barriers. I guess that kind of is okay. Nice. You have the healing receive there, which is also slightly helpful, but okay. Okay, we have the big bow now, guys. With peanut gems, unfortunately. But that's what it is. Water defensive skills of 5.6 crit chance on Eterius as a spinner while in barb. 5.6% crit sounds really nice. For the defensive, I mean, what do you care about defensive skills? Bullock is 30. Why did I nerf it? It used to be 45. But yeah, it might have been changed. Also, it says 3 seconds on the rune, but it's actually 8 seconds. It says 48 actually. Definitely, it's not 30. You can see how much I got. Any more druid builds in the works? I'm not sure what our Maxwell guys are doing right now with druids. Yeah, I get half my life as barrier pretty much exactly. With the pants. Let's see without. It lasts so long. Okay, 21, 2, 3, 5. Four, 7, 1, 8. So. It's 45%. Yeah. So this is. And then with the barrier gen, it'll be like 15 extra. It's like 52 or something. Where do I get 45 from? That's a good question. I should not be getting any, I think, but somehow I do. I have no idea, actually. Because I have the crit upgrade here. Somehow I have 45. It's not me, I swear. Maybe someone buffed me at the world boss. It's probably from the world boss. Okay, let's try this again. Signet. Ferocious. We do 125 again, but this time with the other bow. Let's see. Heartseeker is better than PenShot for overall? Nope. There's a lot of yellows. 3 yellows here, what the fuck? Very dangerous packs as well, and there's a suppressor in the middle, crackling. Oh my god, man. That's gonna be fun. They just spam me with shit here. Okay, we are melting though. Signet is doing work. Oh, this guy is here. What the hell? Wait, he reset. Okay, fuck this guy, I guess. Now, I wonder if he still has the Signet buff after resetting. That'd be kind of interesting to try, actually. I should just, like, try this once. Like, just, like, freeze him, like, you know, 10 times over, and then reset. And then see if I blast him. I think I'm gonna do it for science. Let's get rid of all these small guys. Okay, let's run away. Oh, actually, let's freeze him a bit more. Just to make it really obvious. No potions. Bit scuffed. Oh. Okay. That should be fine. Let's try to get some potions. Then reset. Let's see. Ah, potions come back automatically now. I forgot about that part. Anyway. These guys are unstoppable. Unlucky. Okay, let's see. Is he not reset? He's not reset. What the fuck? How do I reset him? Maybe try to go to floor 2 and come back. $50 Mythic Tribute, Rota, 4-player party. Wait, how the hell do you have 50 Mythic Tributes? What the fuck? What cursed exploit is that now? Okay, here he is, let's see. Okay, it definitely looks like he is not getting more damage, right? This is not much. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the Signet resets. Maybe it's because I changed levels. You see how much it's ramping? Or just like 2 freezes? Yeah, I need 3 freezes to kill Yellow here right now. Maybe one more. No. So yeah, definitely resets. Although I did change level. It might be because I changed level. I should try this one more time without changing level. It's easier to reset normal monsters than elites, so maybe I should try this on a normal guy. Let's see. This big guy in particular. Actually, just do this entire pack, right? Let's just do this and run away and see what happens. Thunder! Yo, thank you, man. Need an execute. We actually need no execute on this build. We have Signal of Pilgrim, so the later in the fight, the more damage we deal. So the last 5% that we can execute are completely irrelevant, because we just blast through it right away. Okay, we froze them like 5-6 times now or something, so it should be really obvious. One more. Okay, let's run away. Let's see. Any parlor spec I recommend? I hear Blessed Hammers is relatively decent. How the fuck do I reset these guys, man? Okay, this guy, I think it was part of the pack, right? It's those 4 guys, and... So if they're the same pack, let's see. Should be obvious. Yeah, you see how the others are dying? And the reset guy... Oh, this was perfect. You see how the others just melted? And the guy that reset is not melt. Okay, so that was it. Okay. Okay. Now let's do a popper run. Now that we know how it works. You're clearing 115 pits in 1.5 to 2 minutes as physical pala. Holy. What is physical here? I guess they're playing Clash or what? Clash is very strong, but 1.5 to 2 minutes, what the fuck? Ah, this pack is unsolvable, okay. Dude, my life and hit is so slow in this class, man. Warlock is so nice with all the willpower. A little bit of life and hit, and you live for everything. And then you also have like your minions, they also give you life and hit. Clash Pala is the best at the moment, yeah. But I mean, are you actually farming with Clash? It doesn't really seem like a good farming build. But I guess if Pain Gorges, anything is possible, right? So how did I kite away? and aim at them. Like, for pushing, this is really tough if the fucking nil first set, man. In farming, it's kind of okay, but here, when you also have to dodge everything, it's kind of scuffed, man. I have to do everything with WSD. Hey, million peso man figure. He's just standing there getting chilled, frozen, and then he just keeps standing there. And we're gonna absolutely blast this guy in a moment when we're actually attacking him. Because he just keeps building up the signet. That's funny, man. So much fun to see these guys melt after you have built up the freeze a little bit. Look at him. Dead. Oh man, that's really cool, man. I love that. This actually makes the pushing much more fun, I think. The Signet. It's not just like damage sponges. There's actually a bit of a dynamic now. That was kind of missing. Morning, Artemis. Oh boy. All these barrier dudes here. Oh, these are Bloodseekers. Oh boy. Okay. I need to get away from these Bloodseekers, else it's gonna be a disaster. Yeah. Shouldn't have done that, I guess. Fun. Detected, let's go. I guess we stagger him a little bit. Oh man, one of them is shielding. Great. Actually, let's see. How much can we ramp it? Ah. One of them has Hellbinder. That's very bad. Wait, what happened to our Here's Bubble? I saw the bubble, and then it was just gone instantly. Or maybe I just saw it too late. With the double earthquake. Actually a very good example of a fight where I can use the signature advantage. One more second, that's it actually. Maybe. Close. Stone! Stone just disappeared. Okay, you have to pick up the stone at some point. It just vanishes. Unlucky. Assassin Glyph is not working correctly right now, so that's unfortunate. The clever use of game mechanics Mikuna made a video about with the roots in Dimension. I did not see that. But I guess he's talking about reviving monsters with the shrines. Okay, but I think the roots are kind of whatever, to be honest. They don't really seem to do much. And it's not like you get many of them in the first place. How to fix Mephisto not staggering in the third phase. Reset the dungeon. Any of the new classes I recommend trying out? No, I mean all of them have decent builds. Paladin is kind of on the weak side currently, but yeah, Warlock is doing fine. Spirit One has the evade stuff, so that's really good. You can spawn 7, 8 of them and pop them all. Dude, this thing has like a 1-minute cooldown or something. How long is the cooldown? You go to town, the cooldown goes away. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have 30 roots. I don't know how many I've planted on this character, like 10 maybe. And I've been spec'd into this for like at least 50 hours. So this is the roots I have. It's like I can do this like 3 times. Very cool. Yeah, I think this is pretty shit, honestly. And I mean, what do they drop? A Whisper Cache. Wow. If you get a boss. And then you can revive them like 3 times with a shrine, maybe. Yeah, it's like pretty awful, I think. It's tanky, man, what the fuck? What's just the barrier, I guess. Look, and there's the loot. A bunch of prisms. This was a boss, actually. And I dropped 1 cache. I don't know. I guess we got 1 root back somehow. You can try it. Need a dungeon with stuff. Is there an easier way to get a maximum world legendary? Yeah, use the cube. Like do Opal Reserve Dungeon, Gamba, the slot that you want, and then send in the cube. With the upgrade legendary. Okay, we need a shrine dungeon, I guess. Yeah, it's protection. It's an escalation though. I want to see if that's actually good. I don't really trust it, but let's see. Okay, here's Chanting Shrines, Tomb of the Saints. I think Tomb of the Saints might have a slay all objective. I'm not sure. How is Umber Crux bugged? It's not really the Umber Crux, I think. It's just the infinite damage can be spread through the Umber Crux. And the infinite damage comes from PenShot. Okay, I found 0 shrines so far. Cool. Okay, here's one. Does it stay on the map? I'm gonna mark this. Yeah, it actually disappears, so I have to remember where it is. Oh my god. Okay, here's another one. So left side, right side, in the corner. Alright. Wait, there's no second. Wait, they removed the second lever. Okay. You only have to click one. Okay, this is slay all here. Okay, there's a third shrine. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3. Maybe one more. Okay, 3 shrines. Let's try it. I wonder how many of these things you can have on the ground, or if they despawn at some point. I guess they probably have a maximum duration, so we'll see if they despawn. I should probably get my other bow for this, because you're gonna have a bunch of bosses and I have to stagger them, which is gonna be annoying. Yeah, I also have Signet and stuff, so I'm not gonna change that now. Fuck it. But at least you change the bow. We kinda should do it, I think. Because we wanna go fast, right? We wanna do the Eldarin stuff. Okay, let's do this. Oh, here's Edna, actually. I hate these swapping of gems all the time. Okay, okay. Okay. I have not tried with Azurath, and I have no plans to do that. Azurath is like pretty inconsistent right now. Although it might have similar bugs like Signet, where maybe I have to trigger the freeze, not from the like hit charms, but maybe from something else, and then maybe Azurath is more consistent or something. But it's a Pingorger build, you know, we don't really care more about AoE damage. We're doing fine anyway. Okay, let's see. 1. It doesn't say it has a cooldown actually. Let's see if they despawn. 2. We had 30. So I did get back a route. Let's go somewhere else actually for our TP. Because this is kind of long here. So maybe you can sustain them. Like one of them dropped a route again from the cache. Okay, 4. Our pets now bugged. As opposed to the times when they were not bugged, I mean. Okay, 5. Six. get double caches now, which is why it's kind of self-sustaining. Yeah, I guess the gift auto tree helps. Okay, 7. They're still all there. Rip PC. Okay. 8. I should have planted the first one kind of like far away to see when it despawns. Okay, 9. Looks like they're still all there. What are my thoughts on Heartseeker build? Very fun, but I wish they were gonna make a Nilfer set a little bit more comfortable. Okay, we have 10. Crash. You think you're gonna crash? $12. Maybe we're gonna do half of them. Let's do 15 and then see. 15 is already quite a long grind to get them, so... Need to click them all. Yeah, sure, I guess. How do I get my shrouds exactly? Well, you have vengeance. Okay. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kinda tough actually. But I'm stuck. Okay, let's go. So we wait until it runs out, I guess, right? Now we click the next. There's a lot of explosions. Doesn't really seem to spawn that much. Where's the rest? Hello? A bit sus. I think there might be a limit of how much can spawn or something. Now it keeps spawning actually. What the fuck? Bit odd. It just keeps spawning now, while the shrine is going. The butcher. This guy also showed up. Seriously, why do they keep spawning? My shrine is like long gone. Okay. Let's see. Maybe if you do it with less roots, it's okay. Did I even get a cache? I have 0 caches so far. I think the caches are only from the bosses, and I didn't get a single boss from 12 routes. So that's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, we clicked them all actually. Actually 2 are missing. Okay, so I clicked 10. And here's the boss. Now... okay, come on, dude. Okay, so we had 10 without a boss, and then these 2 gave me 1. I sure it's a chance, but it seems rough. You could try another dungeon with like less, maybe. But so far this was extremely awful, and I got no sustain. Maybe the cache gives me a little bit back. Should you use Tyrael on Lunatic? You can. But you shouldn't. But you can. And that's only 4 conviction stacks. Oh, they've actually patched it. They don't disappear anymore. Nice. Yeah, but the conviction stacks are kept out somewhere. What's up with the pants, man? Why is it like 1 million pants on the ground? What the fuck? What is this? What? Everything is pants. Look at this, man. That's hilarious. How did that happen? Why is everything pants? Crazy. Anyway. Dude, there's more pants! What? This cache is also pants. What is going on, man? That's great. It's Fashion Week, guys. That was great. Okay, did we get the roots back? I did not get the roots back, so I used 12, I got 0 back. This seems completely awful so far, I must say. Not just that, but the setup and the loot is not even that impressive. Okay, wait, you got 2 gifts, let's see. Got none. Okay, I'm gonna try another dungeon and plant 5. Let's see. 5 should be easier to handle. And I think there might be a limit on how much a shrine can respawn. So maybe I lost some stuff along the way. And maybe I got unlucky with the bosses. Okay, let's see conviction chests with 170 stacks. Woohoo! Okay. 1 dust, a few jumps. Yeah, I think the conviction chest caps out somewhere. And it's not even that high. I think at 50 maybe or something. He did it with 7 roots and set about 50 to have it sustainable. Well, if you use 7, then you should get 7 back to sustain. I don't really understand. Okay, here's lethal shrines. Let's try this. I don't know what Steadfast Barracks has for objectives. Rip 100 billion gold. Wait, who the fuck buys these for 2 billion a piece, man? I cannot believe that. That is ridiculous. But people also buying husks for 1 billion, I guess. So, there's that. There's a goblin, let's try to not touch him. Okay, here's the first shrine. There's a butcher as well, I guess. We must really need pants, yes. Okay, let's mark this. There's an Exile following me here. Okay, here's another one with a butcher. Oh, beautiful. Everyone is here. There's another one. Okay, we have to somehow TP out as well. I guess we can start from the top and go down. So it's here, here, and I think there was one on the way as well. Okay, it seems like this is it. Okay. Yeah, I have to like clean this up a little bit here. What is the cooldown? Is there like a cooldown? You can use another crafted root until you've recovered. There you go. Well, Jen, you should try leveling your wall plants, and then you might enjoy the game more. Red Goblin? I don't think I activated the Goblin. He should still be there. But he's like at the last shrine. Actually, I can kill him before the second shrine, I guess. He should be fine. You just need to like clear this here. And go fast. It said it escaped. Ah, shit. Okay, we should definitely put the roots a little bit to the side. If you stack them, it's like hard to like walk anywhere. Okay, let's start as a 5. Got a boss. Hits, don't try this in hardcore. Got 2 bosses actually. There was a butcher here somewhere, right? Where's a butcher? Oh, the butcher ran away, I guess, right? Because I left the dungeon. Shit. Okay, not everything is spawning at once. I think you have to either wait, or you have to kill the previous guys. How does it work? Ah, here's a goblin. Never mind. Okay, let's wait a little bit. Do they just spawn one after the other? Nah, I think I have to kill them. They're not spawning. Okay then. There was one more shrine. Where is it? Was it here at the start? Was there only 2? Oh, I did 3 actually, right? That's the third one. Yeah, okay, this was the third one actually. You have like the big piles here and here and here. Okay. Where's the bosses? The bosses didn't come back. Ah, no, there's one. But they had two, but there's only one here. I'm not sure where the other one guy went. I think I think there's a limit to how much the shrine can spawn. If you have too much in your shrine, it will just not spawn them anymore, I think. So we got kind of lucky, we got 2 bosses from 5 routes, which seems very good. Let's see. Wait, it still keeps spawning. What? The shrine is like long gone. Look, this guy is back now as well. What? And the butcher. What is happening? Like my shrine has been over for like a minute. This was the Helltide butcher, not the real butcher. Okay. So okay, interesting. X-Files and butcher both vanished. I didn't realize that X-Files can also just vanish. Butcher, yeah, I know. He just like fucks off sometimes. How is Heartseeker? Very good. Maybe clear dungeon first? No. Because then you have less stuff in your shrine, right? You want to have more stuff in your shrine. You want to like just find the shrines and then like carry everything around. Tomorrow new class? Likely. Okay, there's a few guys just chilling. Okay, also some like that's a mythic. Oh my god. The crux actually, okay. Nice. How many cruxes do I have? I have 8 cruxes, man, what the fuck? Greater collection of gauntlets. Dude, now he has the same thing with gloves. Dude, what is going on? Any good words about Sparebon? I have no good words about Sparebon. Okay, so we got 8 caches here, and they're all gauntlets caches. Wow. So let's see, this was pretty good, I guess. We spawned 2 bosses, and besides in one shrine, all of them came back. So I did 7 bosses, I think. Actually, apparently I did 8 because I got 8 caches, right? I think every time. Okay, so I got 2 bosses and I respawned them 3 times. So let's see it. You got an Ur rune. Nice. Now I just need a Mom rune. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, so I get 2 each. You don't always get 2 back from a cache. Let's say 15. Another crux. Nice. We got 0 roots. I opened 24 caches, I got 0 roots. Yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, this doesn't really strike me as a good strat. It's annoying to do, and I got lucky, and I got absolutely nothing back. I got 2 cruxes, I guess, but I mean, great. I'm not sure about that sustain part. I went from 30 roots to 15, and I got like 1 back on the way, or 2, I think. I think I got 2 back, because I started at 30, and I used 12 and 5. So maybe the 12 was overkill, but at least I got 2 back. I used 5, and I got lucky, and I got none back. So, I don't know. We can do one more run. Think Mega Rogue has a chance in Season 13? No. Everyone collectively decided, including the devs, Mega can burn in hell. Okay, here's another Artillery Shrine. Dungeon, Mercy's Reach. Let's see it. Okay, one more. For science. How to rank the classes from strongest to weakest, assuming min-max builds. Barb, Zork, and the rest is irrelevant. Actually, Spiritborn is technically the third, I guess. But they have only 1 build, so I wouldn't really call Spiritborn a strong class, they just have 1 really good build. I guess Rogue is probably the third overall class, because Rogue has like really good, like 10 really good builds. But none that beat the Spiritborn. But Spiritborn has 1 build. Zork has plenty of builds, Barb has even more builds. And they're all insane. And all the other classes have like not much going on, I guess. Oh, I didn't check. Was there a shrine here? So I got 1 there. Ah, here. Okay, so I got 2. Here's another one. I wonder if I can try to steal this. It's gonna be tough though, there's a fire enchanted. 2 fire enchanted. I kinda don't wanna kill these guys, so let's see. Could be kinda nice to have in the... Oh man. They're like walking around randomly over the thing. Oh, so close. Shady dungeon for this. Let's cut him out a little bit. Interesting how they're still spawning crackling souls even when I don't attack them. Or maybe it's right here. No, I thought this is mostly just a reactive thing. Okay, so a lot of shines. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if there's one more in the last part. I haven't seen any dungeon with more than 3 shines. Seems like it's always 3. Okay. So you kind of want to click the shrine, run up there, kill this, and then go to this shrine, click it, kill all this. It's gonna be crazy, actually. Okay, let's plant this. I have to clean this a little bit here. I feel like Shadow View is wasted, love the AoE clear, but past that it's useless and that's shit. I mean, that's the whole point, right? You have AoE damage from Shadow View. This is what it's used for. And I mean, some builds kind of want some more AoE, right? TB, Rapid Fire. It's just that's kind of hard to scale Shadow View to the point where it actually blasts shit. So if they fix that, it's gonna be fine. Would it work with all the shrines in a Horanic Strong Room? I think yes, but monsters drop no loot there. So this will all be wasted. What is this method? Something that I believe to be not very great. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is this? Oh. This was Mariana. Okay, I want to go to this room here, right? Come back. Okay, we click everything, click the shrine, run up to the room, come back, kill these guys, and go to the next shrine. Click the shrine, go to this room, kill everything here, and then we go down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, got the boss. 2 bosses, actually. Now we wait. Let's kill these guys. And let's send it. Last one. Butcha! We got 4 husks. Wait a minute, it's getting crazy actually. Dude, I need like a button to turn off all loot. Or like stop loot filter to just hide everything or something. Ah, got a mythic. More butchers, more husks. This was a pretty juicy one, to be fair. You got double or triple boss. So I got kinda lucky there again, I guess. Dude, the barrier, man. What the fuck is that thing? Okay. Well, let's see it. The thing is, it takes very long to do one of these. I've been recording for 40 minutes and doing 3 dungeons. Like in 40 minutes, I can do like 3 times or 4 times Nightmare Dungeon escalation all the way. Which is extremely juicy. And okay, I could have done this a bit faster, I was testing a little bit. But let's say 30 minutes. It's like 10 minutes per dungeon. It's quite a long setup and stuff. Not even counting getting the roots or buying the roots. I need to filter 90% of what I'm looting. I cannot filter any of this. I already filter everything that I do not want to see. And all of this is stuff that I either cannot filter because it's not even an option, or you never should filter. But this is what it looks like without a filter. Hello, lady. When set items, when did I add those? Just about 3 weeks ago, Naughty Welcome to Lord of Hatred. That's a lot of caches. And I guess caches are pretty good for mythic tributes, so there's that. Which I've gotten 0 of so far. So, oof. Okay, down to 10 roots. Let's see how much we get back. Wait, do the roots drop from the head-rotten guys or from the caches? Whisper caches, sun is gonna... Okay, it's from the caches. Oh, so close. I could slam it. It might be good enough. There's a bit of life and hit as well, which is not terrible. Got a mythic, man. Wow. Helms. Dude, everything is helms. They all drop the same stuff, man. Oh my god, dude. Another Crux. Or is it a mythic tribute? Might have been a tribute, actually. Yeah, we got 1. Wow. Okay, there's another Crux. Maybe 2? I got 2 Cruxes. So for Cruxes, it's definitely a good farm, I think. You don't really get them that fast otherwise. Seems like I can do multiple Mephistos per hour like this. Okay, let's see our roots. We got 3 roots. Okay, so I went from 30 down to 13. Spending 22. So I got 5 roots back, spending 22. And okay, maybe the first one, if you say we do 5 every time, maybe it's just like kind of the cap or something. You do 5 at a time. Because I think there's like only so many monsters that can spawn on the shrine. Then you could get like maybe half of them back or so. Yeah, I think the only good thing this is really good for is the Crux. But the problem is the Crux is not good for anything. So it's kind of the problem. Like the Mephisto mythic seals are a fucking lie. So I don't know, dude. You get a lot of XP, really? Let me see the XP. Dude, I opened like 50 caches, I got 1 tribute. I wonder if the gift of the tree has like a lower chance to give you tributes. Let's see the mythic charms. Yeah, I should probably make a video about mythic charms and explain how bait they are. That'll be good, actually. Okay, let's see my XP. Someone said I got a lot of XP here. So I'm in 267. 44 minutes ago. Okay, let's do the thing, right? So look at our XP bar. So here I'm chilling. Okay, that's where I start. We are 268 and right now I'm 269. So I got 1 level up. That is actually decent XP, to be fair. In 40 minutes, I got like 700 M with a bit of downtime and stuff. You can actually... Ah, from the caches you get XP, actually. Look, when I open the caches. Interesting. That's a surprising amount of XP, to be fair. I think he has 50% more. What do we remove, though? I guess I can remove Vashan. I don't really care about Vashan. Mm-hmm. How much space do I still have on a stash? Absolutely fucking nothing. Okay. TLDR, is it good? I don't know. I mean, the XP is, I guess, slightly better than like Helltide farm. But the thing is that this roots farm is extremely limited, right? Like, I collected 30 roots in, I don't know, a lot of hours. Alright? Just playing the game. So the problem is you can do this, and it's probably okay to do it if you can deal with the whole setup and the boredom of it. But the thing is, you just don't get roots back enough to sustain it. You get like a few back, but you definitely run out. And those 30 roots, I get like less than 1 root an hour, for sure. I get like 1 root every 2 hours or something, just playing the game. If you like maybe focus on Whisper objectives a little bit more, like do like the PvP thing here, do the Helltide more often, maybe do like the occasional random dungeon that you have with Whisper, maybe you can get like a root an hour on average or something. Why are Mythic Charms bait? Because they, first of all, barely exist. And then, you know, there's like 10 Mythics or something, and only 2.5 that any build would potentially care about. And even then, they might not necessarily beat like just a typical unique charm. Who has a Mythic Charm, guys? You do. Which one do you have, guys? I think you're talking about seals, you're not talking about charms, yeah, do you? Yeah, you're talking about seals, yeah. We are just rage baiting, no one has one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mythic Charms are real, but also not. Okay, let's do another dungeon. We have 30 more of this. Let's see. First Spender, dungeon, material. I have to do some shrine stuff. Blaster shrines. Let's just do the Forbidden City thing here. Has a slay all objective, but it's in part 2, so it should be fine. Blizzard's solution will be nerfing sets instead of buffing charms. That is actually the correct solution. Oh, okay, there's 2 right next to each other here. Okay, so 3 shines pretty close, yeah. Let's see if there's more. For some reason, it's always 3, but I want to see if there's another one. Maybe there could be a random shrine still. Okay, it's always 3 shrines. I never had a dungeon with more than 3. I was talking about changing the tier list. Yeah, we are updating all the tier lists on max, so including push, speed, overall leveling, and so on. 4 shrines is rare, but exists. So I guess you can still get a random shrine then, right? So they're all right here, actually. Okay, let's do it. You don't have any extra elites this time. Like, just the roots. So it is what it is, I guess. T-Res, Charm, how useful is that? Yeah, exactly. Like, even a Perdition is not necessarily useful. Because usually you run a Perdition if you are desperate for a helm that gives you damage. Or you are a crit build. Right? But Perdition as a charm competes with other unique charms. Perdition usually doesn't compete with anything. Besides maybe Godslayer Crown, you know? Godslayer is kind of like the only thing there. Godslayer is at 40. So you wouldn't really like equip a Godslayer and then put a Perdition charm if you're a crit build. If you're a non-crit build, maybe, because you can have defensive stats on your Godslayer instead of relatively useless stats otherwise, especially if you're not a core skill build. Grandfather as a charm will be 75%, not 150. And Grandfather is already kind of struggling to be good. So yeah, and then there's Stardust. So, but Stardust also is largely used for its really good stat line, right? But a normal ring can kind of compete with Stardust, I guess. There's Wound, Crit, Dot. There's a bunch of good stuff you can put there. Anyway, send it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, pick it. Like this. Let's go. Dude, this is like giga rippy, man. That's crazy. Oh, we have Blast Wave. They're gonna die from the fucking Blast Wave, man. Oh god. I know it's over. Okay, it's fine. Dude, why is it like 20 executioners, man? There's a goblin in there. Dude, why are these Husk guys so tanky, man? That's crazy. They're tankier than Butcher, actually. Okay, we're relatively consistently getting like 1 or 2 Husk bosses now. So I think I just got extremely unlucky in my first dungeon, where I planted 12 and then got 1 boss. It seems like it's relatively consistent, 1, maybe sometimes 2 bosses when you plant 5 roots. And those are what give you the juice here. Like all the other stuff is nice, but kind of worthless in the end. Not to mention the amount of conviction stacks. Yeah, conviction stacks don't really help you. Conviction stacks cap out really early at like maybe 50 or so, I feel. So that is kind of irrelevant. Okay, like half the loot just vanished. It seems nice. I guess I should check the lost and found. Okay, just some random stuff here, I guess. Crit. Period 2 juicing experience in D4 now. I mean, doing this for like an hour every 50 hours, I think it's okay. But not more than that, for sure. It's like the big payoff, basically, at the end or something, right? Okay, so it seems like caches stay on the ground anyway. I have 16 caches. So it's again, it was 2 bosses and 3 respawns, so it's exactly 16. Right, 2... Actually, it's more. Wait a second. So it should be 8, right? With 4 respawns, but I got 16. So wait a minute. I killed them. I killed 2 bosses. I clicked the shrine, or I clicked the shrine, killed 2 bosses. So I have 2. The first shrine respawns 2. I got 4. How do I get 16? What? How is that possible? I click the next shrine, there's 2 bosses again. I killed them, I have 6. I click the next shrine, I have 8, and that's it. How do I get 16? I'm not sure how I got 16. Can make a roster of 70 mules now. I have like 10 level 70s, so fine. I guess level 70 mules allows you to equip some items as well, right? Not just have them in the inventory. That's kind of an advantage. Maybe they... Okay, it might be that they respawn, actually, you're right. This is how I get more. Because they do definitely count as bosses for Beast. Beast is kind of popping up here and dropping a bunch of items. Interestingly, this farm is extremely bad for seals. I'm getting like no... sorry, charms. Getting no charms at all. So here's another one of shrines, you can try this. I wonder what happens if I get escalation with Forgotten Wisdom and this. But let's see. Okay, I also have 3 billion gold to us, 2958, 99 million. Got another crux. And we got 360 million XP from 16 caches. 22.5 each. Let's see if these are the same. We're missing 216 for level up. Oh my god, this is just another mythic, another crux. Seems like the gift caches give you less XP, actually. I got 340 from more caches, right? It's like double. But yeah. This one gave me almost a level up, actually. Kinda nice. Definitely good XP. For XP, this is really good. And we got... Oh! We went +2. Look at that. What's the wall plan setup is? Beast, respawn bosses, shrine elites, conviction, and craft the roots and XP globes from the caches. Okay, here is no wisdom, unfortunately, but okay. Next. Let's see this. Why I'm not doing this on hardcore? Because this rogue is not on hardcore, and this is the character I was playing today. So here we are. Okay, here's the first shrine. I'm not gonna hop on my warlock now just to try this strat, you know. But I can do it on my warlock as well, I suppose. So get some XPs, get some stuff. Didn't really check like the other loot here. I think regularly farming evidence is definitely a bit better for like everything else besides XP. And cruxes maybe. It seems especially good for cruxes, and I guess mythic tributes. But I mean, mythic tributes don't really matter. If you're at a point where you have that many roots, you don't care about mythic tributes anymore. So... Corrupted roots are definitely more rare than mythics. Okay, here's another one. Pretty far, actually. Have to carry this all the way back here. Sell Crux, buy roots. Wait, there's only 2 shrines. Oh no, here's one, okay. So they're almost there somewhere. Okay, let's see. Bork. What is the most AFK speed farm build? Whirlwind Barb. Where you can see the guide to get the portal skin. You can see it on YouTube very soon. Actually, maybe it's ready. Yeah, I published it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. UGF gives 654% damage. Crazy. It's a pretty OP girlfriend. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Ugh. See no boss here. Oh my god. Okay. Two million explosions, man. I think we didn't get a boss though. F. It's ogre, guys. No boss. Okay. Just a bunch of elites. Spam that potion. It's kind of weird how it has this delay. Like the shrine is already over and we're just waiting here. Hello? Anyone? In chat? What's going on? What? Where's everyone? Did it lose them on the way? Oh, there's nothing here. Where are they? Yeah, okay, so this was like nothing. This entire run was like awful. Get a butcher at least, I guess. Yeah, so this was terrible. We're gonna get 0 roots back. So I used 5. I got 0 back. Didn't get any cash. Login income. Income. Of course. Okay. So this will be fast. Boom, done. I need a occultist. Is there an occultist here? No, unfortunate. Let's see if we got another shrine dungeon here. Oh, didn't do this. Okay, there is Blasphemy shrines. Okay. I have not tried Barb yet this season, but we will. I want to make some charge Barb actually. I'm kind of excited for that. And then we'll see what else. Okay, one shrine is right here. I think about Freeze Penrogue. I think Poison is just more fun because it actually kills bosses very nicely and all the cold stuff doesn't really do that too well. But with enough power it can take down T12 bosses in seconds anyway, even on cold builds. Even this Heartseeker build can do that, and Pen is better than this, so... Okay, we've got one here on the right, one at the start. Hey, this is CS Reach, holy! Log in. We have no space for shrimps. Unlucky. Charge Pop is too clunky? What's clunky about it? I saw Snail doing like, I don't know, 5 minutes, 140 with Charge Pop or some shit. Kinda crazy. Wait, is there only 2 shrines? Maybe there's one on the left still. Okay, here's one. This is too much clicking. I mean, you basically just hold down charge and there you go, right? I feel like there's not really a lot of action. We'll see. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. Okay, we have like very little space in this dungeon. Like, it looks like big and open, but it's like all these like little paths. You actually have like no space here. So let's put the roots maybe somewhere here. Okay. Does Snail stream? No, he doesn't. But he's making very good bomb guides. Fire Wind is clunky because of terrain issues. What's the problem with the terrain there? It shoots out like some wave or something, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Mm-hmm. 4.
You didn't expect this.
I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Let me bring a fork.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You don't want a fork? Okay.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shrine here, shrine there, and I think the other one's on the right, okay. This is insane. It's so rippy, man. And this is a pretty tanky build. And where's the bosses? Just spawn too late, it's gonna be tough to kill them. Okay. I respawned as well. Yeah, so here, this guy spawned like 2 seconds before my shrine ended. So unlucky. So this one says root bound, and this was on the butcher, so it's like an aura somehow from these root monsters that also applies to the butcher, I just realized. Interesting. This is why he's so tanky, yeah? Alright, let's see it. I wonder what happens if I just leave like some of the non-ancestors on the ground. They also vanish. We saw some stuff vanish earlier. How much toughness for tower 120 on hardcore? I mean, if you're good, I guess like somewhere in like 6 to 8 million range. If you're bad, maybe like 10 plus. Where's the start of the roots? Shrine dungeons, respawn everything. That's mostly it. Okay, that's it. We got very few caches. I got 4 caches. Wait, what? Okay, that's another one. Wait, did I miss one? 5 caches? Where's the caches? Maybe it was only one boss this time. You have a mouse with a triple click button. I don't know what you mean. So 250 M, we opened 10. Yeah, the gifts of the tree caches are definitely way worse than the normal caches. This was 100 MXP from like 10 of these. The normal caches give a lot more XP globs, it seems. Okay, how many roots? Got 2 roots back. So it looks like we're gonna do 2 more dungeons. Let's do 1 more, then we're gonna be down to 2. If that drops 2 or 3, I'm gonna do 1 more after that. That's gonna be the last run, I guess. If you hit a Wild Splendor, this would be very good, I think, because you're gonna have fucked enough gold. A Wild Splendor with the gold fine seal would be kind of ridiculous, I think. You'd probably get like a billion, like dozens of billions in 1 run, actually. So that would be kind of crazy. How did I get 4 gems? Ah shit, this is the last one actually. I thought there was 1 more. Let's do Astaroth, I guess. The gold reserve is better. When you spawn 200 elites in 1 run, are you sure? I think you can get 10 billion gold in 1 run with the strat, if you use the practice technique seal. Yeah, Obert Dungeons are also kind of nice, but usually the most preferred one is Material Reserve. I made a video about 9 dungeon farming yesterday, you can check it out. Okay, we got no Crux, we got no Tribute. Got like an okay XP. It was still like 300 M or something for this dungeon. Okay, Crusaders Cathedral. So I guess you're doing like level 1 and level 2. If the level 2 has shrines. That's wild how fast that is, game changer. Yeah, it's not a game changer. Like these roots, again, I stacked up 30 roots over, I don't know when I spec'd into this, but let's say 50 hours. You know, these roots are extremely slow to farm. Even with the event. You see how many caches I'm opening? Like, I open like 20 caches and I get like 1 or 2 roots. Okay, got 1, 2 shrines. So far I have not gotten a single dungeon with 4 shrines. Hey Monkus. It's not bad if you focus farming Whispers, but most people don't play like that. Yeah, but if you focus farming Whispers, then you're already losing so much elsewhere, right? Like Whispers are not that great, you know, they're kind of just nice to get on the side. Or here and there do like the really fast ones, like, you know, the PvP Whispers, but that's every 3 days, you know. Sure, if you have 10 characters lined up, you know, you log in, do 10 rounds of PvP Whisper, World Boss, I don't know, like all the really juicy, fast stuff. But I mean, yeah. I mean, you can use those caches and boost like 10 characters, right? And then do those Whisper rounds if you want. And then it's gonna, like, you know, move over your gear every time. But I mean, it's also annoying. And takes time. Working as intended, Toffee. Non-GA is 2 plus 25% equals 2.5, rounds up to 3. GA is 2.5 plus 0.5 is exactly 3. Playing hardcore minion necker right now, this is so shit. I heard minions are absolutely melting everything. And you're tanky now with Resolve. Like Sarek told me yesterday in the maximum meeting that he's melting like Mephisto in 5 seconds or some shit with minions. And we don't talk about Eldarin here. Does anyone know how long is the Gift of the Tree event? Was there a post how long it lasts? Or when you log in, I think it tells you, right? How long is the Gift of the Tree event? I think this farm will disappear when the Gift of the Tree event is over. It's not gonna be worth it at all. 20th, so I have 3 days. Okay. Yeah, in 3 days I'll be back on hardcore. I can use it on hardcore as well, I guess. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, send it. Oh, it's a protection shrine? Holy, let's go. It's not a protection shrine, actually. Wait, there's another boss? Shit. Get him. Oh, this is far. Okay. How did I lose knife there? I had protection shrine, I lost life somehow, I'm not sure how. Kinda sus. I need to rewatch this. At some point I was not full HP, I don't know why. Yeah, Protection Shrine is very chill for this, I must say. That's really good. So on hardcore, you probably want to go only for the Protection Shrines, because holy fuck man, look at this shit. This is a juicy one, yeah. We got a very juicy run. Actually, there's still gonna be one round now without Protection Shrine, because it's out. The Butchers as well. Might be worth just doing this on T11, honestly, on hardcore, because it's fucking move, man. These guys are insane. This is a good build, you know, I'm playing a good build, this is super juiced. And you also need the speed to get to the shrines. You don't just need like a strong build, you also need to like fly through the dungeon. I'm doing great, Bonnie. You? So, collection of leg guards again. Oh my god, it's pants time, guys. Round 2. There's actually not much here. Let's just drop these, it's fine. Super one-shot me on Heartseeker. Oh my god, they still didn't fix it. The only fix they can do there is make it not say Subo, but the thing that really killed you. It wasn't Subo. Little spoiler. He stood in an explosion or something. Okay, let's see. We have 386. We need 360. Classic Subo taking credit when he shouldn't. Level up. Dude, my self-core is almost like a hardcore at Paragon now. It's kind of crazy. I think my hardcore is 276. No, need any more of those pants? Okay, got roots. Oh my god. That's a lot of fucking gifts, man. Here's another crux. Under cities, a spot for traces? Yeah, for sure. Here's a third tribute. I'm at 4th or 5th crux. Got a Paragon. Okay, pretty good. Oh shit. We went up quite a lot actually. So I went from 7 to 13 actually. Using 5. I got 11 back. That's insane. That was an insane run. Definitely a pretty wild swing that you can get here. Yeah, it's not infinite. We're definitely going down on average. This was just a very lucky one. I do 5 at a time. 5 seems alright. Protection shrines. I got a loot filter in the guides. Get the XP buff. The XP buff is only for kills, I think. Shouldn't work for the globes. Now all XP buffs are just for kills. Okay, so one is right at the start, one is here, 2 are here, okay. So I'm gonna check anyway, but so far I'm at 0 dungeons with 4 shrines. Wait, where the fuck is it? You know how the dungeon loot upgrade works? No, but I think it's terrible. Okay, we got nothing here. Very far, but we're gonna carry the start to those other 2 because it's gonna be easier at the start. Besides, like, the later shrines will spawn more, so it's easier to carry the long path first, basically. Let's do that. The song reminds me of WoW TBC. My brother made a video from our first Magtharion kill with that song. Yeah, dude, like WoW Vanilla and WoW TBC videos. Then it's stuff like Cell Dota. There's also like a lot of like some rock and metal, like really good songs that people put into those videos. There's some classics. Or Grim Total Annihilation, man, with Rammstein. Oh man, that was some good shit. Or Neil Yu. I watched Neil Yu's videos. They were good. He was a big Muse enjoyer. That's how I found Muse, actually. One of my favorite bands. Pick it. There's a goblin in here. What is a goblin doing here? Okay, no boss. F. This ogre, guys. Is it a good strategy? Well, it is good when you have the roots. It's not good when you don't have them, because going out of your way to farm them makes it probably not really worth it. It's very good for XP though, and for mythic tributes and for cruxes, but only when you have the gift of the tree event. So this is like 3 more days and then it's over. So you should use your roots basically, and that's it. Drake Dog videos, they were good too. Arathi Basin. Holy. Okay, this was a fucking nothing run here. So -5 roots. Unlucky. Play some Blue Starly. Let's go. I think we have a Frozen remix from Cell Dota with Blue Starly. Should maybe even play soon. It might be close. Did Frozen play already? Not sure if it is in the playlist. I should put more Deadmau5 in my playlist actually. There's a Deadmau5 song. The filters are in the guides, or in the planners. There's a button. Seriously, what are these goblins doing here? And why am I still spawning stuff? Wait, my shrines are long gone. Where are these monsters coming from? What the fuck? There's another goblin spawning. What is happening? I think this is kind of buggy, man. I don't know, like my shrine was like off for like a minute, and now these guys are appearing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. How is it going? It is going pretty well, actually. Yeah, I don't know. So we are down to 8 roots again, so it's probably like 2 more runs. Unless we get lucky. And you get some, 5 roots again or something. $214 conviction stakes. Oh my god. I am not farming runes. Okay, I need to go somewhere else, man. This is fucked. Let's go to Kawashard. No one is in Kawashard, right? My favorite rogue build is Barrage. The poison, yeah. I made a video about it. Okay. Protection Shrines. Artillery Shrines. Wisdom. Okay, I'm gonna go into the Wisdom. Because we're getting one guide. Let's see. Yo, Remy's Revenge. Thanks, what's up? Okay, here's Artillery. That's the next one. Wait, what? Where the fuck is the exit? Oh, it continues down there, what the fuck? I thought this was a dead end. Okay, true, right here at the start. Okay, here's the well, let's pick it. And here's the artillery. Oh, this is very far, man, oh my god. I mean, if you don't make it to the shrine, you can, kind of spawn him there, not kill him. And then click the shrine, go backwards. If the other two shrines are close to each other, you'll be able to close the gap. So I guess that's kind of what you want to do. This is super far. Okay, we added Frozen after this. Many YouTubers now, little sign of city. Hey, Symphony. Favorite rogue build, Poison Barrage. Check out this lineup. Oh boy. I don't know all of these, but seems nice. August 5 to 7, 2011. Grand Park, Chicago. 20th anniversary. Holy. Maybe when. Yeah, we kind of got sidetracked a little bit here, but soon. We're almost done with this. God. Run! Okay, only got one boss there. If he doesn't respawn a bunch, then oof. And he's not in fact respawn. Actually, here's one guy again. Maybe I did get two. You've seen some screenshots of Mimic charms. I heard of 2 confirmed drops in the world. So, if you have any dreams and hopes, I say forget it. New wall plan short, please. Nope. The old one is still pretty close, but you can also just watch the full video. Wait, where's all the stuff? Ah, no, there was no shrine here. Wait, no, there was a shrine. Wait, where's all the stuff? What? Yeah, I'm ignoring all the questions on purpose. Doesn't have anything to do with like 200,000 elites spawning at the same time, trying to murder me. It's surely because I really want to ignore you guys. Why? Because I hate people. Mephisto won, guys. It's Ogre. Okay, seriously, what the fuck is up here? Definitely seems like some stuff despawned. This is sus. Because I had a boss. Where's my caches? Now it is gone. I got scammed here. Didn't happen in the other dungeons though. Let's see. Didn't really check how many souls I had, but it's definitely good for souls. Dude, the helms. Okay, got a bunch of roots there. Sustain. Okay, 7 roots. I think we started with 8, right? I got 4 back somehow. I was kind of lucky. That was a pretty lucky run, actually. We're still kind of holding on. How did you get staggered now? Oh my god. I didn't really check the XP now. I can check on the VOD though. So once we're done here, once we have the night vision buff this time for XP. Dude, I've been doing this for like 3 hours now. Kinda crazy. Hardcore again tomorrow, guys. The rogue is almost done. Okay, any shrines in chat? Wars off. Last wave shrines again. $50M times 33 is 1.7 Q. It's actually 1.7 B, which is not too much gold, I guess. You can farm billions per hour, and you want to craft like 30 mythics. I think that's fine to spend like almost 2 billion for. Hi, Shameful. Okay, got one shrine here. God, this is a long run, holy. Like fucking the Hunter dungeons, man. Wait, is it a Hunter dungeon? I think so, right? Yeah. Log out, dude. Okay, the other one is here. What's the best way to farm multi-jag, yeah? Obol dungeons, I guess. Oh boy, man. That's gonna be a rough run. Here's the last shrine. Okay. Maybe it's gonna go backwards actually and not even finish the run because screw it. Actually, I can just go and kill him, right? Fuck it. We don't have conviction stacks, but let's just do it. I'm gonna go backwards, I'm not gonna run all the way again. I wonder what happens with this Kaza Shaman. Can they respawn? We have a shrine. Look, actually they gave me conviction stacks and I was able to open a chest. That's funny. They count as elites as well. Okay. Hi, Rouse. Hi, HSM. HJSM. I'm gonna guide for this build. Yeah, I was trying to. That's actually like my first order of business for the day, but now it's 5 PM and I'm still stuck in fucking nightmare dungeons. Not sure what happened. I was doing Signal of Pelgain and push testing. Yo, Burbinator, thanks for sub, by the way. Okay, one more. It doesn't sustain 3 days later. Yeah, we're barely hanging on, basically. I'm like down to like 1 run left, and then I get a few back, and I'm down to 1 run left, and I get a few back. But I mean, I went from 30 down to 2 now, okay? So it is slowly disappearing. 1, 2... Ugh. Can't pick this one. Oh, did I click it? I think I did. Okay, no boss, F. Yeah, it's Ogre, guys. That's it. That's the last one. Didn't spawn a single one. Okay, fuck it. I'm YOLOing. Gonna... Wait, I can't! Cooldown! Okay. Unlucky. It certainly doesn't sustain, so... You lose... I think you lose like half on average or something, I would say. So I planned 5, I get 2.5 back. I'm not sure how many runs I've done now. But each run is like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes or so per run. It's quite long, to be honest, to do this. And, oh shit. You have to actually take the shrine and run up there. You're not even fast enough, man. Let's go. And this was without bosses, man. This was such a shitty dungeon. That's crazy. I think we definitely want to try to stay away from the hunter dungeons for this. And the hunter dungeons are really bad for this. Because it's so far apart. The hunter dungeons are really large. How many butchers?
Dude, what the fuck? Where are these guys coming from? Let me TP. Okay. It is done. Guys, we have 2 roots left. It's over. Alright. Time for some findings. Okay. 3. What else? Roots, of course. I think escalation and the branching pathways is pretty optional. Ah, the amalgam is kind of whatever. Okay. The conviction is also kind of whatever. So this was 1.5 hours. I was 269. Nice. $10 minutes later, I was 270. It's actually kind of wild. I think the total XP is 50 billion. So I got like 700 something M in like 11 minutes. 3 billion and 4 billion an hour. But it was a pretty lucky run here, I guess. Let's see the next. I got nothing here. You got half a level. Okay, here we got another 1 level. I see how all these crazy jumps. It's like an entire level, 700 M. But this is 30 minutes after that. 35 minutes after that. So in 1 hour, I got almost 2 levels. Like 1.2 billion maybe. Okay, here I got 3 levels at this point. Wait, I think I missed 1 level. We started 269, 270, and 271.5. That's actually Giga here, okay. And then 272. So in those 80 minutes, I got 3.25 levels. Times, how much do we need? 750, 770 maybe. 2.5 billion in 80 minutes. So it's like 2 billion an hour. Almost. Yeah, I didn't really count the souls, but it was definitely a lot of souls. Cruxes, tributes. Okay, I think there we go. Nah, the video is definitely not a scam. It's a good strat. My first runs were kind of bad. I got pretty unlucky in the first runs, and I figured it was not a good strat, but it actually turns out it is a good strat. The problem is just, it's extremely limited, right? Like these roots, you don't really get them, and you don't really sustain them. So I did this for like, I don't know, 2 hours, and lost all my roots basically, that I gathered over like 50 hours, or something like that. So the TP, yeah. Will I make a ball lightning guide? Unlikely. The 4 shrine thing is a myth. Yeah, I did like, I don't know what, 10 dungeons, and there was never a 4 shrine. So I don't know. You think there are some undiscovered Warlock builds? Relatively unlikely. I think the class has been relatively figured out right now. Outside of some meme builds maybe, but I mean, Warlock is relatively weak compared to other classes, and I wouldn't really suggest to go for meme builds right now. So it's already, you know, a struggle enough to play a good Warlock build. What about Puncture? No. Did it focus the Butcher HP? Yes. A lot of the uniques are useless. I see I have a lot of recast in action and core skill ramp. Nah, I think the Warlock uniques are generally fine. It's just, you're saying there's undiscovered Warlock builds. But I don't know what that would be. We have like, you know, all of the main builds on Maxwell at this point. There is some stuff like Terrastorm that we didn't put out a guide for that is technically a build. I made a video lately. You can check it if you want. There is maybe stuff you can do with like Queen of Abaddon and, you know, some stuff that we don't really cover. But, you know, all of it is going to be kind of like slow, clunky, or not as strong as some of the meta builds. And even the meta Warlock builds, like Lunatic is like good enough, yeah, compared to the rest of the game, let's say. And Apocalypse as well, I would say. But everything else on the Warlock is not really holding up. Like, you know, compared to Rogue. Like, Rogue is like middle of the pack class. Maybe towards the higher end. Rogue is just good. But Rogue is already feeling so much better across the board, I feel, compared to Warlock. You know, it's just fast, fluid, every build works. You know, everything, like, you're tanky. And Warlock has, like, almost none of that on most of the builds. You know, like, on Warlock, it's definitely much more of a struggle, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah, Rogue is just great right now. Has so many builds, they're all good. And Warlock, yeah, Warlock has good builds, and you can definitely do T12 with many of them, right? I've been doing Dragclaws, I was deleting their bosses in 5 seconds on Dragclaws, and this kind of stuff. Sure, you can do that. But then you go into the pit, you try to do like a speedrun, and your pit speedruns are like 2.5 minutes on a good day. And then meanwhile, you have like Barbs and Sorks that do like 60-second runs. You know, even on Rogue, like 80-second, 70-second runs can definitely happen on some builds. Like, you're just like half as fast in the pit on a Warlock. Like, you can't do a 2-minute run on a Warlock, you know? Maybe on Lunatic, you know? And then you have, and this is like the fastest build, right? Lunatic is like the fastest build that we have on a Warlock. And that is like a 2-minute run on the pit, maybe. Sometimes, like, in a really good run, you can do like a 100-second run, maybe. It's because of mobility. Yeah, it's not just that. Like, you have perma leap on some builds, and leap is good. You know, with a bit of attack speed, leap is a good mobility skill. But most builds don't have the luxury to have the perma leap. So you have to go nether step, and nether step is kind of shit. It has a long cooldown, and it's not really great to use compared to like teleport, dash, shadow step, leap on barb. All the stuff, right? There's just like way better skills. And all of the builds on Warlock usually have some sort of setup, you know? Like if you play Dragclaws, every 10 seconds you press your Lalish. Then you have, you know, the recast guy, you have to cast your Profane Sentinels, and then you can start spamming your claws, right? And then like every pack you have to press 1 or 2 of these things again and again, right? Meanwhile, Barbs, they just walk through the fucking dungeon and everything melts around them. Like the same with the Sorks, right? Ball lighting can be cast. Wait, can it still be cast while moving? At least it used to be able to with the offhand. But anyway, you know, you just fucking fly, right? Rogues as well, like perma dash, perma shadow step, you shoot, the entire pack explodes. I'm using Arterios right now, but I don't recommend that. TB does not feel good to play compared to 2 earlier seasons. I don't know. I see Nova posting his results, 115 and 140 is his average time. And that's on Blizzard. Like, Blizzard, man, which is already like a delayed damage build. So I'm not sure about that, man. Firewall Sork, 115 in 215 minutes. Like, try to do 115 in 2 minutes on a Warlock. Unless you have like a Giga Juice Lunatic. And then you have Ball Lighting that does like the same shit, like half a minute faster, 10 tiers higher as well. In Geom Gaming, yes. What about Spearborn? Yeah, Spearborn is also extremely fast. Actually, let me see if I have some results on Spearborn. Like, Spearborn is definitely going to be very high up. We have too many results here being posted. Anyway, point stance, Warlock is slow compared to other classes. And it's really obvious. Like the difference between like Warlock and Rogue is like day and night in terms of fluidity of the builds and just clear speed and stuff. Is loot filter not working at bosses? Maybe you should press Alt or whatever is your keybind for your loot filter. Okay, it's video time, guys. Hi everyone, so there's a very interesting new farming strategy that has been popping up earlier today. I gotta give a shout out to Mikuna, who apparently popularized this, and I decided to go try it out for myself. And it is actually a pretty interesting strat. So I talked about Nightmare Dungeon farming the other day, and here we are back in Nightmare Dungeons, but this time featuring corrupted roots, which you can get from some of the wall plant trees. And with that, it can spawn enemies at will in your Nightmare Dungeons, and it can get pretty wild. As you can see here, this is me farming on my rogue right now, and there is a ton of loot dropping. But in particular, you can get a lot of Whisper caches from this, and that is kind of the interesting part here. Because Whisper caches are pretty juiced right now, thanks to the Gift of the Tree event. You can get extra caches out of your Whisper caches, and those Whisper caches can then somewhat sustain those corrupted roots that you need in order to do this strategy. So I've been doing this for the last like 2-3 hours now, trying it out, and I have some findings to share for you. So let's get into this. So we have, basically those dungeons here. There's this corrupted roots as an item. We have those that come from Whisper caches. This is part of the Nightmare Dungeon tree. So here on the left side, it says Whisper caches can contain those corrupted roots. Then there's also like another path here where you get plus monster power and double rewards in the Helltide. But then comes the interesting one here, the head rotten bosses. So there is bosses that can come out of those. It's not guaranteed that this happens. From my experience, it seems like 1 in 5 or so of those planted roots has a boss. And with those bosses, you can then get the Whisper caches. And there's more stuff. So in the Nightmare Dungeon tree, we have the Shrine Respawn effect here. So when you click a shrine and then you kill monsters, you can carry those around and then they respawn again when the shrine ends. So basically you try to spawn a bunch of these bosses and then go to a shrine and go kill them there, and then go to the next shrine and kill them there, and repeat. Then you can get extra elites on the way, which is kind of nice. So you kind of just ramp up more and more elites as you go through a dungeon. And then you also have the lair boss tree here, where you can get the beast in the ice ambushing you. This works when you fight any boss in a Nightmare Dungeon. This includes Butchers, X-Fowl, Kickstarth, their normal boss, the Amalgam that can spawn, and also those head-rotten bosses, and you get a ton of uniques. And with that, you're gonna get just a bunch of beast in the ice loot in particular, but also lots of salvage materials. And then the Gift of the Tree that I don't have any from, but these Whisper caches are pretty good for experience, for Crux, for Mephisto, and for the Mythic Tributes here. So this is what I get at, for example. I get 3 of these in like the last 2 hours or something, and then you can run them in a party, and then you can get pranksters there, and then on average you get like, you know, 2 mythics per run or something, or maybe 3 even, and you can multiply this with party members, and it gets kind of crazy, right? And here again, Cruxes, I think I got 5 of these. So if you want to farm Mephisto, try to get a mythic seal, then you have that. And you get a ton of XP. So you see here, I'm Paragon 272, and well, 1.5 hours ago, I was at a start of 269. So that is actually kind of crazy. If you look at this here, kind of like going through this video, this is an 80-minute recording. And for example, 11 minutes after that, you see I'm jumping an entire level, opening those caches here. So I TP out, I'm at a start of 269. And now look at my XP bar. Yeah, boom, half a level. And this is at almost 270. I need like 800 million per level right now. And then I have all these other caches, and when I open those, the Gift of the Tree is like a little bit worse than the other caches. But it also gives a lot of XP here, as you can see. And boom, I got an entire level there from this one run. Which, to be fair, is a bit on the lucky side. Because as I went through this, I had like another run where I just got nothing. This really comes down to the RNG of how many of those bosses do you get. And also if those bosses respawn as well. So there is another note, I actually forgot to mention that one. There can be like a boss respawn thing. I'm not sure where that is actually. But yeah, when you kill a boss, then it can respawn basically. I think this is a Nightmare Dungeon tree somewhere here. The drop an escalation. No, this one here, Dread Revival. Yeah. So this also applies to those Whisper bosses basically. And so you can get really like insane runs where you have like 15 of those guys like kind of like spawning throughout the run and respawning over and over, and then you have like 10 butchers in there, and then you get like, you know, 300 uniques or something like that. And you have other runs where you just get nothing, you know, no butchers, no you know, respawns, no head rotten bosses, and all that kind of stuff. One last note I should maybe mention is also like the Helltide tree. There is the butchers here. You can get 2 butchers. They can drop Profane Mindcatchers as well, which is nice. And then you also have the Hellborn Ambush and Nightmare Dungeons. So this is how you get more of those butchers and more of those bosses. But they cannot give you those tree caches. But yeah, just kind of to go back to the rewards here. So you plant these roots. And the strategy is you do like 5 of them or so. I started one run where I did 12. And I think that was too much. I did not really get that much out of it compared to just planting 5. It was extremely rippy. I didn't die, but it's very tough to do. And it seems like there is some sort of limit to how many monsters can respawn from a single shrine. So I think 5 is kind of the sweet spot here. You plant them, you TP out, so I can show this here real quick. So basically, you find the shrines, you place the corrupted roots, and then you TP out, because this is a 1-minute cooldown that you have when you plant one. So you just circumvent that cooldown by TPing around. And you do this like a few times, then you come back, then you click them. I'm going to speed this up a little bit faster. So here it's just like kind of going back and forth. And then you click them all and click the shrine. So this is the strategy here. So you see this here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we click the shrine, we don't kill anything. And now we start killing everything. And then you have like maybe 10, 15 seconds left on your shrine to carry it around through the dungeon to try to get to another shrine. When you farm a dungeon that has like artillery shrines, blast wave, whatever, there's like a few different like shrine mods that spawn multiple shrines in dungeons. It's usually 3. I've heard there can be 4, but with 3 is, yeah, you do it like this basically. You start at the furthest away shrine, and then you carry it all to the next shrine, wait until it has expired, you see the monster spawning, then you click the next one, and you blast through everything again. And then when you see nothing else is spawning, you TP over to the last shrine and you do everything again there. And then basically the last shrine will elapse and you will have 4 rounds total of all those monsters basically. And this is how you kind of stack up more and more loot. You get more and more of those bosses. And in the end, it gets kind of wild, right? Here, when you see like the loot at the end, it's just like a pile of stuff that you can like spend your time looting. In fact, you can get so much loot sometimes that loot starts despawning. I had that happen once or twice as well, where like some stuff just disappeared. So this is a bit of a problem, especially in party, I guess. If you want to try to do this in party, that's going to be a major issue, I believe, because there's more loot on the ground when there's more people. And I think you might just kind of miss out on half of it. So yeah, it remains to be seen how this will work in party. I've done all of this solo now. but maybe you can kind of get away with like planting less roots in party, for example, and doing it a little bit slower, and you might also be able to sustain a bit better in that way. But yeah, this is kind of what this looks like. Yeah, in terms of like the overall strat, we have it all kind of listed down here. So yeah, you collect the roots. I had around 30 of them, and I went down to 2 roots left in the course of something like 2.5 hours or so. So you lose roots over time, planting 5, I get like half of them back maybe. I had runs where I got none because I just didn't spawn a boss, and other runs where I got like 8 of them back or so. So I got actually end up with more than before. So it really comes down to the RNG of how many bosses you get, and also then when you open the caches, how many of those roots. I think it's something like a 10% chance maybe to get a roots from one of those caches, so it's not crazy, but in some runs I had an entire inventory full of caches or even more. So that kind of like makes up for that. Yeah, you find a shrine dungeon, you find the 3 shrines, maybe there can be 4. Then you place the 5 roots at the furthest away shrine because you have the least amount of monsters there. So you want to do like the longest path first, basically. And I would also recommend stay away from the hunter dungeons because they are really large and really spread out. If it happens to you that your build is not fast enough, or you just happen to not have enough time because there was so much stuff spawning, then, you know, don't kill the stuff that spawns on the way. Just leave it there, run to the shrine, come back, and, you know, you can kind of carry the shrine around a little bit as well if you have to. But make sure you always kill stuff when you have the shrine up. But also don't override your shrines. Always wait until it times out. Okay, you place the root, you TP into town, come back, place another one, do this 5 times. You click the roots, you click the shrine, you run to the next shrine, and so on. So this is basically the strat. And yeah, in terms of the results, I kind of talked about this. It is extremely good XP, definitely by far the best experience you can do per hour. I think the next best thing is Helltide Maggots farming. That is somewhere in the range of like 600 plus million per hour, maybe like a third of this, based on my testing so far. But I mean, Helltide you can do infinitely. You don't have to do anything for it. You just run around and you get stuff. And here you kind of just run out of roots at some point. I guess you can technically buy them, but I heard the prices are up like crazy, so I would not really recommend that. And farming the roots, kind of going out of your way to get them basically, is probably not really worth it, as my verdict here. So if you just have them because they slowly pile up as you do whispers, and you know, maybe here and there do like a dungeon like war plants objective, and then open your sigil that has a whisper, maybe do the PvP whisper, you know, some of the fast ones, I would do them here and there. This is kind of how I play the game normally as well. So I just kind of just stacked up like 30 roots over, you know, a week now basically. I've barely used any of them. And this is what I got out of, you know, playing my rogue from like 100 hours or something like that. So they really come in very slowly. And once you have used all of your roots, you will just not really get them very fast again. Unless you really go out of your way, make multiple characters, farm whispers like crazy, and then you can kind of stack them up. But yeah, it's a very good strategy for Forgotten Souls. I didn't really count now how many souls I got, but you get so many uniques, you establish them all into red crystals and to souls, that's very good. Cruxes, tributes, and you get a bunch of roots back. But yeah, in terms of cons, bit of a caveat here, you need a really strong character, not just a strong one. It needs to be fast, tanky, and powerful. And this is, like, my rogue has all of that. I have a relatively tanky setup. In town, I have 2.2 million toughness now. It's not resolve stacking, so obviously, you know, you make it relatively trivial if you do that. But in combat, I have something like 8 million toughness, and it's very scary. So if I was doing this on hardcore with 8 million toughness, that would be rough. And, well, no Warlock build really reaches that, for example. So just kind of keep that in mind. I have an Eldarin, so I have perma-teleport, spam, and even then I had situations where I was not able to carry the buff all the way to the next shrine, especially in those hunter dungeons that I mentioned. So we are playing fast build, tanky build, and I kind of melt everything in seconds. So I have very good AoE, a very good single target on this build. This build can do like 130 pit. So it is pretty powerful. If you want to do this on T12, you need to be strong and like, really stacked. It's also not good for your sanity, I gotta say. Like, each run is like 15 minutes, and like half of that is like running around, finding the shrines, and then the other half is like looting, basically. And then there's like 1.5 minutes of combat in between. So it's kind of rough. Hardcore, obviously, very scary. And also, it's about to end, basically. So without the Gift of the Tree buff, where you get 2 more caches out of every Whisper cache that these guys drop, it will probably not really be worth it, I think, because you will have like basically 0 sustain for the roots, and also just, you know, way less of the caches that drop all the stuff that you actually care about here, like the tributes, the cruxes, the XP. So all of that will be way down, and yeah, overall the rewards will like shrink by half or something like that when this event ends, which I believe is on the 20th of May, so 3 days from now. But yeah, this is the strategy. So TLDR, use your roots until the event is over. It is pretty good until then, at least. And afterwards, I guess it's not really a thing anymore. But who knows, maybe this event is going to come back. Maybe next season, if they don't nerf this kind of stuff. It is certainly relatively juicy to do this. And yeah, like you spend like an hour or whatever with whatever roots you have, and you can get some, you know, nice rewards out of it. In particular, the Paragons is kind of good about this, I guess. So that's the summary here. Hope this helps you out. I will keep you guys updated with more stuff that I find. I've been doing a lot of like kind of like farm testing, as you have seen maybe my Nightmare Dungeon run video the other day. And let's see what else we find out. So for now, hope everyone's enjoying this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Okay. Yapper 2.0. Was it too much yapping? Maybe there was like a little bit of cutting we could do. I'll do PenShot later, I am. Yeah. I wanted to make another video which is the Signet of Pelgane stuff, actually. Rudy Yap is the best Yap. On the Death plan, there is no temper on the pants. Oh no. Yeah, I put life there or something. Did I ever fail a video in one take? I mean, I do have some some mistakes sometimes or something. And we cut out like a thing here and there, but yeah, for the most part, I've done many thousands of videos now, so it's kind of alright. I fumbled some words. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, it's also like sometimes there's like, 7 different things to remember, right? Like for example, here, like I didn't exactly get the structure right. I feel like, the first like 1-2 minutes was really good, but then I talked about the trees and I forgot the Helltide tree part, for example. And I added that in a little bit after. So I should have done this all in one swoop, for example. But okay, that's what it is. The Mythic Seal is overrated for Rouge. The sits don't mix well. Yeah, I've not found a single build where I actually want to use Mythic Seal. Unlucky. I just use it because it's actually my best one. It has 24 crit damage. It's kind of funny. I'll be like 5 minutes. And then we do another recording, guys. Early access to YouTube videos. Unspelled chair without AI. Five minutes world boss. Okay. Okay, guys, it's time to talk about mythic charms. Do we have a screenshot somewhere? Here we go. No. I found one. Which one did you get, Gonzo? Okay, trash, trash, maybe, trash, maybe. Okay. Trash, 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 maybe. Yo, run us. Does this close when I do this? Okay. Okay, then let's open the Spiritborn. Nesicum. Which other mythic is there that Barb cannot use? Not much, actually, right? Helms, chest. I mean, it's basically just weapons that can be different. Eldorin. Wait, Eldorin is not here. There's no Eldorin charm, I just realized. So this is yet another indicator that it's probably not intended that they even exist. There's not even an Eldorin charm. We don't have it. I mean, it could be a planner bug, but that's sus for sure. There's nothing else, right? There's just a Spiritborn weapon. There's no shield, no dagger, no wand, no... Yeah, okay, so that's it, basically. Ah, variant. Ah, true, there's a stuff. Ahavarion would be relatively funny, I guess. Like the Greed Shrine sometimes. Wait, there's no Ahavarion. So Ahavarion is missing as well. Yeah, okay, now it's getting very sus. There's two missing. Oh, is there more missing? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so the Ahavarion and Eldorin are missing. World boss in one. Let's go. I did it. I guess Ahavarion was too overpowered, yeah. How can you keep it 2 unique charms with this Mythic CL? That's kind of trash. I didn't know those charms existed. Yeah, we got apparently 2 confirmed drops in the world. So, pretty good. Let's see, that's good on Spiritborn. Explain. I don't season 1 drop rates. Yeah, that's like season 1 drop rates. It's mythic, must be good. Hey, can you use Grandfather in my lunatic build? Oh no. Hey, can I use my Tyrion's Might charm in this build? Oh no. Let me carry you on your Warlock. Blasting 150 rifts. Thanks for the offer, Jabs, but I can exploit 150 just fine myself. No exploits, new build. Ah, okay. Let's see how well that build works on Wednesday. Dude, what? I got one crit on these two. What the fuck is this? This build is not getting nerfed. Guaranteed. Trust me, bro. It certainly doesn't use Eviscerate. No Eviscerate. Really? Now I'm curious, actually. I'm curious, but I don't really trust you. Why do I doubt? I mean, it could be that there's some stuff that we haven't found yet that is bugged as well. Damn. Wow. Dude, both of these are actually pretty good rolls. What is going on? Check him, PC. Anyway, I'm not interested in a paid ton of 50k, but I appreciate your offer. I don't want to be too ungrateful. Maybe you are real and you play a non-bug build that can do 150 on a Warlock. I'd be surprised, but maybe it's real. But I'm still not interested in a carry. You're doing 150s with 4 people in it. Okay, so what is your build? Carrying 3 people on a Warlock in 150. Why does Echo Varshan have centillions of HP? Yeah, Echo, like, dude, Varshan is fucking Giga Chat, man. Like, no shit. He's actually blasting. Oh my god, I have 240 fucking turn-ins there. How the fuck? Can I carry pit 10? How do I have only 24 on Mariana? I think I was using Altcam before, that's why. Oh my god, man. Is there any good way to spend Baleful Fragments? Yeah, you get an 850 item, and then you chain imprint it back and forth.
Forget about it.
Forget what?
To put the mercenary thing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? So it's just like there.
I guess only when you're min-maxing like me.
Exactly.
I mean, I always search for more aspects and more aspects.
Okay.
I'm sure you're
Let me-
already maxed out.
Let me check my aspects.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't have them all maxed out.
Yeah.
Are you showing off all the time?
No,
That's what
but
you do.
when there's an opportunity,
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it all the time
You
otherwise.
have like 3,000 people there, so
Yeah, they
showing
just
off your what?
they just got shown off too.
Okay. Did you hear that, Martin?
Why chain imprinted? Yeah, so if you're capped on baleful fragments, you're fucked. And you can spend them on 850 items by imprinting. It takes like, I don't know, 25 baleful fragments each imprint or something. So I calculated, you need roughly 10 billion gold and all of your sanity. And you can get rid of your 1 million baleful fragments and go again. So technically you could set up a macro where it kind of like clicks, ding, 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 right? And just like chain imprints, you let it run the entire night and you're out of baleful fragments. So that's the only way right now. We lost killing Exile in escalations and going back to town 10 times to turn on the ovals. Anyway, I want to talk about mythic charms, guys. Let's do it. Okay. Hi everyone. So lately there has been this talk going around about mythic charms that have been found here in the game. So here's an example in Air of Perdition. I believe the screenshot is real. It looks real to me. And previously we didn't really know if those actually existed. So you might have seen this, for example, in a Maxwell planner. If you try to make like your build and you go through the charms, we actually had these mythic charms here in the data. This is not something that we put there. This was in the data. This is a data mined planner, and this was just here. But no one had ever found one of those, and we didn't really know if they actually exist. But apparently they are real, and now there's all this hype. Man, I want to get mythic charms. How do you get them? Here's a farm strategy. All this kind of stuff going on. So I figured I should chime in and talk about this a little bit and kind of see what that actually means for the game, right? So first of all, mythic charms, like it has been 3 weeks now since the game launched, and we have just now heard about this for the first time, that these actually exist, which is crazy. This is like, you know, season 0 mythic, like they weren't even called mythics back then. You know, the Shaco drop rates basically, right? It took us an entire month for the first confirmed drop in the world with millions of people blasting. And it's kind of the same situation again now with, you know, this, we have 2 confirmed drops that I've heard about. There's an Air of Perdition charm and maybe something else. And this is the only times I heard about them in the first place, with like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people blasting through the end game and getting them. So if you're looking at, for example, trying to get a mythic seal, not to be confused with the seals, people are trying to hunt for those, and those are already extremely rare, to the point where most people have never seen one of them. And then comes another step above that, that is like 1,000 times more rare than that, or something like that. So it kind of leads me to believe that these charms probably aren't supposed to be real. Like maybe this is a real screenshot and this thing did drop for 1-1, but I don't think that they are intended to be dropped, considering how rare of occurrence they seem to be. And there's also some other like sort of hints at that, which I can see here in the planner as well, which is not all of the mythics have a charm variant, at least not in our planner. I guess I could ask our dev to kind of check if they find the remaining ones. But as you can see, for example, here on the Sork, there is no Ahavarion charm. So that one is just missing. There's also no Eldorain charm. That one is also missing. So it might be like a planner mistake, but we don't have them here, but we have all the others. So for some reason, some charms might just be like weirdly left out, which makes it all the more likely that it's maybe not real, or at least not like an intended drop, let's say. Maybe this was something they made, and then they decided to take them out last minute because reasons. Similar to the Ur rune. You might have seen the Ur rune as well that some people have found. That is also a thing that is something I have not yet seen, actually. But there is a rune. We don't actually have it in the plan right now. I don't have a screenshot, but it is a magic rune that says something like when your minions or companions kill or die, you get a bit of offering. It's a relatively terrible rune, besides a very niche application on like warlock builds basically. And they kind of took that out. That was in the pre-release early like press access. We saw some screenshots of that, but it's not actually really a thing. And you know, in like 200 hours of blasting, I've not found a single one of those, which is a magic rune. You know, I have dozens of all of them, as you can see. So it seems like there might be some sort of random, who knows where, destructible object or whatever that can drop that thing. And it might be a similar case with those mythic charms that somehow can drop from a source that is maybe forgotten or wasn't disabled or something like that. So just kind of like talking about how to get them. Like TLDR, you don't get them, you know, forget it. You know, if you have any dreams and hopes, it's not happening. You know, we have 2 drops that we know about that are confirmed from millions of people, right? So it's not happening. But let's talk about how good are they actually? You know, people think, oh my god, mythics, you know, crazy, you know, I want to use this, right? You find this and then you think about, oh yeah, perdition, every build has perdition, it's crazy. But you have to think about these mythics don't have the same stats, right? A mythic equipped has a lot of stats. And a charm has just a random same trash stats that a charm usually has. So, you know, you can't even reroll them, right? You can't really do anything with them. At least the mythic itself usually comes with a good range of stats, like the perdition here. I can have 21 crit, there's a bunch of core skill ranks, there's good stuff here. Same with the starters, there's lots of crit, lots of attack speed, core ranks. This is good stuff, you know, this is a competitive ring, potentially better than a legendary ring just by the stats. And then you have the, you know, effect versus a legendary aspect that you kind of compare, right? Same story here, Eldrin, pretty nice stat line as well, and so on. So most of the mythics are at least partially good because of their stats, which does not transfer over to the charms. The charms just have the same random charm stats. It seems, you know, this is like typical stuff, and you kind of lose out a lot here. And then comes the other factor, which is those mythic charms compete with other charms, right? So the typical build will have a full set and 1 unique charm. And now that mythic charm competes with your unique charm, whereas, for example, a perdition helm does not really compete with anything besides a Godslayer crown. You know, there's like the next best helm for most classes. Okay, there's like, you know, some barbarian helms that are kind of good. Maybe something like a Crown of Lucian, if you can handle that downside, right? So there are certainly some other helms on some classes and some builds that kind of fit in. But for the most part, Air of Perdition doesn't have a lot of competition as an item. But as a charm, it does have a lot of competition suddenly. A lot of builds actually run very powerful, unique charms. In some cases, you have stuff like Banished Lord's Talisman with overpower stacking. And that thing alone can then give you like 120% damage bonus or something like that as a charm, for example. So the Perdition would not even beat the Banished Lord's charm, for example. Or sometimes you have to put a certain charm there to even get the combo, because you need to have maybe 2 two-handed weapons, or you need to have 2 helmets, or something like that. And you can't even go around having that certain unique charm in your build in the first place. So I would say most of these unique charms are probably not very useful, to be honest. Like an Elf Perdition as a charm is kind of solid. It's an 80 multi just like that. And then you have another helm slot. But you could also just wear the Elf Perdition. In particular, if you're a crit build, you can't really go without it because it has so much crit in the first place. So it's tough. But if you're a non-crit build, okay, maybe you can slap on a Godslayer crown, and then you have a bunch of non-crit build stats. You know, you can put defensive stats on your Godslayer and so on. And then an Elf Perdition charm might be potentially slightly better than another unique charm. And that's basically about it. And then there's a bunch of other of these unique charms, right? So there is lots of trash, to be honest. Like, these effects are just not good. You know, a bunch of these uniques are not even used at all, right? Andarius, no one uses that. Doombringer, same story. These items are just trash, and just having their effect is also trash. Like, they don't do anything. People talk about Harlequin Crest, absolutely awful, right? 4 ranks is nothing in 2026, and 20% damage reduction is awful as your unique charm slot. Like, if you want to be tanky, you put it in Enduring Faith. It does the job 5 times better than that, and the 4 ranks, you just disregard them. Starless is something that has a bit of a chance, in particular if you have other unique rings and those are not charmable. Then yeah, Starless, if you're like kind of struggling for resources, could be nice. Tyraels does absolutely nothing. Shroud of Force Death is not a thing really. Yeah, there's not really that much left here. And then there is the Melted Heart. So I think the Melted Heart in particular might actually be the best mythic charm here, but that also just applies to the barbs, really. It's only the barbs that really run this item, and we'll see for how long, really. So here you would then free up your amulet slot, and you don't actually lose any value from having a charm melted heart. Usually when you take a unique amulet and put it in a charm, it loses the 50% like aspect bonus. Same goes for the two-handed weapons. So people talk about grandfather charm, you know, insane. But the thing is, a two-handed charm becomes halved. Like, it says 150 here, but I wouldn't trust that. So if someone finds a grandfather, I think that would be 75% crit damage, which is actually worse than the perdition and has the crit condition. So maybe it is 150, we'll see. But if not, then this is just a strictly worse perdition, basically, and not really that useful. Then we have stuff like Shattered Vow, which is entirely just good because of its stats, not because of this effect. And yeah, there's also like the Nesicam here on the Spiritborn, which is also not really a great item. It's kind of a weak item and doesn't really offer much by itself. And then again, Ahavarion seems to be missing and Eldarin seems to be missing. So yeah, the TLDR is Perdition as a charm might be somewhat competitive for some builds that have a somewhat weak unique charm, if you manage to find that. And everything else in here is either completely trash or very situational, you know, like the Barb Zelig or maybe a Starless, and that's about it. And yeah, this is kind of like my take on those mythic charms. So I guess it remains to be seen. It could be that maybe they were accidentally drop disabled and then in the latest patch they kind of turned them on, and this is why we start finding them. So it could be that more and more of them are popping up in the next days and the next weeks, and we'll see. But overall, it looks like they're kind of like a nothing burger to me. And all the hype is completely misplaced in my book. So that's like my TLDR on the mythic charms. So hope this helps you out, and good luck on the hunt. Good luck in season 13 with whatever you're doing. Hope this helps, and see you guys next time. Okay. Oof. If they put 2 random stats off the mythic in the chance, would it be too OP? It would help to make them more viable, I guess. But then if it's like 2 of the random stats, then yeah, I don't know. Ura does exist. I know, I talked about how it exists. But also it is not supposed to exist, right? This was the whole point I was trying to make. Some people find an Ur rune, but I have played for 200 hours and have not found that magic rune. You know, I have 100 of each other magic rune. I have not found Ur. So it's obviously not intended to exist. Yeah. I know that I have one. I believe you. But it's not intended, right? So... Anyway. So... Did I see the Steam retention number 44? I did not. But now I've seen them. Holy, 0. Yo, that's actually really good, look at that. Dude, it's like steady the same numbers the entire month. What the fuck? Look at this. Damn. People are blasting. That's actually good. Like for an ARPG release, that is ridiculous. Yeah, look at this. 28 July. And then 1 month later, it's like minus 75% here, right? 23 March, 43. 1 month later, 8. So it's also like minus 75%, minus 80%. I know PoE 2 on launch had a really good retention as well in 0.1. It had like insane retention. Right? Look at us, just on Steam. So people were blasting here as well. But here, this was also really good. Look at this. Was this 0.2, I guess? No, 0.2 had like a pretty big fall off, no? With the Huntress. So it's 0.4, this was 0.3. Yeah, 0.3 was really good. They were also like blasting an entire month. Insane retention here. But here, this is like more the typical. So 1 month later, like minus 60%. Yeah, so in 1 month, you usually have like half to 70% drop off or so. That's like pretty typical. But here, there was almost no drop off. Kind of big. And on launch, okay, it did fall off. But yeah, either way. This was also pretty good. It looks very funny. 2017. It's 2013 when holy. Yeah, this looks like a very typical curve here. So nothing, nothing, nothing. Then you have to peak on the launch. And then look at this, 1 month later, this was 6th of March. And then like here, it's like 46 from 184. It's also like minus 80 or so percent, minus 75%. This was actually good here, 184, 160. But then it kind of steep fall off after. Yeah, so in like a really good release, you actually have like several weeks of nearly the same. So it seems kind of similar to like the current D4 launch. I guess we'll see how it will be like 2-3 weeks from now. But in 2-3 weeks, you're also gonna get the announcement and the PDR for the next season already and stuff. And, you know, it's gonna go up again basically with the next launch. All-time peak 228. Look at this, 578, man, kind of crazy. Dude, the last Epoch peak is also insane. It's kind of hilarious that last Epoch has a higher peak than PoE 1, man. That's actually wild, man. How did that happen? It's actually insane. That's so crazy. They released in different timelines. Yeah, I mean, you know, last Epoch had like the perfect release launch window, right? It was like the perfect storm, right? It was D4 bad, no PoE 2, PoE 1 was dead, D3 was dead. You know, there was nothing. And then it came out and everyone was on it. It was crazy. Yeah, look at this. People were gaming, like, look at this, an entire month. I was also blasting, man. I played like, I don't know, 400 hours of last Epoch or something here in those in this month or something. I was gaming. That was fun. Oof, man. Oof. What? 40k? Was that really the last launch? Oh my god. Oof. I didn't realize how bad this was actually. Damn. That is bad. I mean, it doesn't really surprise me. Like, there was so much negative press with the craft on and like the expansion announcement and everything on last Epoch, and like they got so much shit on the forums when they announced this stuff. And literally people like uninstalling, quitting, whatever. So I really wonder if like the console release will turn this around. Oof. One, two, three, four, five. Dude, it's been like 2.5 years almost. 5 launches. Oof. Yeah, look at this. It's like very steady here. That's how you have to do it. There was this one here, July, and then February. Was this a Fresia? This was Fresia, right? And then this was the actual league, I think. Yeah, they're doing fine. This is going well here. PoE2 is also doing really well. PoE2 has still reliably larger peaks than PoE1, actually. Look at this. 300, 350, 290, 245. I guess there are a bit more people on Steam on PoE2 than there are on PoE1, though. Because PoE2 is newer, I guess more people have it on Steam. There's still a relatively large player base on PoE1 that is invisible here. And I mean, 44, it's like, you know, almost no one has it on Steam, right? It's like really rare that people actually have it on Steam. Kind of crazy. It's like steady the entire month, man. Huh. Yeah, PoE1 has a standalone client. And a lot of people, like especially very old school players, play on the standalone client. I'm not sure what's the split right now. I think over time it shifts more towards Steam. You know, like more new players will buy the game on Steam than they do on the standalone. But yeah, there's certainly like really old school players that play on standalone client. Yeah, and before it's certainly like a very tiny player base on Steam for sure. It's 70-30 for Steam on PoE. Yeah, that sounds about right. All your friends on PoE1 also play on standalone. Yeah, if you're like an old school player, then it's likely that there's like, you know, a bunch of people that play standalone client. But yeah, for example, I always had the game on Steam. And you know, the more time passes, the more people will have it on Steam compared to standalone. Steam 44 is about 10%. Yeah, sounds about right. I'm not sure what the numbers are exactly, but I could believe 10%. D4 is insane on console. If you turn on a crossplay, Themis is crowded as fuck. That's not necessarily because of crossplay though. It might just be, you know, because crossplay on is a default setting, and people don't change the default setting. So these are also just PC players. But yeah, I think for D4, console is like half-half or so, maybe. Will I play PoE2? Yeah, I want to do some PoE2. We'll see how much, but yeah, I might, you know, play like one character, then go back to D4, and you know, we can go back to PoE whenever, right? It's gonna be like a half-year league, so it's fine. Why is PoE2 autoconverted to Gloom this? Well, a lot of the old school PoE crowd doesn't like PoE2 very much. And this was kind of the epitome of, like, you know, the community sentiment. Like, personally, I'm a PoE2 enjoyer, but a lot of the like hardcore PoE fans don't like PoE2 that much because it's not the same for them, and they want the same. So this is where I came from. How do you like the season? It's been good. Horati Coop can't make great affixes. Okay, I need to upload my video that I just recorded, by the way, so let me... Is it time for the Heartseeker guide? Rune does not exist. Yeah, it needs to be taken out of the planner. Before launch, we didn't know exactly which runes they deleted. So there's like a bunch of things in the planner still that are not real. Quite a lot of bad rep PoE1 community has towards PoE2 is also because CG promised PoE2 development will not affect PoE1, which was forced by nearly a year-long period of no leaks in PoE1. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Do PenShot so I can follow it. Yeah, soon actually. I'll respec very soon. Am I updating the rogue planner with Tyrius Might on? No. The regular chess is better. I just wanted to play hard mode, you know? Go Barrage is the best of all builds. I like you. What is my biggest breakthrough with Heartseeker? Well, I mean, I got it to the point where I kill lab bosses in 5 seconds or so without stagger. So that's pretty good. Paid chatter. Any Barrage enjoyers in chat? Okay. Ah, wait. Okay, let's take this one here. Okay. Video time. Oh, it's muted. I was talking about the videos and the Maxwell guides. So most of our guys are creators and they put the videos there, but not all of them make videos, I guess. But I know Snail sometimes just like uploads some clear or something at least so you can see the build. Alright, let's do this. Actually, let's take the other bow here. Frozen Memories. We have the Scoundrel. Etna. Scoundrel Charm. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome to my Heartseeker Rogue Guide. I've been playing this build in the last few days and had an absolute blast with this. This is like the good old, simple, kind of one button build. You just shoot your basic attack and melt everything. And it's better than ever. So there are some new toys that we can play around with in the expansion. In particular, the Nithos Narrow Eye set that gives you many Heartseekers every time you shoot. And you just decimate both single targets and AoE just fine. This is a cold imbuement based build, so you freeze everything, it's pretty safe, it's ranged, I have decent toughness, very high mobility, I can spam teleport with Eldarin, it just feels good to play. It's not like the best build out there, but I think it's like somewhere like around solid A tier or something like that, just where all the other ranged rogue builds fit in. So it's quite up there and a very good choice to play. So you can see here, for example, on my character, I am breezing through those like pit 112s in like 90 to 120 seconds. I can do layer bosses on T12 in like 5 to 10 seconds. And this can still be min-maxed further. So I'm going to show you what it's all about here with the planner. I just want to give a shout out to Dioxide, who has the Maxwell guide as well for this. So I don't have the official Maxwell guide, basically. I took his planner and then I started converting it over to my taste a little bit. But overall, the builds are fairly similar. So you can go check both of them. And I will also talk about the differences here. So yeah, let's go into my planner here. This is my setup. So the main differences that I have with Dioxide's planner is that I have an Eldarin here because I really like the spam teleport. You kill an elite pack and you start flying. You have infinite dash, infinite shadow step, and you can press all of your buttons all the time. It's very fun, and I really like doing this. So I did like a few little tweaks here. Most notably, you want the Etna as a charm in that case, which makes your basic attacks imbuable. So this is the only way to get the cold imbuement on your Heartseeker. So you need to have this either equipped or he has a charm. Dioxide has it equipped, and then he has a Scoundrel's Kiss charm in the normal ring. So I kind of dropped that normal ring, and I have the Scoundrels equipped. So that's like the main thing that I changed here. But besides that, the builds are relatively similar. There's a few other tweaks that I did, in particular to try to make this a bit better against bosses. Because as a cold imbuement based build, you have a bunch of effects on the rogue that give you more damage when targets are CC'd. And some bosses are really hard to stagger, so especially some layer bosses, it can take a while to get there, even if you try to stack CC effects. And you know, stuff like Belial is like almost unstaggerable. So in order to help with that, I actually changed the aspect on the bow here. We have high velocity. You can also put other offensive aspects there. This one just gives you raw damage and it's kind of nice. And Darkseid has the Frozen Memories here, which only gives you a benefit when the boss is staggered. And I didn't like that very much. So I changed this one as well. So just kind of keep that in mind. My setup is overall a little bit weaker because more speed, more consistent damage output, and the Maxwell version from Darkseid is higher burst and a little bit worse on, like, you know, layer bosses, for example, that you can't stagger. So just kind of to keep that in mind. But yeah, besides that, how does it build work? Well, we shoot Heartseeker. It normally doesn't have a cost, but with Shard of Wrathfield, which is a pretty strong damage boost, energy cost. However, we can play around that relatively easily. In the end game, there's Ring of Stardust Skies that makes it relatively easy, but even before that, it is quite possible because we have Inner Sight. So Inner Sight refills your energy and you just, you know, every 4 seconds it's up, and then 4 seconds down, and 4 seconds up. So you just have a lot of resources this way. As long as you don't just shoot into the wall and run out of resources. Well, even if I do shoot into the wall, I can trigger it because the Heartseeker turns around. So you can see this here in action right now. Basically, it takes a few seconds and then it can proc again. Basically, one shot will instantly trigger this. You have full resources again. It also gives you a nice crit and crit damage buff. So it's pretty neat. And it also doesn't cost any energy while it's up. So it's very hard to run out of energy. In particular, if you also add one restore resource temper, like this here, for example. So this will just kind of cover you. Before a starters, you might want to go for a double resource temper just to kind of smooth it out a little bit. Or maybe like one resource restore and one resource cost reduction to give you like a little bit of the starters effect. So depending on what feels good for you. But it does work even without the starters just fine. So it's just something to keep in mind here. And then we have the nil first set. So I talked about this at the start. This one gives you a huge marksman damage buff, movement speed, dark shrouds for free, damage reduction, and then the 5-piece is the real kicker here. So you get more damage, like a ×3 multi, and you trigger your last used marksman attack 3 times every time you shoot. So normally you shoot 1 arrow. I'm gonna take off the tiers really quick. So it looks like this. But then when you have this buff and you aim at a target, you see how many arrows it shoots. They're kind of like overlapping a little bit. But this is how that set works. So the set is pretty crazy for this Heartseeker build because you just get more of the attack you're already shooting for free all the time. So this is what makes it so strong. However, there is a caveat. So with mouse and keyboard, you have to hover a target. You need to have this health bar at the top. Like if I don't have the target on me now and I shoot, you see this is 1 arrow. Well, in this case, actually 2 because it's one of the upgrades here on the Heartseeker. But yeah, it's 1 arrow basically like that. But when you hover, you see you get the multiple arrows. So this makes it a little bit inconvenient, but especially if you play WSD, then it's relatively easy to do. So this is mostly how I play in combat. I try to WSD around and shoot like this. Normally I don't use WSD, but for this build in particular, this is very nice. On controller, this is a lot easier, I guess, because you always have a target, so it should just always trigger the set. But something to keep in mind, if you don't have a target, you will do much less damage because you don't get those extra arrows. So this is very important when you play this build. Yeah, and besides that, everything else is just relatively straightforward. Dash, shadow step, you kind of just move around. There's a concealment, a smoke grenade. There's just kind of there to give you like crit buffs mostly. So here we get a like 15% crit buff. So you kind of just try to activate this. Very nice. You can also trigger the concealment with dash, which makes you invisible, and then shrouded gift triggers that gives you the concealment buff. So you just want to use one or the other, like every 6 seconds or so. And then you also get this damage reduction buff. So this kind of just happens naturally as you play. You don't really have to think about it. And then the smoke grenade is also giving you stealth and this damage reduction buff and the concealment crit buff and another crit buff by itself. And like this, we actually reach 100% crit chance very easily. So if you look at my sheet crit right now, I have 95%. If I let all the buffs drop, I should be at 70, I believe. And then you get the smoke grenade buff, the concealment buff. The Heartseeker itself has 5%. The Dark Shroud has 5%. So there's a bunch of stuff here. And when you're standing in town, you want to reach 70% crit chance. And this will then, with all the buffs, get you to 100%. If you have less than 70, you can also use the Gal rune, which I believe Darkside has in the guide actually. This gives you another 10. So at like 60% crit, you put this one in, and then at 70 or so, you can drop it. And for example, I put the Bulwark rune, which is kind of nice. It makes it very comfy. You see here, I'm standing with like 2.7 million toughness. I mean, I actually go in combat. I can reach like up to 8 million toughness here. And this is not with resolve stacking. So this build can get a lot tankier when you actually follow the planner. I put Glynn's Anvil and a bunch of resolve stacks. This is kind of like the new meta. Every class that can do this kind of does this. And I deem it unlikely that this is getting changed. So you should be relatively nerf resistant here. And even if it is nerfed, it's probably kind of equivalent to having other options. So I was playing intentionally without the resolve stacking because I want to have a real experience with my rogue here. And it does turn out to be still quite tanky, but it can get way tankier if you want. And this is going to be very comfy. Plus you freeze everything, your range, and all that kind of stuff. So besides that, we have a lot of like cold damage and crit damage that we want to stack. So with that 100% crit, we want to get crit multipliers. So you have this here, wound multiplier as well. So especially neck, glove, rings, you're going to try to get those stats. You don't really need attack speed necessarily that much. Depending on if you have Moonrise aspect, you can put a Moonrise aspect as well on a two-handed if you want a bit more speed, but I found it to be fast enough because you have a lot of ferocity stacks. So you have this ring here, and this is another thing that kind of comes into play. We have 15% extra damage per ferocity stack. You get them pretty easily just by kind of playing the game, because when you dash, you can get stacks of ferocity, and then we also have them, I believe here, some from the concealment or something. So there is like some other source of ferocity as well. Or here you can also get it from the concealment there, exactly. So usually it's fine just from the dash, and also I think the ring itself. Yeah, the ring itself gives you ferocity actually. So you don't really have to think about it. And that is a lot of damage, obviously. You can have 13 stacks with the ferocious aspect imprinted here. There's 4 baseline plus 9, and that is a huge damage multiplier. So this is another reason to just go all in on the ferocity here. Gives you attack speed and the damage on Scoundrel's Quiz. So this is a very strong multiplier. You want to have that in a build. Then you have the Pain Gorgers. Pain Gorgers is a damage echo mechanic. So there is not really any double dipping going on anymore these days that I know of at least. So it's just like a really strong extra boost to your damage output. You want to have this, and you trigger this automatically with the Wolves. So you have the Seer Save Rune combo here. The Wolves apply Vulnerable and Freeze. You kind of don't care about it. You do that anyway, thanks to just how the build works. But the Wolves apply the Pain Gorgers. And you can see this little mark here. When you have the Wolves out, this little like round icon, this is the Pain Gorgers. And this means when you hit one of the targets, everyone gets that damage. So this gives you incredible AoE coverage. Even with large packs of like 30 monsters, if you have a bunch of these wolves out, they cleave, they will hit everything. And then you hit everything. So even when you shoot this one puny arrow, the entire pack can explode from that, basically. Yeah, and the rest is mostly just kind of more damage buffs. So we have a Perdition here in late game, the crit scaling with the starters. That helps a lot to get your crit up. In the early game, it's a bit tougher to get all that crit going. You might not really go all in on crit just yet if you don't have those mythics. And then you can put in some stuff like maybe a Godslayer, maybe a Cowl, maybe another aspect here. But the build will work just fine. The biggest thing really that you want is the Nilfgaard's Narrow Eye set, and then the Pain Gorgers and the Etnas is sort of required in order to get the whole Cold Imbuement combo going, basically. But besides that, it has a relatively smooth progression curve. And I can do like hit 125 in maybe 8 minutes or so with this setup right now. It can definitely go to 130 plus, more min-maxed. And it does push relatively high and blast for everything in Torment 12. So this is pretty much about it when it comes to like setting this up. So it should be comfortably tanky with especially Glint's Anvil. Then you want to have a bit of, armor, res, life stats, and so on. I made this a bit tankier than Darkseid's version. He had relatively low life, but it's like classic Darkseid, I guess. It does work though. And besides that, yeah, the crit stats that I mentioned, and that kind of covers the gearing part here. There's a few more details you can check out, the descriptions here, but overall, it's a relatively simple to play build. It just works, and the only real important thing is the targeting with the Narrow's Eye set that you have to be aware of. Here's the Paragon. This is basically Darkseid's Paragon. I think I changed a glyph or two. One note about it is we learned that yesterday, actually, the Assassin glyph doesn't actually function, the secondary effect, unfortunately, else we would run that. So if you're curious, that one is bugged, unfortunately. But we have multiple steps here. You can check this out. I made like a few more steps here. And yeah, everything else is also here in the planner. And also put a loot filter in there. So you have everything good to go. You can just take it, import it, and there you have it. So that's the Heartseeker guide. I had a ton of fun with this. I will have some more rogue stuff coming up as well. I already put out a video on the Poison Barrage, which was super fun, and the Death Trap Rogue, so go check that out as well. Rogue in general is eating really good in this season, so I'm quite excited to play this class again. There's a bunch of builds I will be doing, and then I'm gonna move on to some others. So hope you enjoyed this, hope everyone's having a blast, and hope you liked this video. See you guys next time. I can hear it too, Patronus. Okay. What class I'm gonna play next? I was thinking Paladin or Barb. you have the planner open? No, I closed it. Okay. Let's put loot footer actually. Actually, should do daggers for Etna, right? And a shard. I guess it is, I guess. This case as well, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna put a new loot filter here. Okay. Hi, Jaboon. How far am I able to go and paint with multi-shot? Somewhere like the 130 something range, I guess. Okay, I think I have another video, guys. This is the signal of Pelgain. Maybe talk about that. Arrow Storm is kind of fun. Holy. Did you see the dash only rogue? The door dash? By Avarilyn himself? It's only the best 9 dimension and low pit bombers. It's actually insane. Do you have some video? I want to see it. Just managed to kill T12 Mephisto with Lunatic. Nice. Sure. Yeah, Assassin Glyph is bugged. F. But when it comes back, this build is gonna be even better actually. Gonna be kinda nice. Like noticeably even on like the on T12 content. Their bosses and stuff. Hodor Rogue. Okay, so we have this. What the fuck happened here? Okay. So I was doing some Signet of Pelgain testing earlier. In the stagger testing. We have charms. Okay, we have this here. Why Death Trap? No. I say Death Trap, yes, actually. 100 into sub 60 seconds. That's actually sick. I've done a guide on Dance on Ice builds. I didn't do Dance on Ice yet, no. Yo, Akabes, thank you, I guess. Look at how we actually murdered this boss at the end. He's like at, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 12%. It's like 3 seconds. Okay. Look at this one here. So we had 33. This is actually kind of bad. But here we just murdered it. And here at the start, for example, look how little damage it is. How did I manage to fix the stagger damage? And you're gonna hear it now. So it's time for another recording. Hi everyone, I'm back with another video and I want to talk about Signet of Pelgain, the maybe strongest item in the entire game, at least when it comes to high tier content and high tier pit or tower pushing. So you'll see this in action here right now. I've been playing some Heartseeker lately and you just saw me spawning this boss here, doing a little bit of damage on this 125 boss here at the start. And that can get a lot better later on in this fight. So I'm going to show you like an example of later on in this combat where I kind of just like melt the boss. So we kind of fast forward a little bit here into some of the later stagger phases. And you can see how the HP bar is moving a lot more than before. And now if you speed this up a little bit, you'll see this happening again towards the end now, where I just kind of like murder the boss in like the, a few seconds straight from like 15% HP or something like that. If you compare this to the start of the fight, well, it was not very much there, right, when it launched, and I actually have even more damage at the start of the fight compared to the end, based on like the aspects I'm running. I have extra damage against healthy enemies, and I still do absolutely nothing. So this is thanks to the Signet of Pelgain ring. So I believe that over time you're going to see more and more builds kind of including this for their high-end pushers. This is available to every class, and it's also relatively easy to get some freeze on every class, especially thanks to runes. So we have the Say rune rules, which are just very useful across the board. They apply vulnerable and freeze very easily for you. And for example, my Warlock builds, I've been running this on pretty much everything. It's just nice and a good combo. And usually offensive runes are just not great. There's like Ohm rune that gives you 7.5% damage. So outside of a barb actually investing into this, it's not really great, right? There's Yom rune, which is also relatively situational with a bit of crit damage and stuff like that. So say it's just kind of nice. And if you don't want to do that, then there's also the full rune that gives you the Frost Nova, also applying lots of stagger and lots of freeze. So it is possible for every class to equip that ring and get the freeze bonus. And it says every second that you freeze an enemy, you will ramp up the damage by 20% permanently. So that is crazy. And this is something that, especially in these like kind of like long, slow fights, is kind of like shining a lot. And you can see this in action, even not just on the boss, but also in yeah, other scenarios. So I'm just going to show this here, like this is another run I've done. So for example, if you have like this very large pull here, and you know, I pull enemies from all directions, they kind of move into this large room here, and I slowly freeze them all as I shoot with my cold imbuement and my wolves, and over time it will just kind of ramp up. Usually you can freeze enemies for like 2 to 3 seconds at a time, then they become unstoppable for a few seconds, and then you freeze them again. And this means that compared to the typical ring aspect that might be like a 60% bonus or so, you only need to freeze enemies for 3 seconds to break even, basically. So you won't have that same burst right away, but at least after like maybe 10 seconds of combat or so, after the second freeze, you will already be ahead using Signal of Pelagane. And for any combat that lasts more than 10 seconds, it is already the best in slot choice, basically. For bosses, that is a little bit different, because it only applies during the stagger, or it will only ramp during the stagger rather. So a stagger is usually 6 or 7 seconds, and then you get like 120 to 140% multi at the end of the first stagger, and then again after the second stagger, and it kind of ramps up from there. But there is a time between the staggers on the boss that you have to wait, and you can just kind of shoot away, but you will still benefit from that extra damage. So as the fight progresses, you will do more and more DPS. And that is kind of like a really big solution to what we usually experience when we push up in the pit or in the tower. As far as I know, after 110, monsters get 32% multiplicative HP per tier. It's in a gigantic brick wall, every single tier to go up. But with an effect like that ramps up over time, it actually doesn't require you to be 32% stronger. You just need to have like, you know, a slightly better run, and then use that ring, get a little bit more time to ramp it, and you will be able to actually take down those really tanky enemies. And you can actually see this here in action right now. If you look at the HP bars a little bit, you see how at the start, I just don't really do a lot of damage to these guys, and then it ramps up more and more and more. And also, especially, you clean up the elites at the end very nicely. So even very tanky elites, or you know, the really big monster types, or here's a reprisal pack, for example, it doesn't matter that much suddenly. You see how I'm blasting this reprisal pack, boom, from 50% in one stagger. It's crazy. So that's kind of the really big strength of this Signet of Pelagane ring. And it's also why I believe we're going to see this everywhere, basically, very soon, if it's not already included in some push setups. But there is a bit of a caveat here. It's not 100% consistent, and it seems slightly buggy. And I have been working around this a little bit, and I think I figured it out, but I'm still not 100% on everything. But it turns out that there are various things going on that actually make this not as good as it could be. So let's talk about those a little bit. One is the stagger itself on a boss. So you see this here right now. So the way that a stagger is supposed to work these days is that the boss spawns, and it will have 0% stagger resistance. So you apply your crowd controls. The more different types of crowd controls you apply, the faster you stagger it. You don't just want to spam the same like 3-second stun over and over. You want to have a stun, a daze, and a mobilize, a slow, everything you can basically, in order to stagger the boss very fast. You see here, it took me like 3 seconds, boom, the boss is staggered. Then after the stagger is over, they get a 90% resistance for 20 seconds. And then the resistance entirely drops. This is different from the past, where every stagger gave them like permanent stagger resistance basically, and also the stagger was slowly decaying over time, so it became harder and harder to stagger a boss again and again and again. And then basically after 3-4 staggers, you were completely unable to stagger them unless you had like gigantic CC in your build. So these days, you will actually get relatively consistent staggers every 20 or so seconds when you fight a boss for a long time, meaning you can pretty consistently ramp up the Signet, you know, for like 120% or so every like half minute or something like that. So it's very easily just kind of like murders the boss as you go. But there is a bug where sometimes the stagger just goes way more slowly than it should. And you can see this right now here on this fight. So, you know, you see that, you know, now almost 20 seconds have passed since the last stagger or so, and it still goes up very slowly. So normally now the stagger resistance will drop, and it will just instantly stagger the rest of the way. But it's not happening, as you can see. And that has to do with the lucky hit chance to CC enemies from charms, actually. There might be other sources, maybe from items or something like that. But you see how slowly I was staggering. And I will show you another example of this actually working properly, which we have here, which is when I removed those lucky hit effects. So just to show this here really quick. Here's a stagger, it finishes, and now it should be like around 20 seconds, and then there's the next stagger. So as you wait for this, I just want to make this a point. Make sure to not have those lucky hit effects on your charms. So in the first run that you saw against the goat boss, I did have those lucky hit charms, and now I removed all of them, and I ironically staggered the boss way faster, because somehow those lucky hit effects bug out the stagger, and it's kind of working like the old system used to work, and not like the new system is intended to work. I'm not sure how that happened. It's some pretty big spaghetti code, but here you can see, you know, even towards the end of the fight, after like 3 minutes, I am staggering like every 15 seconds or something like that. It's way faster, and this also then gives you more of the ramping. And if your build in any way benefits from crowd controlling, like most rogues do, for example, then you will have a much better time leaving out those jumps. So just to show this real quick what I mean, these are these effects here. If you have any of those, then this stagger stuff will bug out. So just have something to keep in mind here. And you want to make sure you don't have those CC effects. You need to have some other CC in order to produce that stagger. Now, that being said, there also seems to be some other bug that affects the Signal of Pelgan in particular that I have not quite figured out yet, but I was using this on my push on the Warlock, and I was not able to actually get this ramp on the boss. For some reason, it just didn't work on the boss. It worked on everything else with using the Seirun Wolves, for example, but then on the boss it didn't work. And I don't know why. It might be because it was the wolves that staggered him, and I didn't have any like sort of CC or stagger myself in this Warlock build, where, for example, here my Rogue, I have the Call Movement and I constantly chill and all that anyway, and with my own shots. So it might have to do with where that final CC that triggers the stagger comes from, for example. So we have to test it a little bit more, but it was working relatively consistently on my Rogue, but not on my Warlock for some reason. But yeah, this is kind of like just something to keep in mind. I actually removed every single charm here with the lucky hit CC effects, and then it was all fine. But yeah, overall, Signal of Pelgan, a very interesting item. I really like the design of this, and I also like the really fast ramp of this. It's going to be quite a lot more fun to push with this, I think, because, you know, not such a brick wall every tier, and, you know, there is more strategy behind it now. So I really like that part of it. And also boss fights in general were just way too long. And this is sort of the solution to that. So every boss will just eventually melt away, basically, because you ramp up 200, 300, 400+% damage after a few staggers. It's kind of wild. So if you're facing that own brick wall of yours and you want to try to push your glyphs up a little bit more or something like that, then try this out. It's actually very easily farmed as well, because this drops from Beast in the Ice, which is a small lair boss, so you get plenty of those keys if you farm, for example, Helltide, or Warplan has some rewards for that sometimes. And you can also use the activity trees here. There is the lair boss tree, where when you farm Nightmare Dungeons, you get Beast in the Ice ambushes, and you just pop these rings all the time. Like I get 5 of these every single Nightmare Dungeon or something, especially if you combine this with like more boss spawns. There's the Amalgam of Rage. There is the reviving bosses in the Nightmare Dungeon tree. There is also the butchers that you can get from the Helltide tree if you use the Meat Brothers and the Night Terrors. And all of these things can trigger the Beast in the Ice ambush in the Nightmare Dungeons. And I also talked about Nightmare Dungeon farm in general in like a recent video of mine. Maybe you have seen that. But Nightmare Dungeons are pretty juiced, basically. And this is the way I get it. So yeah, just kind of try this out. If you're going for some higher tiers, it can probably make your build quite a lot better. That's also it for this video already. So hope this helps you. Hope everyone is having a blast in the season. And I'll see you guys next time. Would Painter's Grease be good on cold PenShot? No. Pain and Grease are kind of like not a thing these days. Because Pain and Grease gives you 15% damage only against chilled enemies. But then we have, you know, just 20% damage against everything. So why would you ever run Pain and Grease, right? Signet can not be a charm, I think. Yeah. Adrian, cooldown reduction makes mobility skills insane. What do you think? The odds of it getting nerfed? I think there is not a nerf coming for it. There is a masterworking bug, So for some reason, when you masterwork the skills, they get +4 instead of +1. So you get like 3 ranks extra for no reason. But besides that, I don't see a nerf coming to this. I mean, it is actually an interesting and like a chase unique item. And I mean, why not, right? It's only for trivial content. It's not really actually making you stronger against any serious enemy, you know? You can't use this on Mephisto, you can't use it in a push. So what's the harm? How are we feeling about Rogue right now? Feels good, man. Is Heartseeker S tier? No, but it's pretty good. Does physical damage count as elemental damage? No. Think Signal of Dagger can make the call to be viable. I mean, it basically goes into any push build. So a good build will still be good and a bad build will still be bad. But everyone is just gonna go kind of significantly higher using this. What's the new pit leaderboard build in 3-minute runs? It's bugged, mostly. What pitch level can I do? With this setup, I can do 130 pretty comfortably, I'd say. Companion Druid has been really fun. Nice. Personally, I'm not such a big Companion Druid enjoyer because of this like pack leader reset mechanic. I don't really like that part, to be honest. PenShot with cold or poison? I'm a poison enjoyer. Speaking of, I guess it's time. Oof, this is a very full here. Let's save this. Heartseeker, alright. Poison, pen, equip. Holy, 90 paragons. I never transfigured this thing. Do you have a better one? Is an all dot crit trash crit. As a resource. I can try. Mm-hmm. 44 on a dot is like alright, I guess. 77, 95. GA life, okay. First try. $15 cooldown. Okay. Indestructible. Oof. So, I guess we go with this one. Bit less on a dot, but it has the all, so that should kinda make up for it. I like the cooldown. Also, we have like really low gems here. Any emeralds? Found some shrouded gift earlier. Let me check that. I also have this. I should probably just run this and remove this one anyway, right? And we have this one, the new one. You can see if we got what you get here. Minus 5.9 toughness. But it has this and this one. Heartseeker. Minus 1.4 with dex. So it's pretty good. Let's see what we can get here. Any other tier list is coming up on Maxwell? Soon TM. Sometime later today, most likely. I actually need to check on all guys. Okay. Send it. "13 quality. Yeah, we take this here with the decks, I guess. Kinda neat. Was that healing received? It's not terrible. Okay, the Heartseeker. Wait. Do we have another critical? I've crit weapon. Okay, 628 weapon damage this thing has. Very shit roll. Okay. Alright. Oof. Where are the jumps? Human ranks. We have like giga charms here. 4, 4, 4, 4. Baru. Subterfuge. Unlucky. Devil's Will. Unmodifiable. 3 quality. Sick. I could try something here. Why not? Just get it. Huge. Yep, dude, I have 850 refined dust, man. What the fuck? Okay. You just killed T12 and pissed on your rogue. Nice. Which build? Would Azeroth work with a ring combo? Ice Freeze? I mean, technically, yeah, and maybe the ring is gonna be good enough to, like, you know, go around the downside of having an Azeroth, which does nothing on the boss. PenShot. Nice. I found it pretty easy on PenShot, actually. PenShot was melting the boss. Ooh. Any armor? Nice. Sounds lucky. Plus 0.1. Plus 0.1. Plus 0.7. What about the all-res? What the fuck? Plus 0.7. Wow. That was certainly worth 80 million gold. Okay. Funny enough, that is actually an upgrade, but only for gold builds and that's the debilitating toxins. Oof. Oh my god. So close. Moxie is a very bad ring and there's a rough. Yeah, I mean, the ring definitely helps to make some stuff like Ezerath more viable. Because anything that, you know, usually anything that does not buff your boss damage is just dead in this game. But the Signet of Pelgrin actually kind of like carries your boss damage enough that it can do something like Ezerath, I guess. Well, unfortunate for this chest. We don't have another one. A grandfather transfigured into CDR. That sounds kind of nice, no? CDR is really nice. Okay, fluidity, versatility. Canny. Bane. Two, 3, 4. Let's get it actually. So 2, 3, 4. Okay. Baleful fragrance, not like this. Seems like we have a lot of strength int and so on. Maybe we don't need this. How much is 35? $278. 208 is 14 int. What about the strength? 50 strength. Okay, 1318.9, 1370.6, 1323. So I got plus. Instead of plus 0.9. So it's like 5 to 6 times better to take a armor node instead of a buffed strength node. 1323.1, 1337.7. So this is 4.7. This is plus 2.3. Okay, so it's roughly twice as good to take a res node over a buffed int node, and it's roughly 5 times as good to take an armor node over a buffed strength node. And this is with a 125 glyph, so pretty high already. So if you don't unlock new Paragon nodes from taking these, you know, like stuff like this, yeah, we have it anyway. And we definitely want to pick up this. Oh. Oops. We need boots. What the fuck did I have there? Also, we can transfigure this thing. Okay, first of all, I need to figure out what was the aspect on the boots. I guess, was it the overpower one? It might have been the overpower one. Because we very easily get it, right? If there's shadow step, we shoot. And we do all power boots, I guess we need to make boots. Do we need the speed? 188, not really, we can do these maybe. So just want to try to roll res and send it. Of course. Are recars on seals working for other filters? Are you sure you selected like seal basically as like your item type or something? I have managed to recolor like legendary seals at least. You think you missed that much about Eaglehorn? Eaglehorn is pretty good, yeah. Like the Eaglehorn multi, it seems to work for poison. And then you also have like the more hits and more coverage and stuff like that, so it's pretty good. You know, it's more about hitting stuff than it is about doing a lot of damage sometimes. Any movement? No, it's fine. I wonder if the exploiters aspect actually works. Probably doesn't, right? From like Azure Wrath explosions. Because it should just not double dip on anything. Oh my god. It replaced the Auris of 210 decks. Unlucky. I can do this. It's also that. Fuck, Fortify is utility. I'm not 100% sure about this actually. Shit, this is heavy yellow. No. So this is impairment and fortify. Yeah, okay, fortify is utility. Alright. Dude, it's kind of painful actually, so Add. We want to add the auras. We want to get the speed, the dex. So we can add dex. Then we have 2 in the utility category. Evolve needs to become defense. It's either way, it's a 50-50. So I think we're just going to do the 50-50 at the start and try to get rid of the 45. GG. Okay. Seems like I don't have any boots anyway. Ugh. Do we just say, fuck it? Take the double dex boots without the res. It's 10% toughness, yikes. We have those, they're basically ready to go. So maybe say screw that and we're gonna slam decks on these, no problem. Did I just gamble them? Or did I have them? Indestructible. It's like 9% damage versus 10% toughness. Yeah. Any movement speed? That's crazy. Does attack speed make a difference on Worm Barb? Yes. The bit you don't understand, Blizzard are scamming as I pay for the expansion to play a powerful class and now it's Giga Nerf. What the fuck is happening? Well, it turns out they didn't try to make it intentionally OP. And Warlock is just kind of balanced. And the Paladin is, yeah, also roughly on that level, I suppose. Maybe slightly worse. And some other classes are just kind of unexpectedly OP. But I think paying to play an OP class is maybe not the right approach. What am I doing? Suffering, mostly. Yay! Oh my god. Ah. That's a lot of speed. We already capped anyway, so I guess he was slightly faster in town. Let's go. That was fast food. We already Giga cap, man. I don't need it. Any other boots? They have GA movement. It is what it is, I guess. I was gonna try to gamba some boots. Might make more later. Yeah, anything else you need to update here? This is fine. This is fine. The imprints are good. We have that. Crushing aspect. Dude, I don't have the crushing aspect, holy. Okay. Do we need a 45 thing? No, right, we have this here. Okay. Do we have ferocity? Yes. Cooldown, we can do resolve there. We can invulnerable. Preparation. Okay. How about the Etna? Okay. Anything you can still slam here? Dot all. Send it. Nice. Dot life. Curse touch. Send it. Nice. I think this is the Wound GA. Ah, I target. Take it. Okay. Okay, anything else? This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. So you can do the resolve here. I think this might be fine as well. Phones is physical damage. Do I have a better seal or something? Yeah, that's actually a maxed out. I think I have anything else. Cooldown, attack speed, crit chance. Cooldown. Okay. Let's just play the game a little bit, guys. Dude, I have 3 mythic tributes. What the fuck? Don't think I'm missing anything, right? So let's just send it. Any tip on getting Warplan maxed out quickly? Yeah, only do 6 wave forwards and not 10 wave. And then everything else, I mean, there's not really too much you can do. I mean, try to be smart about your health heights, I guess. You know, you can try to do multiple health heights in a row. Or just kind of like, you know, save your cinders and then just kind of come back, take a few objectives there. You can like max out the health heights pretty fast. 9 dimensions, if you don't have something like material reserve, you can just rush through to the boss, go again. So some things can do, like also like under city, right? If you don't have any tribute to like get anything from, you can just rush through. Oh, this is nice. Why not hardcore? Because I had to learn the Mephisto fight somehow. And I didn't want to wait until PTR to do it on hardcore. The best robot I have messed with. Headshot. This build is PenShot. Don't have my own planner yet though, but I can check that one for my TS on Maxwell. Yes, at all. If you start at the start of an hour and you just, you know, have like 500, or, you know, whatever, like, you know, you just go do a head objective, and then you will have some leftovers, right? And you just come back later, go again. My pad is too slow for the shit. I have played with Ballista as well, yeah. So my build will be optimized for Ballista, but playing Shade Shot. Roots time. Do I do it? Maybe I'll send it later. In 9 minutes again, we'll see. So basically the idea is you play Shade Shot full time until you do their bosses, and then you swap over to Ballista. And I will not use like the Shade, Glyph and stuff like that. Or like the shade aspect. So that Ballista can be fully buffed by everything. And then, you know, for Lavos and for Mephisto and for pushing, you're gonna do Ballista. There's the penetrating shot guide on Exile from Matthias, you can check that. JGT7777. Oh shit, this hunter has 2 minutes actually. Okay then. I need a resolve actually. City, stop resolve. We actually don't need this, yeah. All the hellworms. What the fuck, man? Now! All of the hellworms. Oh. You have Bugsy in there. What the fuck is this? Wait, this is a wrong chest. I know the other one bricked, right? What are we running there? There you go. Vex, I think. Oh. Shit, we had a cool class with him. I totally missed that earlier. And Lucifer, thanks for the sub. Okay. Been a while, but here we are. This song is a banger. Who is this? You should try exclamation mark song. The tech behind Infinite Shadow Step. Yes, we have the technology, guys. Let's see what we have here. Oh my god. Cold poison, cold poison. Okay, so you made like an entire poison and cold in one guide, okay. So he's playing the Ballista. Yeah, I'm playing Shade Shot. And Ballista only for lair bosses, basically. But besides that, this looks kinda similar. Here's Cow. I have... what is this? Tibalt's. So he's going for Restore Resource. He has Tibalt's equipped, okay. Yeah, okay, I guess you don't really need to show out a gift if you have the resolve stacking, so... There you go, I guess. I'm just playing without resolve stacking, so I actually need to make like a proper setup. But otherwise, this is basically the same thing here. Here's Bulwark, Mod, Novex, okay. Hope Max will update sometime soon. Yeah, we want to get our tier list updates out today. Like a major update on all of the tier lists. So previously we only had like the overall in-game tier list, and now we're making, you know, bossing, speed, push, everything at once as well. So that should be tonight. I need to check on the status of it actually. But yeah, we have like a lot of people that, you know, like we have to like consolidate it all into the tier list and stuff. It's better than Heartseeker. A little bit. But Heartseeker is superb, I feel like that. I just recorded my guide as well, it's gonna be live soon. Then we're probably gonna do one on PenShot and maybe gonna do one on TB. We will see. I prefer this or cold PenShot. I generally like all the poison stuff a bit more than the cold. But it can make the cold feel decently comfortable at least. Ugh, my loot. I'll see what it was actually. I definitely went in too early, but I want to see what actually killed me. Because I didn't see it. What? Oh, the sword. It was. Oh, here's the circle. It was barely visible, actually. Holy. I really like that. I'm already dead before the sword even comes down. Look at this. Look, I'm already dead. The sword, here is the explosion already. The sword is still coming down. It's actually like off by like half a second. It's kind of crazy. It was like almost not visible. It perfectly blends in with the loot beams here, look. This is why. It's just like another loot beam. Hey, you wanna go there? Loot me. Wait, was I full? I was actually full. Damn. But I had only 3 Dark Shrouds. I think a 5 Dark Shroud I would survive on. But they're a bit low on toughness here. Because they're missing the Aulras here. Did we have these other boots? Or did I salvage them now? Or Striker. So maybe I'm just gonna send these. It's all of toughness. We have a lot of decks anyway. Should be fine now. Just get protection shrine, I guess. Was a 4J Eldarin. Yo. What is that Heartseeker? Good thing about getting a 4G drop is that you remove one of the options from the pool. So I cannot get another GA. Oh, I lost the rock somewhere. Oops. It's like, where's my progression globes? Chances were indestructible. That's the big upside, actually. When you already have 4 GS. And tonight with the 2 let's be pushed. When they're ready. The fuck is that shock lower thing? Holy. What is this guy doing? Wait, do we actually have like a Nova now? This multi-shot build I'm playing right now is actually a PenShot build. Okay, 2 shots for the maiden. Can definitely kill her easily before she goes. We don't wait a chance that makes it take burn damage, but be berserk all the time. If you will. No, I don't think it's affected by fire res. So you burn, but the burn is still applied, like, you know, triple the damage of whatever you took, and scales with the res of whatever the element was that damaged you. So it doesn't help you to have fire res basically necessarily. So you still take triple the damage. I really like that amulet, but the problem is that you just don't get hit every 8 seconds. And then you just don't have to buff, so that's... like, it needs to be maybe longer or something. Or maybe some other, like, condition. Or give us some sort of, like, self-hit so we can actually trigger it on ourselves. But yeah. Like, very often you just don't get hit every 8 seconds, and then this is kind of pointless. I'm playing PenShot right now. Well-deserved mastery chest. That's Ballista for pushing. I mean, Shadow Shot has the infinite damage bug, so I guess technically Shadow Shot is better until like Wednesday. But Ballista definitely does a lot more damage. It has a lot of weapon damage, and it's probably like a few tiers for sure. Oh, not to the Carnival Grant. I'm still working on my Goblin achievement, you know. Don't have time for cows. Good luck, Donkey. Ballista. 15 or something. How far can this build push? I think there's 143 with no bugs. That's a lot of progression goals, man. What is going on? That's 13 quality on Eldrin. Not that terrible. Did it give you a skill rank? That'll be kind of interesting. So it's a signal of Pelagin. Actually, I don't think I already uploaded this. I'm following the Matthias guide, but I feel stronger. I shouldn't be stronger. This is pretty similar. See the difference here. One tick killed him through the last barrier, just directly to death. That's crazy. You can see the comparison now. I'm gonna do Shadow Shot. Also fine, actually. At this point I'm so strong. Does make a huge difference. This is much better than Poison Multi. I wouldn't say much, but it's a bit stronger. Ooh. Alright. We're sending that one. It even comes with 150. Okay. Bit low in the life. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. do we take the life? I think I take the life. Okay, so it's better in every way. Plus 40 life even. Okay. Oop. Okay. Time to suffer. Oh my god, you rolled 3 times 120. That was wild. And 3 times 147. This thing has a gigantic range. 147 again. Okay. We got it back. we just deleted 20 attuned dust for no reason, guys. But it's fine. It was sort of good karma. Ah, that's painful, man. That is the wrong eagle horn to get crit. Do we use it anyway? I guess I kind of like the cooldown. How much more damage does this? Like 5% poison and 13 dot. So that should end up being not like 5% DPS, so it's 15 cooldown. I think it goes to cooldown actually. Not that I really need it, but I guess it smooths it out.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Thing. Yo. On this. Hello guys. Welcome everyone. Big raid. How's it going? Hope you had a wonderful time. What have you been working on? Falling Star Paladin works. Holy shit. Okay. So, what do you mean with work? Hello, wudijo maniacs. Why do you call us maniacs? I think that is uncalled for. I think Sightless is much better than Blowing Blades for DB. Well, you can play Sightless. You can only play Sightless with Poison Imbue. For cold, you can choose, but Sightless is usually a bit stronger. Throwing Blade makes it faster though, you don't have to go Eldarin, which is nice. We are maniacs. 10, 2 minutes without swim strength. Oh, that sounds really good actually for Falling Star. Damn. Okay. Seems like Paladins are doing something. Kinda funny that of all of the builds, like this is actually one that seems to shine there. Because I only hear bad things about Paladins. I wonder, can we make that better? Is I actually on hardcore or is it doing softcore adventures? The Vein of Arrows build buggy. Yeah, it doesn't currently benefit from the Beastfall buff, so it's quite a lot weaker than it should be. And even when they fix that, I'm not sure if the Poison Imbue would be boosted by that. So I guess we'll have to figure it out when the time comes, because right now we can't test that. Only softcore this season, okay. That's Chico. Depends what we need. Are we saying Poison's greater than Cold? Oh, they actually perform relatively similar, but I feel like Poison feels better because you have just like more consistent boss damage and stuff. But when it comes to pushing, they're actually kind of close, I think. And overall performance as well, like, you know, for just blasting. But yeah, Poison just always works basically, and Cold works better when you stagger and CC attacks, and you can't always do that. There's assaultable enemies, there's bosses that can barely be staggered, and so on, and then Cold falls off a little bit. For pushing, that's not so bad. Because you usually always have these like stagger burst traces on Rogue, even with the Poison builds. A bit more on the Cold builds, I guess. But yeah, the Signal of Pelgain stuff is very strong. I talked about this earlier, there's gonna be a video on that. There's no build like Jade Harvester in this game. Yeah, some stuff that feels maybe a little bit similar, like the Azurath builds. With the big pops, but it's not like as like in control, I guess, as Jade. Yeah, here in this 115 you can notice a difference between the Ballista and the Shadow Shot. This definitely is way slower than the other 115 I was doing earlier. I was like cruising for this, one-shotting packs, and here I definitely have to shoot more often. It's gonna be like a 2.5 run instead of like a 100-second run. Another pit. What about like chicken? There's a little bit like chicken, but also not really. So there is like a basically copy pasta effect of the chicken effect, but the build is not really like a chicken build. With some more power creep, maybe we can make a build that is like way closer to the old chicken build from Witch Doctor. But yeah, we need some power creep for sure for that to be good enough to blast everything. That's a lot of crabs. Godslayer, Seed, Pain Gorgeous, and Hellsting Demon form. Holy. The demon form. Actually, I'm curious, what can I see here for dot ticks? Nah, 1.5 trillion. $8 trillion, okay. That's a lot of damage. Before the stagger even. How to unlock the Amazonian charge mount? I have some mount. No, I don't have it. Not that I want it. This one is funny. Corrupted root, drop refined primordial dust. Didn't really notice too much dust, but I guess it drops. Yeah, that's just elites, right? It just drops some elites, and that should be also refined. Yeah, I have 800 now, and I definitely went up quite a lot today after doing the Lampion grind. I'm planning to do a guide for poison PenShot, yeah. But we've recorded like 5 videos already today, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. Yeah, Matthias has a guide, which is very close to this. Oh well. When will I start hardcore? Oh, what if I told you my hardcore character is higher Paragon than this one? Boss might be dead, but so maybe I. Let's see. Oh, 7. Good time to ask about hardcore, I guess. Woo, thanks Groovy. Wish this up. Wait. Didn't I have a prankster? Is the prankster getting deleted when you fail the boss fight? I'm pretty sure that was a prankster, right? Damn. Actual scam. Oh, big love. Actually, I should try to do something like love. Priestess of Rod boss has damage reduction. I have no idea. Which boss is that? Yes. Thanks, Titan. Appreciate the prime. Much raise into a health. 7k. I'm gonna do any sort of pushing later. Ah, fuck, actually, I just realized we have to move one of the aspects in the ring. Maybe probably have to drop Malice. We also have to get the Writhing in here. So ideally we'd have Writhing on the neck if we do this. Right. Crushing. Okay, Writhing on the neck. Move something on the sword or on the dagger. What do we have here? We keep the Tybalt. Keep that. Let's see if we can make some stuff. It's already corrupted. Contamination. This is not. One crit, one. This is Vuln and .ga, okay. This is Vuln poison dot. So you can just take this and send it.
Mainlanders, what do you seek? Bring your challenge next time.
Keep Earth Striker. We keep a Curse Touch. We need to freeze somehow. So I guess this would mean either Bull or Wolves. Because you don't have any natural freeze here. Okay. Which means we don't need a Curse Touch. What do we need?
This should be interesting.
It's 25% damage to distant. I guess Retribution could be something. We're generally not going to be in melee range. Do we have healing here? No, we can put it on a weapon, I guess. So I guess this would be either Exploiters or Retribution. Mostly this one. How's the endgame? Really fun. What's better? 100 weapon damage or 200 main stat? That really depends on the weapon and your main stat. Can't really say it like that. If you have very low main stat, like below 2k, I would probably go for the main stat there. We got a... Oh shit. I forgot to temper it actually. Wait, what did we even get? We got a GA on the life. And I forgot to temper it. Oops. Unlucky. Maybe we can get something better anyway. So here's a GA live. You have to craft it though. Here's a GA dot multi, it's kinda nice. Here's another one actually. Okay, let's try this. Oh, it's kind of interesting. So if I add an aspect now, will it be yellow? Or will it be legendary? I haven't tried that. Oh, you can't, okay. You first have to make it legendary.
Brings you to the ancient isles.
There's actually double GA. It's very good. Yeah, I crafted this accidentally when I was making next for the other build. This is very juicy actually, the double GA. Nice. The same roll. Okay, how's the stats in general? 95, 42, 29, 102, 42, 24. Okay. Quality. Alright. What else we got? This is unfortunately legendary, so it's kind of hard to roll this. Same here. Okay, I think YOLO. I need to kind of YOLO this. Chaos. I mean, we could, instead of YOLOing. Okay, we can YOLO it once anyway, and then we can still roll it. But first, let's focus roll the life into better value. Because if it rolls into a defensive stat, I can still do it after, I guess. My god. I got 2 times the same number on life. Fine.
What brings you to ancients watch over this one?
Okay, so I have to manually roll this. You have a lot of gold. He has 23 bone. 26, okay. That works. Oh, first try. Welcome to the game. I did hit it. The huge difference between one-handers without the implicit. Got a free GA mace for planner asked for sword. The implicits are gone. So one-handed sword and one-handed mace I think has the same speed, so there should be no difference. Two-handed maces are a bit slower than two-handed swords. But besides that, a mythic armament tribute dropped and you have to bank it and can't take it out. Haven't heard of this. Maybe your inventory is full. Check your keys inventory. Alright, keep resetting the CD for dash. Eldrin. The mythic sword. I think that add a really rare item as Cosmic Wings in before. It's not too unlikely. I mean, it's been adding a lot of cool stuff, right? The secret portal now from the echoing hatred. I think they should raise the Obol Cup. I have double that system. Yeah, I mean, the like 10,000 Obols in a dungeon is obviously unintended. that is not real, man. It's just a symptom of the season, I guess. Wait a minute. Oh. Hey, Border. What's up? Madness, I guess. And I'm gonna play some Druid before PoE. Likely. I mean, I will probably start my next class tomorrow. Today, I might be not able to do it anymore. Since I wanted to finish the poison stuff on the rogue here. Okay, where were we? We got the aspect, we got the temper, the masterwork. Need a socket and send it. Get an all stats. Is that better? This one is really good here with the 12 quality. I think all stats doesn't cut it. This one I forgot the temper, so oops. Also, it's just not really that good anyway. And I think the others you can kind of just like safely store again. You want to do something on this one. This has Wool, Dot, Dex Life. Nice GAs, I guess. This is fine. This is 45 for 108. It's 33 for 120. And this one has also the all damage, which is better than the Dex, I guess. So this is good. We trash this. Okay, so now what about a weapon? Ideally I would have a rest bitten, actually. What do we have? Here's a dot. I mean, this would be only for Mephisto though, the rest bitten. For push we wouldn't do that. So actually, screw it, I guess. How about a dagger? Crit. Here's a dot one. That is only one GA, which is on life. What is this even? What is the life? Is it a poison that I rolled? What the hell? I think it's a poison multi. It's like Giga Yikes, actually. Oh, that's kind of sweet. But you have to manually roll the dots. Should actually be relatively easy, right? It's not that many outcomes now, since you have the all damage. $25 crit, unlucky. 27 dot, okay, that's kinda good. So what do we put on this? Crushing moves from the neck to the weapon, I guess. So let's put the crushing here. And then we also want to equip Signet, and we have to make like a alchemical glove or something. Can we do this somehow better? Either way, we have to make a glove, right? And we're not gonna have malice. So it is what it is. Because I think I'm gonna keep alchemical for a push, right? Do we really need it though? We have basically no attack speed, so the attack speed multi is nice. But I guess malice is a bit better. This is slower. Which means we also lose like Shadow Clone uptime. So yeah, I think I want to keep the alchemical, even if it's like slightly less DPS. Which means we do need a glove. Which means we do put crushing here. And the masterwork on the life, I suppose. And a bit of dot. Body, I'll take it. Okay, what about glove now? Here's the Vuln. This one is a triple GA. The comics are actually not that impressive. You could have Dex as well. It's life and all. Could try, but it's gonna be tough. Crit. Here's a Vuln. It's life and Dex. These are life and all. There's a dot. There's a Vuln. I think I should start with a dot. Just add big one. Easy. Fuck. We can remove that. Just add big one. Oh my god. Welp.
What do you think? Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Just roll big one. $22 is not enough. When he killed Mephisto, he saw a purple drop. When he went and got the loot, there was no purple item to be found. Maybe it was a seer, so check your talismans. Okay, we can guaranteed remove the decks, yeah. Or maybe you got a Trace of Echoes, which you might have mistaken for a Mythic. I'm not sure if like Mephisto can drop a Crux again, that would be funny. Aside for loot filter, there's no out of game loot filter creation. Ooh, 28. Okay, come on, hit the shadow. Of course not, man. Fuck. Gloves crafting is a pain, man. If you want to get a loot filter, then just check the Maxwell guide you're looking for, and then, for example, I have them in my planners as well, or in the Maxwell guides. Okay, 50-50 for the fizz. And one is gone. You broke your gloves on transmog. Man, that's a strong transmog. I already compare PenShot and Heartseeker. I like PenShot a bit more, and it's also a bit stronger. Okay, I have 25 Vuln. And it's gone. It's 22 is a bit low. 22 and 17, come on, dude. $24, 14. I'm gonna try to hit it all. I got cold, unlucky. And it's gone. Pain, man. We want Miriam back? No, we really don't want. Oh, so close, man. Okay, now I have to save the 24 poison like twice. Oh, maybe I'm just gonna say fuck it, honestly. Miriam, enjoy your sus. I think that's very sus, actually. Okay, seriously. Cards on 30, I go. Okay, which ring do we give up? This is definitely a really good ring. So we give up this one. For alchemical.
May you find you.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Oh shit. Thanks, Sis, what's up? Got a GA on the live. Maybe it's good enough. So we got riffing, crushing, chemical. What about the signet? Freeze, one hit one. Dot one res. That's kind of nice. I don't have any of it though. This is a GA on the one. It's kind of nice. Crazy how this is like almost the same toughness with the GA live. I think I'm gonna go for this. But if it breaks, I take the other, I guess. I want to have a bit of life on here, so I'm gonna do it with this one. Maybe I don't need to like a hit restore actually now I think about it. You try Death Trap, it's giga hard. Yeah, it's kind of tough to play Death Trap and hard to set up. I don't think you need like a hit restore resource, right? If you attack so slow with this build, you have enough from just tip ults. Like unless you kind of run out of resource. Okay, good to know. Planner for my current rogue build? I didn't make my own planner yet. But Matthias has the Maxwell guy, that's kinda close. Doing 150 in 3 minutes with Vein of Arrows. Vein of Arrows sounds like it's mostly for the memes. The bug is the PenShot. Okay, we're gonna put imbuement potency on this thing actually. Okay, don't break. Rage. I'm gonna not do entropic on this one. Oh wait, I'll do this first. Dude, it replaced the life on it with life on it. That's funny, man. Okay. Usable, I guess. That's hilarious. Okay, let's try the other one. That's great. I think it's like a little bit less. It's like 30 less life on hit or something. Okay. Indestructible. Oh, shit. So. It's a 28 vuln. There's a 16 vuln and a 42 dot. So I think DPS, this is a little bit more. It's not even, that's just a little bit, to be honest. 16 and 42. It's just a 28. How much dot do we have? 77. 53. That's gonna be like 50 or something. 40. 119. We have like 400, 500 dots actually. That's kind of crazy. It has so much. So this dot here is not even like that much more than just like a dex roll. I just realized we have so much dot multi. So I'm gonna take the one with the life on hit. We want a Beru with Imbue or Core or Marksman ranks. And... ah, shit. Ideally with 3 and not a lucky hit effect. It's kind of interesting how rare core skill ranks is for some reason. Why is it so rare compared to the other categories? The wrong GA. I perform human there.
Oh, finished so soon?
Okay, so we made the weapon, we made the glove, we made the amulet. Now, one thing is, I'm not sure about the wolves. So I wonder if the wolves are what fucks with the signet. I guess we'll figure this out later when we go push. And I might have to swap over to full rune instead of the wolves, which means we don't have vulnerable. Do we have vulnerable anyhow? Damage tool vulnerable. Huh. I don't think so. Second immune, Omegle. Makes everything vulnerable for 6 seconds and spawn. It's not that great, but every 6 seconds might be doable. There's a fortify, concealment, and knockdown. Yeah, I think we might have to do a cursed touch. But we'll see. I kind of don't want to do a cursed touch.
Care for a game of this? A legendary. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Try again.
Mm-hmm. I tell. World boss into, okay. I got DT online with Glints on Amulet. Oof. Oof. But I guess. God's jam. $666 Ores. Nice. Dude, 5 quality, man. Serious. Is plus 3 to Oscar's GA not better than dot multi GA for multi-shot? For poison, Oscar's is kind of nice, actually. For normal builds, Oscar's is not very good. But on poison in particular, you kind of double benefit from it because your core rank goes up and your imbuement goes up. And that's kind of good. So, yeah. The problem is that the GA doesn't do anything. Like, all skills will be free with GA or without GA, so it doesn't matter. Also, this guy just died here. Unlucky. Which side do I have my own music on? You can find it on YouTube Music, Apple Music, Spotify, it's everywhere. Dude, random rats appearing. Gone. You don't need a cursed touch, one of ulti is enough. Yeah, every 6 seconds is probably fine. Like in the push, it's probably fine. For farming, it's a bit sus. But in push, I guess I can get my ult out every 6. In worst case, you can throw in the smoke grenade instead of dash or something, or instead of shadow step. And with the smoke grenade we easily do it. So sentry. I can do sentry as well, I guess. Maybe. He got 300 sinners waiting for the world boss, that's funny. Okay, mythic time, guys. Did I miss anything up? With Dope, 4J, Signet, Dex, Life, War, and Resource Gen. That's very nice. I didn't do TP yet today. I've been using Sentry and Cry Rune. Really fast for all kind of content. Cry, interesting. I don't know, I feel like here we don't have time for a Cry Rune. I really go a bit higher in the pit and shore. Boom. No pranksters. Unlucky. Damage percent on Paragon is all additive, yeah. This build is not using a shade bug. Do you add mythics as you get them? Can you follow a build? Most of the time, yes, I guess. Like, if you get a petition, that usually just replaces, like, absolutely nothing, basically. Please explain a huge amount of toughness. Get life, armor, res, enjoy. You can make it more if you want. Do that. There is resolve in this build because of the concealment. You can see the stacks there. There's a fist. But I'm not stacking resolve, if that's what I mean. I don't have the aspect and stuff. It's just standard setup. Oh. That's a lot of stuff. What the hell? I'll do it later tonight, Deadly Sin. Fine enough for this. None of the stuff I crafted is now equipped. I just made something for later, for a push. Staff trap build as good as PenShot. It's close enough, let's say. Death trap is also very fast and smooth. The nice part about Death Trap is you have perma teleport under all circumstances, and here you only have it with Eldarin, which is usually almost always, but not always. Okay, it's gonna be a beam after this run. You don't understand what to do at all. Alright, go to Tyrael, click on wall plants, and start blasting. And there you go. The rest you'll learn on the way. Does high damage, weapon damage on a bow help scale poison damage? Yes. Weapon damage helps you with the weapon that you attack with. So if you're shooting, so you want weapon damage on the bow. For most classes it doesn't matter because you only have one weapon. But on barbs and rogues it matters which weapon you're using.
You know where to find me.
Okay guys. Few minutes. BRB. I'm back. Let's do a bit of push. Let's see what happens. So Lunatic is better at leveling with Eviscerate or Minion build. I guess they're both relatively close. You can probably just like send Lunatics as well from the start if you want. Live 32 hours, how's it possible? It's possible by doing nothing. You press start stream and do nothing. Which build I recommend for Warlock? Lunatic. Okay, let's find a glove here. Chemical. This is crit. Dot poison. Okay, this is here. Signet. Thing. And the weapon.
Thousands of gems in a handful of dust.
Guess you can try this. Actually, I want to see first. Do I really have to go with the Sentry variant? Or maybe we're fine. Yo, Mesa, thanks for the sub earlier, by the way. Oh shit. Doesn't show the health bars. Okay. I think I have to do this. Are we gonna be better off with the Sentry? We're gonna lose a lot of damage from the Shadow Clone now. Oh, the Shadow Clone is bugged in various ways, so maybe not. Best RPG of all time. Diablo Immortal. Is this just a barrage boost, but with PenShot? Ah, it's pretty close. God, this is melting. Can you get unstoppable here? That'd be crazy. We've signaled. Seems like we are. It's actually some wild performance there, that's crazy. It's gonna be like a 3-minute run or something. Maybe 4, I guess. Yo. Absolutely nothing, actually. I haven't used Diamond Mind on anything on Rogue so far. On Rogue, the 2-piece bonuses are really weak, unfortunately, and the uniques are pretty strong, so you don't really get to use it. On Heartseeker, there is maybe a little bit of an angle, because you're actually running Nilfer set and not the Sightless set. So Sightless set is like the one that you want to add, basically, but most builds already run the Sightless set. So Heartseeker is a bit of a special thing because you're on Nilfers. But even there I found it like not an improvement really, so... Let's see how fast we stagger with Touch the Wolf actually. I don't have any reals to see here. Goat. Okay, I have to pick up that stone before it disappears. After some time it just despawns, so... We're not staggering, that's the problem. To get more stagger in here. How do we do this? Caltrops. Yeah, his tier is definitely too low for Signet to do anything. Yo, Cat Cam. Thank you for the subject as well. How much percent is Heartseeker worse than PenShot in terms of performance? I don't know, 80? And PenShot definitely does quite a lot more damage. But it only matters for like the pushing part. So in everything else, they're kind of close, I'd say. You know, it doesn't really matter if I kill a lab boss in 3 or in 5 seconds. Let's send 130. Which is definitely too high for my glyphs, but okay. No goddess. Thanks for the 6-7 months. Appreciate that. Actually, we wanted to change something here, let's see. Okay, let's see. Chills. Slow. Weekend. Do we have weekend? Yeah, we have from the Shadow Clone, right? No longer dazes. Poison. No longer dazes. Chills for 20% per second. Death chills for 15% per second. Duration. Size. Bone. So I could do the mild sharpshooter for the bone. What else is like really good stacker here? Okay, the 2 charges, smoke grenade, and just kapow kapow. That'll be a pretty big stagger. Actually, maybe I'll try. How does resource management work? Tables well. Is there enough arrows even more bugged with Crux? I think they might be using it for like some weird purpose, not for actual damage. Like, you know, maybe they want the knockdown from the rain of arrows or something like that, or maybe they wanna knock enemies together, you know, like it can like, can it like move enemies around? So this might be like the reason. Right. Yeah. So this is probably why they use it. That's what I knocked down. And the knocking around, I think. I think they want to stick up the enemies and then go kaboom. They probably have like Umbra and is there maybe Azarath even? I don't know. So whatever they can do basically to like kill more enemies at once with the bug. I've lost the Heart of Stone in the middle there, so I have all those progress slopes, I guess. Wouldn't really matter in like a tower push, but here it kind of matters. I need to make sure I don't lose the Heart of Stone, I guess, for these pulls. This guy's Soul Drinker, Elemental Res, holy. Oh, Bloodseekers are here, man. Wonderful. Bit scuffed. Oops. What? Okay. This is kind of like super stagger resistant because that's a very sus amount of low stagger. Wait, he's not getting staggered, I think. I think the poison smoke does not stagger anymore. What? He's like not getting staggered at all. Let's see. I throw it and I see nothing. I think it's the wolves that fuck with the Pelgane ring. Seems like my damage is not going up at all. This is 3 stackers already. He should be melting. I don't think it's working. Yeah, it's not working for sure. This is 4 staggers. This will be like plus 500% damage now. 100% is the wolves. Oh shit, I lost the rock somewhere. Oh, did I? Yeah. Oops. I was trying so hard. The last dagger has to come from you, yeah. And it seems like the poison smoke just doesn't stagger. I wanna see this. Look, it just does nothing. What the fuck? Okay, here's the days. That's hilarious, man. Like, what? Okay, there's Smoke Grenade that dazes. Then you have this upgrade that doesn't daze. You have this upgrade that doesn't daze. Then you have this upgrade that doesn't say anything, but also doesn't daze. What? That was insane. Okay. And look. This is the kind of daze that I was expecting, right? So you wait until this, and then you throw. Bam. I'm gonna try this again and see what happens. Same tier. You just covered the death trap so strong where to get one shot always. Well, then you probably need a bit more life and rest and armor wherever you can get it. Maybe your uniques suck, so focus on farming better uniques. Because there's no defense in there. If you're having too much trouble, go down to T10 or T11. Or put Glynn's Anvil on your neck and put Resolve Tempers.
Taken apart. Left it down.
Oh, okay, I need to be me, guys. 1 minute, guys. Okay. So I just learned something very kind of interesting.
A legendary prize for the mainland. This should be interesting.
Let's see. So we put this shadow lucky hit thing. And you imprint over it. What the fuck? Look at this. So I just tried this. Nini somehow bricked her neck, and she cannot put a Coolian mod on it. Like, it just says cannot transfigure the fireball. No, I tried to create a random neck. I put the random Coolian mod, and I imprinted the same mod, and now it says 2 times imprinted with the cube mod.
How did you do that? Only you. Try something else.
Maybe this is how they do the double thing. Okay. Audacity.
What do you think? Auspicious omen.
Why are you putting the same?
Yeah, because I'm trying to bug it out.
But I didn't have the same.
You did.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, I remembered.
I did have the same. I have 2 different ones.
And now it's gone. What the fuck? Okay, so let's see if it's bugged. Yeah, look.
My mistake was that I tried to improve the one that was given from the transfiguration thing. Because I found a better aspect and I tried to improve it. And then I lost the other one.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
It showed that I only had one.
Yeah, it's fucked now.
How did you replicate this?
Okay, so you take an egg. I mean, normally this never happens. Because you never put a utility on your neck, right? You always put an offensive there. But somehow you had an utility. So I transfigured it. And then I imprinted the same one. And now you have the double there. And now if I imprint anything else, the cooling mod is gone.
Okay.
And now it's fucked. Yeah. So if you do 2 times the same mod, then you fuck it. Does it remember what it had? Let's see. This still seems okay. What if I roll the same one? Now, after I'm printing.
Or enchanted. I'm gonna report this.
It's a bug. Not a very big bug, but like I said, it's a bug. Oh my god. This is insane. I wonder if imprinting one prevents it from rolling. So maybe you can like slightly improve the odds by imprinting one you don't want. It rolled like 60 now. Yeah, so you can basically trade 25 Forgotten Souls or one Coolian Prism, right? If you imprint a mod that you don't want, you remove one from the pool and then you get it one faster on average, basically. And afterwards, you just imprint the thing you want. It seems like it doesn't roll. It's like almost 100 rolls now. And it's a 1 in 30 or so. And the build is PenShot on Maxwell. What's the best XP farm? It's the thing I just released a video about with the Night Mansion Roots farm. But it's very limited. It ends in 3 days. Besides that, it's Helltide Maggots. You know if you can remove the cute effect after configuration? I'm not sure if you can replace the Transfigured mod. But first of all, if you have Gem Strength and it's modifiable, you should masterwork the Gem Strength. I think that's a thing. And then, I guess you want to be safe, you can use the Entropic Prism. Okay, we rolled like 110 now. I still don't have it, so I think you can't get the one you imprinted. What are the odds?
What brings you to the ancient isles?
There's 28 utility. So 0.9628. To the power of... We did 110 rolls or something. So there's a 1.5% chance that I didn't get it yet.
Ancients watch over this one.
You rolled an item before doing anything, got gem strength and state modifiable. Oh. No, time to craft it, I guess. Good luck. If it's not a legendary, it's gonna be very easy. If it's a legendary, yeah, I don't think you can remove gem strength with the cube. I haven't tried that. Pretty sure there should be like an extra stat that you can't really touch. What should be ideal toughness in T8? I don't know, 500k maybe? Yeah, I'm fairly certain you can't roll the thing that you imprinted.
Fate must have plans for you.
I'm gonna do a bug report real quick on this Transfigurer thing. Which Transfigured Aspect you want on Amulet for Cold Immune? Now you usually do Earth Striker for ranged rock builds, for the overpower stuff. And then you have like Biting Cold for cold damage in particular. So you want those two on your boots and neck. Okay, quick bug report time, so Now, let's see if we can finally make our Signal of Pain work. That'll be cool. We're doing 130, and the boss fight was awful. Let's make it much better. If I missed anything in the last like half hour or so, then go ahead and repeat it or something, guys. Okay, with this, with that, with this. Man, that artillery shot looks so cool with this. Holy. Need materials too. That's nice, it's extremely good. In fact, it's used in the currently highest legit rogue clear. But only partially. And it's kind of rough to push and have this like heart of stone, man, without dropping it all the time. Kinda scuffed to push and kill elites, and I could just be killing trash. It's like 1,000 times faster, man, on pit. On pit you just kill trash and you win. It's kinda weird, man, I don't like it. But I guess here I get glyphs, so let's do it. These guys unstoppable? Oh, they are. Okay. I guess I'm not gonna kill those anyway. This guy's also unstoppable. Stars again. Did I miss something? Do Scream in the Powerless build? You mean Blazing Scream? No. It's not really a reason to do that, I think. Some people do that in push, I think, but yeah. It's not like a real thing. Cool to carry a skill on my bar that I never press the entire run. Until the moment when the boss is almost fully staggered. And then I use it once. And I will do that 3 times in this run. Amazing. Is this a lot stronger than multi-shot build? Like a few tiers or something. Not a lot, I would say, but I'm not sure what's exactly the difference in like terms of cheat, like the total damage. And an Eagle Horn has a bit of extra value compared to like an aspect, I guess. Eagle Horn is a bit better than, you know, whatever you put on the crossbow for the multi-shot. I don't know, maybe it has overall double damage, so it's like 3 tiers or something. I don't think there should be a large gap. Rogue builds are relatively close to each other. Thanks, Vanity. I had a redeem, let's see. Oops. After this, guys. Does the Heart of Stone despawn in combat, or is it only after you left it on the ground for too long, after you finish the boss? Like sometimes it just despawns when it's on the ground, but I notice it only when I finish the boss. Have to try this at some point. Okay, we got him with a smoke. Let's see. I have to figure out when it's 20 seconds over. Because I'm not sure if this dagger resistance decays or if it's like in one go. Okay, we got a second time. Let's see. It's a third. Still looks a bit sus. He's not melting as much as I thought it would. But it's definitely faster than the previous one. Nah, no way. Signal's not working here. Must be something else. There's like 5 staggers now. The bar's not moving faster. Maybe the last stagger thing has to be a freeze from myself in particular. Because it seemed to work on Heartseeker. And I was doing cold damage there. But I was only chilling, not freezing. So it's a bit sus. Let's compare this. So we spawned at 9:34. And we took 2:35 to kill it. Right. So we spawned at 10:03. We took 2:50. So it's almost the same time. This was a kind of shittier boss here. So Signal of Pilgrim definitely did not work here. I also didn't notice any damage improvement. Like first stagger. It's like 3% in a stagger or something. So it's like nothing. It didn't work. Ugh. Okay, do I have anything for freeze? Is that a thing? Frozen. There's one thing that says frozen. Yeah, we could do full, but full is not gonna be that reliable, that's the thing. Maybe if Igni full and then I can just wait and not shoot, but we kind of want to keep blasting, right? I mean, okay, we don't have really that much like extra damage while it's a seed, so it's not so bad, I guess. Okay, I need to check if this actually works. Wow. Okay, so it does not give me an overpower stack even on the stagger proc. And not when I shoot at it while it's staggered either. It did give me the stagger though. So we could do chill. Where do you have chill? But chill is not good enough because I have the wolves. The wolves will just fuck with us. So no. I think this is probably the most reliable thing I can do. We swap over the cold imbue and shoot it at the right moment. The question is, how much does it do? Exactly. It's quite a bit actually. It's like 20%. Actually, with enough ranks. Chill enemies for 100. Okay, it actually does apply the freeze by itself, I just realized. One shot will freeze. Okay, let's try it, I guess. You can also do... You can also use it as a defensive skill, actually. You can like swap to it, shoot once, get a big barrier. How's this? Quite a lot. think I try this. Okay, another round. My kingdom for G.A. Tibbles. Look at that guy. G.A. Tibbles. Someone found a grandfather charm. Yo, is it 75 or is it 150? That's all I need to know. So grandfather is 150. Interesting. Yeah, so grandfather charm would be pretty good then, I guess. Yeah, I actually recorded the video about this earlier. Let me see it. Yeah, it's 150. Damn, okay, so they did not lower the grandfather number. So every other 200 unique charm is halved, but grandfather is not. So that's kind of huge. This is yet another indicator that I think they're not actually real, like intended. We'll see. I wonder if someone finds an Ahavarion or an Eldarin, because they're not in our data. What the fuck? Okay. You can craft them too. Or he cannot craft them, and he certainly cannot find them. So, good luck, guys. This is the first one in the world that we know of. For grandfather, at least. Can you get a list of them? Yes. Yeah. And in that list, we don't have Aurorion, we don't have Eldarin. I'm gonna ask Riff actually to check if they're in the data. Yeah, I just asked Riff if we can check that in the data. So maybe, you know, they went missing somewhere and he has to add them. But yeah, Varion and Eldarin is currently not in the planner. So we'll see. One of the default biggest issues is maintaining players past the second week or so each season. Progressively dropping items or grind for through the season like this could be an attempt to maintain interest. Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like that was an intended inclusion here. Because, you know, okay, let's say there's two scenarios, right? Let's say the mythic charms were in the game since day one, which is 3 weeks now. So we know of 3 drops so far. 1 per week for like, I don't know, a few million players. And then, okay, maybe there's some more that we don't know of. Okay, a handful more, or who knows. Yeah. And then, let's say they actually added them in the last patch, which was also a week ago almost. It's Sunday now, half a week ago, right? So then would be closer to like 1 per day. For like, you know, at least hundreds of thousands of people. Which is not really making it much better, I guess. So, at least it's like 10 times better, but not much better. So, I'm sure you have 3 of them already. Zendaya. So we go for Mythic Seal plus 4 Mythic Charms and 4 Legendary Aspects. Nah. So Perdition is like an okay Mythic Charm that we may or may not want for some builds. You know, 80% multi just like that is kind of decent. It doesn't necessarily always beat the unique that you already have, but it can in some cases. Grandfather with 150% value is surprising, but that does definitely, you know, give you an upgrade for crit builds. If you don't already have to put Banished Lords here, and if you have to put Banished Lords here, I guess you could equip Banished Lords. And then you can put a Grandfather Charm, and then you open up like a 2-handed aspect slot, and that is relatively good. So Grandfather is good, Perdition maybe, Starless maybe, and everything else is trash anyway when it comes to Mythics, and as a charm. So this is basically the TLDR. Can you wear a Mythic charm with the same Mythic, like Season 11? We don't know. But even if you can, you probably don't necessarily want to do that. Or maybe you do, I don't know. Double Silic. Yeah, double Silic. Yeah, Silic is another one I forgot to mention now, yeah. I mentioned this in my video though. Silic is definitely very useful. So assuming that you cannot stack them, having Silic as a charm instead of a neck is extremely good, right? Because the Silic stats are awful. Outside of the resource gen, I guess, but you can work around that. So Silic as a charm is a massive upgrade for sure. And Grandfather as well, if you have a crit build, is also pretty huge. But yeah, those are the only ones that really stand out. And everything else is kind of like, whatever, yeah. And so far we have not seen a Silic charm, I think. So I think it's 2 Perditions and 1 Grandfather that we've seen now. Anyway, let's try this. So we're trying to do Cold Imbuement. It's a scuffed man, but okay. Wait, it chills for 85, but it was like 128 when I was in there. What is different now? Wait. They made it rare so that a Blizz employee can settle for big RMT. I don't think you can sell. Mythics are usually account bound, but actually... Good question. It is account bound. Look. Yeah. It says account bound. Okay. Yeah, Grandfather exists as a charm, turns out. Success, thank you. Oh, it's 5 sub-gifts, man. Thank you so much. Hitting this barrier here and there with the cold imbu is kinda sweet, I would say. We're like in a heavy situation. Press cold, shoot twice. We do lose a bit of damage, but it can be nice. Look at my barrier. It's not much different from like just throwing a smoke grenade or something real quick. It's just like one shot and then go back. So many goblins here. I can butcher. Interesting. I guess I can try to butcher. But I kind of wanted to do a real boss fight. Let's do the real boss fight actually, it's for testing. What? No way, dude. Hey, can we get XP? You can still convert it to XP. Okay, so when you run away from Butcher, it ends. What the fuck? Oh my god, man. My XPs. That's cursed, man. I guess it's technically not a bug. It's just like whenever Butcher is done fighting, you lose, I guess. But good to know. Ugh. So you just have to go kill him, basically. Okay, we go again. Yeah, I don't think you can remove the Butcher, right? Butcher is here, like you're forced to take him, if you want this, yeah. I mean, maybe you don't care about XP that much since you get XP elsewhere as well. So I can just take this, 1, 2, 3. This is shit. And then you can take some stuff here. Why we bully Panda to remove charge, bolt, fire? We did not. I don't know what I mean. Check the build guide section. Maybe it was accidentally removed from like the tier list up on the update or something. But a guide should not just be unpublished or something. Retrying. Woohoo. Oh my fucking god, are you serious, man? Okay, I'm gonna kill this fucker now. Well, you can also see the effect here. Let's see if it works. I'm not sure if I staggered him or if it was my wolves. It was a bit tight. He has a bit more stagger HP than a typical boss. That was a mistake. I did it too early. Now we have cooldown. Fuck. Okay, so far this looks awful. Let's see. Yeah, this is really bad of Butcher. It's like not a good test, man. Fuck. Okay, now he's melting. So I think this time it worked. Let's see it. And this time the heart didn't despawn either, after like 2 minutes on the ground. Okay, let's see. So I got the Butcher at 12:55. Okay, we didn't really fight him for a bit, so that's it. Okay, 12:50. So 1 minute, we did like 15%. 2 minutes in from like 85 to 30. So we did 65%. 1 minute later, we're back. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, okay, in those 10 seconds, look at this. In this 10 seconds, we really melted him. This was after the stagger. Okay, let's see this. And this was actually super scuffed because I didn't pre-dot him. I was running around because I messed up my timing. And I was not even shooting. My poison imbue is off right now. And now I switch to cold. We shoot. We got the stagger and I switch to poison. It's melting pretty nicely. And here he just melts away. Even after the stagger. After he stunned me. Like I'm just standing here stunned and he just melts. Look. From like 10, 5, and then dead. Compared to the start. I guess if you speed this up, you probably notice it very clearly. If you look at this HP bar. And you can see how it goes. So here we got it to work. Okay, so you have to not only do the last CC yourself to stagger him, but you also have to freeze and cannot use another CC, it seems. I mean, maybe it works with other CCs, but the days from the Sorgonet clearly didn't work. And this one seemed to work. It's fucking cursed. I should try a full run. How can we do full? Sear full, Igni mod. Ugh. I don't like this idea. I don't have another option, I think. Sear full is pretty cursed, man. It's kind of small. How large is it? Would like a chance to do cold damage be good enough? Cold damage doesn't inherently chill, it's just damage. Okay, the Frost Nova is pretty large. And I guess you can still use a cold imbue a little bit. Anyway. Is there anything else I would like to use? Mired Sharpshooter. All this. Nice, August. Oh, we actually get double from the clone as well. And they don't shoot very far. Interesting. Finish with hardcore. No, we're just getting started. How many is this? One, two, three. It's hard to tell, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe. Why is this so laggy? Okay. Can I make it 1? Yeah, so here you see it very clearly. There's a cap. There's just despawn. One, two, three, four, 5. Only 5? Six. 6, actually. Yikes. How much damage does this do? 15%. It says it shows 24 over its duration, so I wonder if making it shorter will cast it faster. Wait, it's not even real. Actually it is, it was 24. It looks like it has like some gaps in between, you see this? Okay, so that's the same 24, but slower. And there's like some weird gaps in between. That's fucked. Okay, that's funny, man. So 24 is 360%. Oh, this is so bad, dude. Increased size, increased damage. Oof. Oh my god, they have the same cap of 6. Before they don't even stack and overlap. Hey, Emmerich. There's a chance. It's also the same cap, right? We'll see you, Nightwolf. It seems most Twitch streamers ignore that chat. Well, we have way too many people here sometimes, and way too many questions, so I can't really answer them all. That's what it is. Also kind of playing the video game. Normally on hardcore. That requires more attention. So, it do be like that, I guess. Okay, we're gonna go with the Cold Imbue. Again. And see what we can do. Yo, Valgor, you got the tradition charm, congrats. I mean, I believed you have it. I'm not saying that they're fake. So it's fine. I just don't think that they are supposed to even exist. You know? I think they're a bug in the sense that they don't at all. That's like my take right now. But we'll see. Maybe we're gonna see more pop up and maybe it's actually a thing. More like streamer sell out Sunday. I don't know what that is. He always ignores me. I still sub for attention. Neighbor's sword, I guess, 880 crit damage and 2300 all damage. And if Grandfather, you have 1700 crit damage and 7500 all damage. Okay. You open your stats, yeah. And you scroll down. And you just pretend that all of this does not exist, okay? The only thing you ever look at here is attack speed and crit chance. And nothing else. Plus damage on Tuesday should be considered, yeah. Yeah, so about those tooltips, like, they all lie to you here. This is, like, all of this is fake. Yeah. So you have to, like, manually calculate the multipliers that you're trying to compare. If you like equip a Grandfather, then you have a times 2.5 for your crits. So assuming you crit every single time, it's a 2.5 multiplier. So you have to compare that to whatever you replaced, which is like some aspect that gives you, you know, X%. And then you have to like try to figure out the stat difference. So in that case, you know, on the typical weapon, you have, you know, crit damage, all damage, whatever, right? So you have to add that together with all of your other multipliers. And then see the difference in those multipliers total. And then you have like a lot of like additive damage on the Grandfather, like the, you know, 300% damage roll that it has or something. That goes together with all of your glyph primary effects and all of your paragon nodes. And whatever offensive tempers you have, so that's just damage over time here. So you have to look at that difference. And then you can figure out how much the Grandfather does. In a TLDR is most of the time, Grandfather's not that crazy. Unless you have like 90+% crit chance. Okay, let's try 130 again with a full rune. I kind of don't want to do the coding movement. I want to do something else that staggers the boss faster. What can I do? I can do Caltrops. Because it continuously slows. Is there something else I can do? There's just like Gear Staggers. We shank him with the Invigorating Strike. I don't know, dude. Is there something here? Chill. Yeah. I guess not really, to be honest. But I could try it. 2 days still slow. Wait a second. Does this thing even slow? Let's see. My answer to what is my favorite rogue build has not changed in the last 2 hours. There's some Vein of Arrows tag on the leaderboard. Yeah, I think it's for the knockback. There's one way you can pull enemies together. It's a bit like Army for Dead from D3. So that is pretty helpful for the Umber Crux bug abuse. Since, you know, Shadow Clone doesn't matter and whatever, so I guess people do that. I can't really tell if it slows. What's the like chance on this thing? 47. Does it actually trigger like hits like this? Yeah, so it doesn't actually. Does it slow? Okay, so the stagger does go up, but it's kinda shit. Chill definitely does more. Does this so slow? But you never know which of the effects is actually still active when you have like a variant. It doesn't seem like it does anything. Ah, there it is. Like, it's not right here, right? It is right here, actually. None of these actually does anything. What the fuck? Not even the Caltrops, like the normal Caltrops, what? It just doesn't seem to apply anything. Even though it says 50% slow. What the fuck?
Honor to help. Till your next visit.
So I see the slow there for like a second. I think it's also Mariana actually, somehow. Like, Caltrops just doesn't slow. Like, I don't know what to say. There's no fucking slow. What? With no variant. Oh my god, Mariana. You always studied the class quest and you drew it? Apparently not. What's next? Spirit one? I think I do Paladin next, or Barb. Yes, Letty. Or stagger to Stangenite supply. I mean, the thing is that they have like only a 1 second stun, and then there's usually many of them, but that doesn't help you. You need one big, long CC, not many small, short ones. So if you look at this here, for example, right? It's not that crazy. Does it have a knockdown, actually? Okay, here. My favorite class is Rogue. How is Letty? Is she doing good? Apparently. YouTube chatter. Nice. I kind of tended to put Exploiter's Aspect actually for more stagger. Is there a hotkey for the cube crafting interaction? I don't see it. For me it's F, but I don't think there is actually a way to change it. Oops. There's the card drops. It's gonna be cursed with the full. But you have the Kautos as well. Maybe not. Does my character like move like this? To where I try to put the... Dude, these mags are actually insane. And you don't CC them. They do so much damage and they shoot at you. Crazy. It's a lifelink pack, good start. Any bone procs? I guess you have one only from the clone now, right? It's a bit scuffed. It's too unreliable. Yeah, I need to change something. Mythic Seals can roll without 6 slots. Yeah, there's 2 unique Mythic Seals that roll with 5 and with 4 slots. But they can get a +1 still. But either way, you got scammed. Because only the Dominant Might is actually mildly useful. I'm thinking about shooting for Paragon 300. I'll do the Roots Dimension Farm that I made a video about today. You can check that out. With all of your corrupted roots. And there is this Hell Diet. Good luck. With the maggots. Yeah, I think the Wolves plus going for the Cold Imbue is probably like the best strat. Because I feel here in this fight, I don't have enough vulnerable or freeze. And the Wolves just kind of solve both very nicely. And I can still use the Cold Imbue here and there, and it's not such a big loss. Pretty sure I lose more here trying to do this stuff. Can't really find another good way to introduce freeze and Bull in my build. I have to give up a rune slot anyway. The thing is that sometimes I trigger the Frost Nova while they're unstoppable. And then I actually don't get anything from it. For like 4 seconds or 5 seconds. It's kind of scuffed. Oh, it was good to pull stuff actually, the card drops. Might be useful for that. Just throw them there and let's see if they come. Seems to work pretty well actually. Wonder if I can like pull all of this along. Just throw them, let's see. Okay, okay. Some guys definitely get stuck if I go too far. So it's not that consistent. Can I pull them without using hot drops? Yeah. I don't think it's much different. Oh. Yeah, okay, this is kind of scuffed anyway. Spell drops. This is a little slow run. So I think it's Wolves plus Cold Imbue that you have to do here. And after cooldown at 13 seconds, your resources are full, but you can't spam it constantly. Well, at the start of the run, you have to stack your momentum. Are you doing that? What is stronger, poison or cold PenShot? I would say poison. Actually, while we're at it, let's take this and do some Mephisto action. Interesting, for bossing, it will actually be good to have the charm, so I just want to get like one stagger off and then kill him basically with the signet. So then charms with like all the CCs might be easy to stagger him. For pushing, like the fights are too long. I guess we should probably just remove the signet. This has 48 GLI, free to core. I actually need to test what damage types Mephisto does. How do I test this? I guess I can go like full shadow or full skulls and stuff like that and then see what happens. I need to try that at some point actually. This might be like a good build to try this. I need to figure out what does what damage actually. Let's do this. I think poison wave should be pretty obvious. I guess his attack should probably be holy damage. Looks like he does holy. I think we need a cold imbue for this. What do we do? Seconds. I guess we do this for Vuln. Or we do Shadow Step. Don't we have got Vuln though? Shit, I forgot to change my gems. Okay, let's see how much damage he does as a baseline, maybe. That's what that was anyway. 4.7. So he should be able to survive one blob. One sword. Okay, let's see how much damage he does. So Rapid Fire Valor this season. There's like a grenade variant of Rapid Fire that should be kinda good. But I didn't try it because I don't like the visuals and the sounds. God, we do so much damage, it's crazy. I guess you just murder him. And then we're gonna go back to town and try something. Don't know how to get Aftermath aspect. Yagamba rings, and then upgrade the Ancestor rings. From blue to rare to legendary. And then a free to Wondom. Yeah, use the cube to upgrade to legendary. This is the main part. Or your yellow rings. Or blue rings even. Like adding affixes costs almost nothing, so you can just take blue rings, white rings, whatever. Okay, it's gonna be kind of hard to test exactly one thing at a time, so let's see. Space. Okay. Can we get rid of something? I'm not gonna make any other crit weapon, right? We don't have to on this one, actually. Anything where we need weapon damage for? Yes, actually, if we go barrage again. Will we go barrage again? Most likely not, right? We're kind of done with anything that says weapon damage, so... Or anything that says crit multi. We'll only play Poison DB again. That's actually about it, basically. So... Oof. So I imagine there's probably some shadow going on. Let's do 3 of these. Actually, we need only 2, I think. So I can do emeralds as well. Fire, maybe? I don't think there's any cold, but fire might be for the swords that are stunned. Okay, we have skulls. I don't think there's any lightning, but those phase 1 stuff might be lightning. Okay, so we have to, I guess we have to remove the bulwark because it's gonna be kind of too fucked to figure out. Guess you can do luck, maybe. That's gonna be a bit more easy to see. Should be like perma up anyway, and then we just get a bit of the R. Okay, let's start with lightning. Dodge. Wonderful. Okay, what about the jump? Oh my god, man. Okay, so we did like... You have to move her here, actually. Okay, it has like 40% of her life with like 4 swings. Actually, we can change it in combat, right? Let's see. Can just do this, for example. Okay, the swords clearly seem physical. I just tanked all of them. Wait, I can't get hit by this thing. They do like nothing. Kind of funny. Oh my god, man. Is that real? Yeah, okay. So this is pretty obvious, right? Did like 20% or no? Right here tanked it. Interesting, right here can tank it. Okay, Swords of this. I have to get rid of her here. Like, that is horrible. Okay. Let's get rid of Barniana too while we're at it.
Take care of yourself.
I've always been better at moving on than staring.
How am I always dodging this? That was a lag, holy. Okay, he did like 80%. That's why Topaz. I'm stealth, so he's not attacking me. Wait, okay, it's not fire or lightning. What the fuck is it? Shadow? So this, I guess. It's Shadow? Wow. Interesting. Okay, does he do anything else? What about the red beams? Let's see the red beams. I have to try to catch one. Okay, this was like 50%. Let's try to catch another one. Okay, what about the jumps? Ooh. I wonder if it's physical. Botch. I want to see what's up one more of these beams. I think it was 2 of them. Let's try fire. What about this? Oh. Okay, this looks like fire actually. It was 2 hits this time and it was quite clearly a lot less. How much do I actually change my res? It should be like around half or maybe 2/3 damage reduction with 3 gems. 85, 70. Yeah, it's like half, basically. So it kind of checks out. We established this is Shadow, right? I can't tell if it was multiple hits. What about the sword? Okay, so the jump impact was like 60. We have basic skill and movement impact on different buttons. Yesn't. So I can press 5 and activate my concealment this way, yes. But it's still like click to move and stuff at the same time with interact. Yeah, I made a hotkey video the other day, you can check that out. Okay, so Ruby is not it. So this is Shadow, I think, right? I wanna see what... Okay, I wanna see this one more time. No, this one shot me. Okay, I have a feeling this is physical. It might be physical. What's going on with my dark shards? Okay. I had 5 shadows, but only 1 stack. It's also the lightning blasts after the jump that killed me there. Okay. So this was quite little from the impact. So I think this might be Fizz. I want to see the shadows as well. I have to make sure I don't accidentally dash, because dash puts me into concealment. Oh, oops. Does he still do the jumps? Let's say. I faced him accidentally. He does, okay. Maybe I just can't survive it. I guess there's no cold damage and it's fine. I'll be surprised if there's cold. Let's try the flying blobs. I think they might be Shadow or Fizz. Oh shit, my gear is broken. Not all of it though. Like, jewelry doesn't have durability. Interesting. Isn't a beam MP too cold? Maybe. But I guess when you get hit by the beam, it's over anyway, so that's okay. I went in the top 100 using Rain of Arrows instead of Shadow Imbue. I'm not sure why you would use Shadow Imbue to begin with. Rain of Arrows makes more sense to me because you can knock enemies around. So they probably pull everything together with that. Okay, I want to try the flying blobs in phase 2. Let's go. Really. I wonder if I can stand here. Let's see. With all swords. Oh, there's desmod. Unlucky. Jewelry can get indestructible. True, actually. That's funny.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
I'm not gonna test these. I'm not gonna get hit by these anyway, so fuck it. They're probably just fire and that's it. Oh shit. I just tanked them all. So that's pretty clearly Fizz. Okay, what about the ground thingies? Okay, they have like a dot effect basically, but I did not get one shot. But this was with concealment. Okay. For some reason I only have 2 of this. I need to get another of this. I want to try Shadow on this. Ah, right, I have one in my stash, I believe, that's why. Oh, we also had a skull, apparently. Okay, let's make sapphires while we at it.
Stones to cut, gems to set.
Try the beam. Not sure we want a diamond anyway. Let's put a diamond here. Need some emeralds. We don't have emeralds actually, because I have them here and the weapons, so we can do that. It's minus 2%, so who cares?
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
Bing.
Keep your treasures close.
Yo, Ava raided us, holy. Hey guys. It's worth holding onto rare gear. Whoops. Oops. Yes, that's a pretty big oops there, actually. Blue and rare items is how we make gear these days. Yeah. How's it going? So Ava, I found out something pretty interesting. Not only do you have to do the final stagger on a boss for Signal of Pelgrim, but it has to be freeze, or maybe chill at least. So apparently the smoke grenade does not work, but cold imbue did work. I was actually running double imbue earlier. Dude, the double imbue dream is real. So I can press it when the boss is 80% staggered for one shot, and then switch back to poison. It's sick. And I can sometimes actually get a barrier. It's kind of legit. It's almost like, you know, it's not much different from just throwing a smoke or a caltrops or something. You know, for one shot, you just switch to cold, get a Giga Shield, and then switch back to poison. It was actually kind of legit. But kind of interesting. I'm testing damage types right now. Let's try this, yeah. Wait, guy, if you got over 70% crit chance in town. It depends on what else you have for crit chance. Dash Orc is weird. Holy, 2 imbuance for a stagger. I mean, I believe Dash Orc is actually pretty legit. It seems like it's definitely better than in the past. You have a video explain that? I see a thing in gear out, you have salvaged anything that isn't legendary unique with GA. Well, I have some cube crafting video, I should check that one out. And you generally have a much easier time crafting non-legendaries, because on legendaries you can't remove stats. But you can do that on blue and yellow items, which, you know, allows you to much easier to craft stuff. Because you can remove stuff you don't want, and you have more options along the way. Any poison? Hello? Okay, so we learned. The beam washes us. Good. Crazy how this build melts the boss, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh, he's got the face. Look at that. The beam one-shots barbs. Yeah, it probably has to do with the fact that it's probably dot and not a hit, so you can't endure and faith it.
Be it. You want the truth of what I am.
Yeah, I think the poison has to do with where you're standing. So someone told me if you're far away, he doesn't do the poison. So that might be it. I'm not sure how far away I was. So let's see. So it's two. So it's those two potions. And here we got one tapped. Okay, so let's try sapphires and try to tank the beam. And then also the poison again. So I'm pretty sure this shows just poison blobs, and that's poison, and that's it. It's relatively obvious, I guess. Next dash into is definitely that clip. What is that?
Be it. You want the truth of what I am.
I mean,
Illusions burn from your eyes.
I believe dash work is actually pretty legit. It seems like it's definitely better than in the past. Okay. Oh my god, is he doing anything else? Okay, see? I did survive one tick. So I'm pretty sure the beam is cold. Dude, the fact that he like follows me when you dash away is so ridiculous, man. This is so fucked. Very cold, blah. Hello, A-Lord. E-Lord Farcad. Oh, I like it before. I like it very much. It is very worth getting back into.
You want the truth of what I am.
How am I getting 45? I should not be getting 45 right now. I'm not sure where it's coming from, actually. Kinda sus. Let's tank this. Yeah, okay, so that's clearly poison. I used 4 potions now to survive. Okay, what else can we do? In phase 2. Okay, I want to see the ground thingies, right? So let's try Shadow for that, maybe? With physical, we seem to tank them just fine, actually. Oh. Maybe it's Shadow? It kind of looks like it's Shadow, actually. So I mean, in concealment, it's like 30% per tick. And then, okay, the Dark Shroud, I was one missing, so I take a bit more damage, so that's like 50, so that kind of checks out. Just 5 few scrolls. Yeah, the scrolls don't help me exactly with this. So this was 2, I think. Okay, so we have concealment up. It's actually kind of sus. It seems like I take the same damage as before. No, okay. I took more. So first tick was like 40-ish, and then I died. And earlier... Yeah, it seems kind of similar, to be honest. I think the only reason I survived is because I potioned. Okay, I didn't potion actually in time. I potioned after the second tick. It might be fire. Maybe this is fire. Let me try fire. That should be pretty obvious. Interesting. So I think my Igni resets when I socket something. Yeah, it wasn't Dark Shroud diff. I had 5. I was in concealment both times and I had 5 Dark Shrouds both times. And it both took me like down like 40%-ish, and then the second tick killed me. And the first time it almost killed me, so... Like, changing the gems is roughly 50% DR. So this is relatively obvious. It's like half the damage taken, basically. You have a fresh level 70 friend who unlocked T12 but still can't use Mythic Armament. Yeah, this is under city feature, so this is from West of Hatred. Okay, let's see fire. What the fuck? So it's not fire, not physical, and not shadow. So what the fuck is this? Lightning? True damage, yeah, that doesn't exist in this game. I guess besides like damage echoes and stuff, like that's technically true damage, I guess. Holy is fire, so that would be reduced with rubies. Yeah, I will try the Skull again. If Topaz is inconclusive, then I'm gonna try Skulls again.
You want the truth of what I am.
The Lunatic Warlock build has 3 uniques with very specific affixes that seem impossible to roll. Well, keep trying. Dude, I must say, this is actually kind of scuffed with the challenging shot. I should put Neo or something. So this was... I think it's actually lightning. Like, no joke. This is fucking lightning, I think.
Best you can do.
Definitely seems a bit less than before, but... I got healed up a bit by the 45. Where's all this 45 coming from? What the hell? Ah, we have it from here. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I thought about the crit concealment, but we have 45 here. So here was like 1, 2, 3. That definitely looks like it's lightning. Because earlier I died on the second tick earlier already. Like I got down to like 60 and then I was dead. And here, okay, the 45 is healing me a bit. Each tick is like 40%. I have 3 dark shards right now, I have 5. This one killed me though, this is a bit sus. But I was not in concealment, so I guess that's why. I just walked in with no concealment. I mean, it's red, and in D4, a lot of lightning effects are red, actually. I'm gonna try this one more time with skulls. There's a guide for Heartseeker Rogue. That's one from Exile or Maxwell. You can check that out. I also recorded a video earlier. We're gonna publish that tomorrow, though. I still need to try the swords, actually, in phase 1. Can we both fist and light? It could be a combo, but then we should still... I think there are combo damage types, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Yo, Johnny, thank you for the ban, by the way. Is that the one I followed? Yeah, I took that as a base and I adjusted it a bit. So the planner is there for Heartseeker. This is like what I took from the Exile and then I changed a few things. Shit, I didn't record this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's lightning. Go try one more time. Wait, someone's talking about holy. I think lightning is holy, right? It's not fire that's holy. I think lightning is holy, Rez. Yeah, we're struggling very hard with this boss now. Look at the struggle, man.
You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
What are they even called? What do you call this? Okay. Try to find a name for this while we're waiting. Spike trails, I like that. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem to be anything. Gonna try Sapphires and see or some shit. Who knows, maybe it's random cold damage. So we had 5 Dark Shroud, Challenging Shout, Concealment. Yeah, I'm not sure if hybrid damage types exist in D4. I don't think that exists necessarily. Like PoE does that, but PoE has way more sophisticated elemental system than D3 and than D4. So okay, I'm just gonna send Sapphires. I don't know. Yeah, I tried Pista 2 times, I tried Shadow 2 times, and I can't really conclude anything. It's kinda weird. I'm pretty sure it's Shadow. I'll try Shadow one more time as well. Why do the bosses always get this weird intermission shield? And they added this at some point. Instead of like immunity phases, they gave them just a shield they can blast through. So it's a bit like if your build is like way too powerful, you can just blast through. But then for like other builds, especially weaker builds, it makes the bosses like not such a drag. Because part of the HP is in a shield that decays after 5 seconds. So weak builds kind of catch up to the good builds like this a little bit. To make it not like a super long fight, you know? All you have to do is like wait 5 seconds and then the shit disappears. Okay, this also looked the same as before. So I shadow one more time. So I need to try the, I mean, the sword attacks in phase 1 don't really hurt. I still want to know what it is. I'm using Embrace. What Embrace?
So be it. You want the truth of what I am.
How bad is it? Is it 2 main stat sockets because it turns triggered before socketing?
From your eye.
Probably like in the range of 5 to 10% DPS depending on how much main stat you have. Okay, I think it's Shadow. This looks very Shadow to me. Yeah, okay, it is Shadow actually. Alright, let's go to phase 3 then. Never mind. Need to turn up the sound actually for this, I forgot. Keep forgetting to up the sound. Okay, what do we want to test in phase? Okay, first of all, let's test the sword swings in phase 1. I think that should be holy, so let's try Topazes. Lightning is holy, right? Good. Wait, doesn't... what? Where's the holy? It wasn't a tooltip, they removed it. What the hell? Yeah, the holy is part of lightning, I think. But it doesn't say that anymore. Okay, that was like 60% or so of my life from a lot of swings. Yeah, okay, this is definitely lightning. I want to try this shadow and this beam impact again. Because I'm not really sure about this one. He's playing the cutscene. Oh no. Rubies are fire holy, the gem shows it. Okay, it's actually Ruby. Look, we got cinematic mode unlocked, guys. I tried Shadow as MP too, so Shadow... shit, we just concluded it, right? What is it? I think I'm actually stuck, guys. I can't do anything. It was Shadow, right? Beam is cold, poison blobs is poison. Okay, so that's obvious. What else is there? The flying blobs. They're both... I think they were fizz, right? So it looks to me like you want to run one Skull, one Amethyst. And then the third one, I'm not sure yet. It seems like we have to auto-for this here. The red bolts are Shadow too. Really? Okay, let me confirm this. I had 3 skulls earlier and I survived 4 of them, which is insane. So I thought it's Fizz, but let's maybe try Shadow. So bombs don't actively use the weapon, doesn't matter. For bombs it's mostly stat sticks, but sometimes you know, do like, I don't know, walking arsenal stuff or so. Is that still a thing? Maybe not. And then having a faster weapon to activate your stuff is nice. Or when you like, you know, you leap with your dual wield, but you bonk with your two-handed. So the dual wield should be faster weapons ideally, so you can leap faster. And Rogue can get resolve stacks with Shadow Clone and with Concealment pretty well, and with Cold Imbue. Hi, Chion. Okay, so let's try Shadow against the blobs.
You all here, born of light and of hatred.
I think this is also Shadow. It only did like 20% to me. But it was like the second, there's like 2 ticks of the impact. One where he slams down and there's like another tick afterwards for some reason or something. It's kind of weird. But it looks like the first jump is Fizz and then there's a Shadow. A question mark because I'm not sure.
Illusions burn from your eyes.
I think I dodged one as well.